Welcome back to the channel. This is Ready Storm and you are watching What If Naruto Was Converted to Devil by Rias Gremory. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
Although there are many terms that can be used to characterize Kuo Academy, the word normal sums up everything that this academy was not indeed. Kuo Academy was anything but what the average person would consider a typical school. Due to a recent administration change that permitted boys to attend the prestigious all-girls private school, Kuo Academy became what many would refer to as a men's paradise. Why not refer to it as a paradise? Without a doubt, the majority of the female students at this most prestigious academy are stunning. The students' beauty ranges from above average, which wasn't all that bad in and of itself, to breathtakingly beautiful, dazzling, and blinding, goddess-like beauty that is unfit for human eyes. For both pervert and non-pervert men, Kuo Academy was a veritable paradise except for one of the few male students enrolled in this academy. It's at least a paradise for everyone an average height, muscular teen with blue eyes, whiskers, and blonde hair, wearing Kuo's Academy black blazer over an orange shirt, black pants, and dark blue sneakers, thought this school was the worst. There were, however, two valid reasons for his insanity. The first was the fact that the devils actually lived in the school and pretended to be students. As well as the second. Alright, it's too early for this shit, exclaimed the teenager, who was running, or, as he puts it, tactically retreating, as quickly as he could from a large army of adolescent girls who were pursuing him. These girls dreamed of catching him, knocking him out, dragging him into a dark room, and then raping him thoroughly. At least that's what he believes they would do when they caught up to him. Yes, he lived his life in this manner because of his foolish tenant, who knew that he was relishing every second of this torment. What a dumb fox. For laughs and shit, he vowed that a mass of hate made his pheromones stronger. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of women in his wake were won over by his cheerful smile and kind, helpful, and positive demeanor, much to the chagrin of the school's male population. According to his old friend Shikamaru, the gift was troublesome for him because he was never one to have a good relationship with human women in the past and only had a few with whom he had any contact. One of them frequently beat him into a coma, and the other was a stuttering mess whenever they spoke to each other. It is particularly problematic because it draws the vast majority of women and the contented men of Kuo Academy. Yes, he was extremely afraid that even the men wanted him. Although he wasn't scared of the girls, he was more cautious around them and frequently chose to keep his reactions to them to a minimum for both his and their benefit because he didn't want to inadvertently hurt them. This regrettably had the opposite effect, as more adolescent girls gathered around him. Some even started a fan club devoted to daily stalking and worship. The idea of being compared to his former rival and friend who had to put up with this shit still makes him shudder. He couldn't really hold the Uchiha responsible if this was a contributing factor in his decision to flip his shit and go insane. Yaoi fangirls, in particular, chose to pair him with his friend and fellow blonde Kiba, who, ironically, wasn't at all like the Kiba in his own world. Damn you, fangirls. In contrast to the two great ladies, which were made up of their senpai Rias Gremory and Akeno Hamejima, the majority of the girls even went so far as to give him and his friend Kiba titles like Kuo Academy's two great gentlemen, or, much to his dismay, titles like Seem and Uke. Kiba's affection for swords and amiable disposition were a huge hindrance. The blonde, who is generally upbeat, did, however, see this ongoing situation of running for his life favorably. It was beneficial for him and his taijutsu because, in addition to helping him strengthen his heart, he also attracted a lot of men who constantly pursue him for stealing their girlfriends, wives, and crushes. The poor bastards genuinely believed they had a chance of hitting Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary super devil shinobi extraordinaire. Yes, he was a devil, but not a pure-blooded one like a certain crimson-haired beauty. Instead, he was one of the low-class newly reincarnated devils made possible by the evil peace system, which the newer generation of devils used to replace the many devils that had been lost in the earlier battles against the angels and the gods of heaven, those who had fallen from God's grace, and finally the devils of the underworld, but that is a tale for another time. Let's go back to Naruto, the devil who had been Konohagakure's most unpredictable ninja and was currently fleeing from a swarm of girls. The teenager turned sharply around the corner of a school building, using all the strength he could muster in the soles of his feet. The devil shinobi had only seconds to act before he leapt and hid behind one of the many little bushes that border the garden area of the school's courtyard, his newfound refuge and salvation. He was fortunate enough to hide in the bushes just as multiple groups of girls were running past. The teenager, breathing heavily, wiped perspiration from his forehead. God damn it. He began to ignore the sharp pain that was shooting through his body, which is a clear punishment for devils who dare to mention God, Stupid fangirls are way worse than the Anbu. Even I can outrun those guys. Seriously, screw this. I'd rather fight insane Gaara all over again than have to run through another horde of these fangirls. Carefully peeking out from behind the bush, he saw that there were no fangirls around the blonde, then slipped out of his hiding place. Thank God, he muttered as he experienced excruciating pain throughout his body. Once more, he didn't mind at all, as the teenager grinned with excitement rather than flinching in agony or yelling in rage. Why? Since his exam for a solo promotion was today, the day when he has a considerable chance of rising from the ranks of a low-class devil to a middle-class one for him, it was like taking the Chunin exam again, so he was nervous and excited. Okay, now I just need to get to the clubroom. A feminine voice from one of my many fans exclaimed, "He's here," and was followed by multiple kya-ings. The blonde decried, "Shit," as he ran frantically in the direction of one of the surrounding school buildings under the unceasing sun. Normally, he would be happy to enjoy the sun's radiance, but because of his foolish devilish disabilities, the light somewhat weakened him. Since he really only needed to irritate Sato-chan with one of his careless ramblings while they were working on his body weights, he could easily outrun this group of crazed fangirls if it weren't for the tiny training weights strapped all over his body by small training weights. He meant several magical weights that weighed at least several tons on each of his limbs and chest. Compared to the Anko woman she met during the Chunin exams, the damn girl was more cruel. In addition, his lovely king has prohibited him from using his chakra on school property due to his penchant for pulling pranks on people at random. He was reminded of the arrow sent by those three perverts in particular. He didn't despise those three because, like them, he finds the female body to be beautiful, albeit not to the same unhealthy degree. He could still recall the time he stole a bunch of women's underwear and used the stash of those lacy clothes to blame the three perverts who were caught red-handed. Good times. After giving it some thought, he realized that his problems with women of all ages might be a kind of karma or revenge for his past and present mischievous behavior. No, it is not possible. It's not as though some deity endured excruciating pain that nearly caused him to stumble and fall victim to his fans would deliberately ruin his life for laughs and shit. The blonde laughed uneasily as he dashed into the school and pushed his way past a number of other pupils who were reacting differently to him. Only a handful of people, mostly devils concealed in the crowd, gave him a cheerful nod of acknowledgement along with a kind smile. The girls were squealing as usual, and the guys were glaring at him with intense hatred. With all his strength, he dashed through the corridors, dodging his fervent admirers and winking at a rather small, quiet girl with hazel eyes and white hair who was eating a donut. "Ohio Neko-chan." The girl was gracious enough to pause her bite and give him a nod. The girl's quiet response was, "Ohio Naruto-senpai," as Naruto rushed past her and gave her a quick hair rub before making his way to the adjacent staircase. As he ran up the stairs, leaving a little dust cloud in his wake, the always smiling blonde exclaimed, "Thanks for the training last night. I'll see you later, okay? I'll treat you to ramen if I pass." Before turning back to her snack, the girl said, "I'd like that." What did he mean training last night? Did that bastard just wink on Kaneko-chan? What did he mean see you later? A date? Did he ask her for a date? He called her Neko-chan. Kill that bastard. After him. God damn it! Exclaimed Naruto, who was once more taken aback by the use of the name of God. He turned to look behind him and noticed that, in addition to his fangirls, there were a number of men, particularly the steadfast members of the clan or Kido Kido Kaneko, a fan club devoted to the school's most popular mascot Kaneko Daju, who saw him as the ultimate reward for their beloved's virginity. A rather unusual mishap resulted from this brief diversion when the blonde ninja accidentally bumped into and fell on top of someone attempting to descend the stairs. When the blonde realized who he had just bumped into and what specific soft part of her body his left hand was pressing against, he quickly snapped out of his momentary daze. Squeeze immediately, his face lost all of its color and turned pale. He was perched atop one of the Kuo Academy's two great ladies, Akeno Himejima, the one and only buxom, long-haired, black-haired beauty and secret sadist. "Oh no," she spoke in her customary elegant and kind manner, but her deep violet eyes conveyed a hint of amusement behind them. Era, how bold of you to try and attack a pure and innocent maiden in broad daylight, Ero Kitsune. What was there to make her laugh? Ah, the bastard is taking advantage of Akeno-senpai. Pry off his balls, kill him. Oh, when he publicly attacked and touched their goddess, her fan club, the II Akeno, who saw him as their primary adversary, became enraged and wanted to maim him. Yes, they will most likely join the gang pursuing him. In an instant that would have caused even his deceased father to blink, the Jinchuriki swiftly detached himself from his bombshell senpai as he swiftly assisted her in standing up. He asked, "You're loving this, aren't you?" "Yep," she acknowledged, giggling a little as she watched the crowd gradually get closer to the blonde. But are you sure you have the time to be running around here? Isn't there a more important place you should be right now? The shinobi scratched the back of his head rather silly and laughed, helping his king's queen up. He said, I know, but you know how I'm a magnet for trouble even when I'm trying my best to avoid it. I'll see you later, okay? Yes, I'll see you later, Ero Kitsune. As the blonde ducked to avoid a dictionary thrown at him by one of the men in the large crowd, he joked casually, yeah, see you later, Sato-chan. After shouting, your aim sucks, aim better next time, Dadbayo. He blasted past an amused-looking Akano and ran up a flight of stairs with newfound energy. Kya Naruto-sama is so cool and awesome, kill him, yelled the men as they began to hurl themselves at the now laughing blonde who continued to flee from the crowd. He was already accustomed to being pursued by mobs who were unquestionably a few levels above this group, so they had no chance of catching up to him. The blonde heard the familiar voice of his only male friend in the academy before he could make it to the last set of stairs that led to the rooftop. Ohio Naruto-san. He tilted his head in the direction of the voice and noticed Kiba Yuto, a fellow blonde student in his second year. Ohio Kiba. Naruto waved back the greeting in return. Sorry man, but as much as I want to talk to you, I'm busy. Yeah, let's go with that, busy. Running away from a mob of both girls and guys again? On top of his head, a light bulb appeared and said, you know me, Anyo Kiba, can you help me by getting the attention of the girls? With his bishy sparkle and all, Yuto politely replied, nope, that wouldn't be nice for them, Naruto-san. Oh come on man, take off your shirt or something, make them join your fan club and not mine please, I'll even treat you to ramen dadbayo. Kiba cocked his head sideways in bewilderment. Era, I have a fan club? Yes, you damned Casanova. Naruto exclaimed in jest as he passed Kiba and turned to face the final set of stairs that led to the roof. Waving to the running blonde, Kiba laughed and said, haha, I guess I'll see you later, I wish you luck on your exam, Naruto-san. Naruto simply waved back at Kiba and said, thanks man, then he stopped and kicked open the normally locked door leading to the roof of the school. Kya Naruto-sama, did he just speak with Kiba-sama? Kya Naru Kiba. I'm not gay at all. The whiskered devil yelled as he dashed toward the roof, only pausing in front of the steel railings that were erected around the roof to keep students from toppling over and probably dying horribly. He's cornered by us. A few feet from capturing their prey, a number of voices shouted from the crowd. This is the day you people will always remember as the day you almost caught Naruto Uzumaki, said the same prey, who smirked as he abruptly climbed on top of the steel railings to balance himself before turning to face the crowd. To the astonishment of the audience, who thought he was cornered and defenseless, he boasted. When the brown-haired pervert in the large crowd realized what the blonde teen was planning, he muttered, he wouldn't, he's not really going to jump, right? He leapt. One of the school's heart robbers simply leapt off the rooftop, possibly killing himself, and there was a moment of complete silence as everyone on the rooftop desperately processed what had just happened. Whoa. Absolutely. Datbayo. Or not. As the crowd rushed to the school railings, they looked down to see Naruto Uzumaki standing in the center of the school's clearing, looking relatively unharmed and laughing as if he had not even jumped from 5 stories above the buildings. That was a good run, but try better next time, okay? The blonde devil grinned as he turned to face the school rooftop, where the groups chasing him stood dumbfounded, their jaws dropped at the audacity of his actions. Before turning around and sprinting back to his starting point, he yelled and waved his hand at them. For someone else, the entire experience would have been characterized as complete chaos and insanity, but for Naruto Uzumaki, it was just a daily occurrence that he had to deal with. In all honesty, he would much rather have days like this one than the ones he had as a child in Konoha, his former home. He laughed. Happy times spent with his new peers, who already recognize his value and don't give a damn about the demon he carries, have replaced the days when he would yell that he would swear to become the village's Hokage in order to win the respect of his community. What is the reason for their alarm? After all, they were devils. Ironically, his life has changed significantly as a result of her, even though the people he can truly call friends are not the kind that would physically harm him, make fun of him, or betray him out of the blue. Yes, it's all her fault. As he ran slowly toward the old schoolhouse, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he reflected on his first day of life and the circumstances leading up to his faithful encounter with his king. A promise to my monarch. Rewind. When Naruto regained consciousness and started to notice his surroundings, his panicked blue eyes flashed open. He took a deep breath, greedily welcoming the thing his body sorely needed, and a fresh breath of air entered his systems, allowing him to wheeze and cough out loud. What on earth hit me? He clutched his head as a wave of intense vertigo threatened to split and smash his mind into pieces. The most intense pain he had ever experienced in his entire life. The blonde rose slowly from where he lay, only to fall as quickly as he rose. Before he passed out, he let out a painful scream. The blonde shinobi eventually regained consciousness again, but this time he was not experiencing the intense pain that had previously attacked him. Allowing him to get out of bed, he was in a bedroom specifically, and it was the most opulent room he had ever seen in his life, even though it looked a little too girlish for his taste. And why in the world were there so many posters with the words, "Magical Girls," and "Anime," written on them all over the place? "Where the hell am I?" he asked. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself as he peered out the rather large window on the other side of his bed and took in the vast purple sky that gave no indication that it was day or night. He believed that the sky was never that dark. The 12-year-old boy with the blonde hair put his hands on his temples and began massaging them, saying, "Okay. Okay. Think, Naruto, think. What the hell happened?" The fight itself was a blur in his memory, but he could recall that he and his friend exchanged their strongest attacks before he was engulfed in a large cocoon of pure black miasma that brought him to a place of nothingness, an endless void where in every direction there was a mix of iridescent colors. He closed his eyes and all he could remember was that he was on a mission to retrieve Sasuke, who he had to fight. Indeed, he appeared to be viewed through an endless kaleidoscope. "I'm glad you're awake." The young Uzumaki felt his jaw drop as he turned his head in the direction of the voice, his cerulean blue eyes wide as plates as he stared at the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life, who appeared to be about his age, perhaps a year older, wearing a crimson dress that flaunted some of her growing curves and assets. Her long hair was a shade of beautiful crimson, similar to blood flowing freely down to her waist. Loose, beautiful crimson strands covered her forehead, and a few strands framed her rather angelic face. Yes, it was a beautiful dress of crimson, matched only by the object that captivated him to no ends. This girl was superior to Sakura. For a brief moment, the two were silent, but the crimson-haired beauty broke the ephemeral silence as her blue-green eyes met his cerulean orbs. "Are you okay?" I'm well. Damn." For the first time in his life, he was unable to speak. The words that had been forming inside his head were not even able to be expressed in a coherent manner. To his eyes, she was that beautiful. The blonde realized that talking was pretty pointless, so he just nodded his head in response to her question. "That's good, huh?" If she had been paying close attention to the blonde, she would have noticed the enormous blush on his face that nearly matched the color of her hair. She nodded proudly, her hands folded underneath her developing assets, pushing them upward and making them stand out even more before puffing her chest out. "You know how startling it was when you showed up out of the blue? You literally fell from the sky, according to my friend here." When Naruto finally managed to break out of his self-induced trance, he thought, "Friend?" Only then did he realize that there was another person in the room. A very small, white-haired girl, probably a few years younger than him. Hiding shyly behind the crimsonette, she was dressed in a light blue dress that matched her hair, which had several loose bangs hanging over her forehead and two long bangs that went past her shoulders. She had two cat ears, two to be sure. He wasn't just seeing things. He actually blinked a few times. However, after a few more blinks, he did notice two cat ears on the small girl's head. "Are those cat ears?" the blonde asked bluntly, pointing to the girl behind the crimson-haired beauty. Farther behind the crimsonette, the white-haired girl said, "Yeah, you see, Kaneko-chan here is a yokai." Naruto nodded foolishly and muttered, "Huh, and by yokai you mean?" Supernatural monsters often associated with Asian culture. With an incomprehensible look on his face, Naruto's mind was racing. Although he was not the most intelligent of Konoha's shinobi, he was intelligent enough to figure out a few things on his own. 1. The small girl behind the stunning crimsonette was actually a yokai, a demon similar to the one lodged in his stomach, based on those twitching cat-like ears that were by no means fake. 2. The crimson-haired girl was probably a yokai or demon of some sort as well, if she was a yokai. 3. He was far away from Konoha. 4. He needed some ramen because he was so hungry. 5. The demons were there. 2 demons had imprisoned him in a room. Because he didn't know how to respond, the blonde just laughed it off in the hopes that he was mistaken, but curiosity killed the cat, or if he screwed up, the fox. He. Then if she's a yokai, what would that make you? Something like a devil? Oh, how perceptive. The shinobi stopped. "How were you aware that I was a devil?" As 2 bat-like wings emerged from her back, she asked. With several drops of perspiration already starting to form on his forehead, Naruto laughed dryly and said, "Lucky guess." "All right, but why would you inquire about yokai? That's really odd. You seemed like a yokai to me when we first met." So I assumed you would know. The lovely devil pointed to her still hidden companion and said, even though that's the reason Kaneko-chan brought you to me. I apologize, but I am not a yokai. I am a complete human being. And an absolutely fierce TT Ibeo. He lied because he was certain that his tenant had made him less than completely human. TT Ibeo. Blink, the red-haired beauty. That's odd. I don't often hear words whose meanings I can't understand using my language skills. She gazed at the blonde with intense interest, asking, what does that mean? It's nothing, just a verbal tic. He gave a brief explanation, and the attractive girl nodded as if satisfied. Now I need you to listen to me, she said. You claim to be a human being. And I'm proud of it. She smiled kindly and honestly at the blonde, and then mumbled, you are no longer human. Then I know this might be shocking for you, but I want you to calm down and listen to me. Not knowing how to respond appropriately to this situation, the blonde found that the only logical way to respond to the girl's words was to simply ask, what was that? Naruto blinked again, not once, not twice, but multiple times as his brain frantically attempted to process the words that came out of her lovely lips. Well, perhaps you missed my first message. You are no longer human. I said you were reincarnated by me soon after your death. No, I heard you clearly the first time, but what the hell do you mean I'm not a human anymore? The blonde said, his eyes widening as he bounded from his bed. Hell, why are you sad that I'm dead? You died and I turned you into a devil. That's hilarious. Haha, are you saying that I am a devil? Are you going to tell me we're in hell next? Actually yes, we're in hell, specifically the Gremory estate. Am I a devil? Naruto asked, staring directly at the stunning Crimsonette while trying his hardest to see if she was telling the truth or not. Yes, her words contained no lies that he could discern. If you want proof, you can look behind you. Naruto just followed instructions. When he looked back, he noticed two jet black bat-like wings protruding from his back. Like her, black wings, she acknowledged that she was a devil. He was a devil now, too. He would never forget that instant when everything stopped, giving him a brief period of inner calm before an emotional storm brought on by long-forgotten, suppressed memories tore him to pieces. Amidst a throng of grown-ups, he was still a child, crying. You murdered my kids. As a rock was flung in his face, someone yelled. Brat the demon. As he kicked the young boy, another shouted. You, monster. As a kunai was stabbed in his arm, he added another. Perish. Die, 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 die. They repeatedly yelled as they subjected his young body to unspeakable agony. They all believed him to be a monster and wished for his demise. He was a devil, now a monster, a demon, a devil. A monstrosity. He had lost his humanity, and that made him extremely frightened. Hey, how are you? You're breathing too quickly. He didn't bother answering her, even though her tone was rather concerned. Rather, he put some distance between himself and the two girls before crashing and jumping out the closest window. Line break. He was unaware of the length of his run, the direction he was going in, or the distance he had covered. He only knew that he continued to run. It was a rather cowardly act, to be sure, but for Naruto Uzumaki, who was going through what many would consider a midlife crisis, it was a normal and acceptable course of action. He had a lot of reasons for running. He was complaining about his new destiny as the devil, which is why he was running. He was confused, so he was running. He was scared, so he was running. Above all, though, he was running because he was deeply sorry for what had happened. As he forced himself to stop suddenly, Naruto felt the ground beneath his feet rip apart, forming tiny trenches. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in an abandoned clearing surrounded by what appeared to be a forest of crimson-red trees. What the hell? As he struck out at the first thing he could find, an unfortunate tree that had the pleasure of experiencing his newly acquired demonic strength for the first time, he cursed out, a one-tailed crimson-red shroud forming around him. His fist struck the tree, Shattering it before he could become Hokage, he passed away. Naruto kicked a nearby tree in half after turning to face it. He betrayed Sakura's trust. The shinobi spun around and used the full force of his fist to punch another tree, uprooting it. He was unable to save Sasuke in a sudden rush. He snatched the uprooted tree and mowed several trees in the area with it as a club. He was unable to keep his bonds intact after tossing the tree aside. The blonde extended his left hand outward, and as a tiny ball of compressed power formed around the palm of his hand, the boy became enraged and smashed the orb, leaving behind pure and unadulterated devastation. There was a loud explosion that could be heard miles away as a crater formed on the forest floor, and the wind blew rather harshly along with the large shock wave that blasted all over him. His pain was marked by a spherical crater. He didn't succeed. Failed to defend his beloved people, and as a cruel punishment, he was transformed into a monster and devil. His body shed the mask of malevolent power. "Goddamn it," Naruto shouted to the sky. "Erg." He cried out in agony, unable to prepare for the sudden surge of piercing, searing pain that shot through his entire body, causing the normally alert shinobi to drop to his knees. What the devil? As the backlash of the unidentified torture continued to flood his body, he coughed out. Naruto heard a voice say, "Devils are not allowed to invoke the biblical Lord's name." He looked up in agony and saw the same red-haired girl who had both saved and damned him flying high above him on bat-like wings. "His grace will punish you the instant his holy name slips from your lips. Even so, it typically manifests as pain and headaches. I have never witnessed such a strong backlash before." As she knelt next to him and placed her hand over the small of his back, she fell to the ground, her wings retracting. He was coughing and heaving loudly, his tanned skin still pale from the intense experience. "Are you okay?" asked the somewhat anxious-looking devil. "All right." Naruto pushed himself to stand in spite of his body's objections. "All right." He pushed her hand away and then gave her a glare full of hate. "I became a damn devil after I died." The devil backed up a few paces when he yelled, "Of course I'm okay. Yes, I'm okay with no longer being human. Being stranded here in hell is fine with me. I don't mind being a demon. A monster." As his breathing became irregular, he spat out and then put a hand on top of his chest. In order to prevent the devil from getting pleasure from witnessing his tears, he bit his lip, causing blood to be drawn, and said, "I didn't ask to be turned into a devil. I'm a human. Being human was what I desired to be human. To pass away as a person. I had no desire to turn into a demon." The female devil's expression was one of extreme shock and bewilderment. She had not anticipated the blonde's response because, based on what she had heard, most people would have been honored and delighted to be reincarnated as a devil, much less to be a devil in servitude to a member of the 72 Pillars noble family. There was obviously something unique about this boy. "Actually you did. When Kaneko-chan brought your body to me, you told me mere seconds before you died that you wanted to live no matter what," the girl said, taking a deep breath in response to the still enraged shinobi. "Then one thing led to another, and before I knew it, my Oni-san's special evil piece was reacting to you. I used that piece and turned you into a devil because you told me you truly wanted to live," she said. "Will you come over here?" With a worried expression on her face, she held out her hand to him and said, "Let's return to the castle, shall we? Since it's unsafe here, we can converse there?" "No. You ought to have simply let me perish," she began to respond, but the unsteady boy interrupted her, saying, "Go away." The blonde roared, then sprinted away from the girl at full speed. "Hold on." The newly reincarnated devil was swiftly pursued by her as two bat-like wings appeared on her back. Line break. This time, unlike the last, he put all of his energy into his strides in the hopes of avoiding or escaping his pursuer, a certain crimson-haired princess who had turned him into a devil. He was running, accelerating, turning, zigzagging, and jumping through every obstacle in the forest of crimson-red trees. He knew deep down that he was wrong, that he was never the one to lash out at people or flee from his problems, and that if she was telling the truth, that he genuinely pleaded with her to live, then he had no right to condemn her for what she had done. Despite his desire to focus on the current issue, Naruto was compelled to put his thoughts aside when he suddenly stopped. He wasn't exhausted or anything, but rather something strange in the air caught his attention. In an attempt to identify the cause of the sensation that made the air pressure increase to an unbearable degree, he scanned the forest with blue eyes. It was a sensation he had previously enjoyed, but because of its greater intensity, this time it sent shivers down his spine. Murderous intent, one that was far worse than the ones he experienced with Zabuza and Orochimaru. The shinobi's body was in overdrive when there was a roar, a crazed, nearly deafening roar, followed by the faint sound of something slinking past him, concealed by the enormous foliage of crimson-red trees. Swoosh, he squatted and then rolled forward, a sudden shift in the air pushing him away and blowing his back warned him of the creature behind him. The boy glanced over his shoulder to see what creature had the audacity to attack him. Talk about the progeny of an unholy orgy between those animals. It was a tiger, or at least a portion of it. Specifically, its legs were tiger-like, because its head was monkey-like, its body was tanuki-like, and it had a snake for a tail. The blonde whispered, "Damn you ugly," but quickly regretted it as the creature lunged at him as though it understood. The shinobi of Konoha, who never backs down from a challenge, reached for his kunai pouch so that he would at least have a weapon to defend himself. To his dismay, he only realized then that he was not dressed in his typical shinobi attire, but rather in what appeared to be a pair of white pajamas that had been slightly smudged and dirtied by his run through the forest and his roll towards the ground. Oshish's deadly swipe from the creature's claws was barely avoided by the whiskered shinobi, who had to shift his center of gravity and then run, roll, and jump away to avoid several more deadly attacks from the fierce beast. I seriously need to practice kawarimi, substitution, if I survive this. In order to escape the beast, the blonde channeled chakra to the soles of his feet before leaping towards the closest tree. Imagine his surprise when the tree's entire bark burst into hundreds of tiny splinters upon contact, sending him hurtling in the direction of the beast. Fortunately, Naruto was launched towards the creature while it was in mid-leap, which allowed him to twist his body at the last second so that his left elbow faced the creature's chest. Boom! The blonde managed to push himself up and over the beast, landing several dozen feet behind it, and the forest floor cracked as he did so. Naruto's elbow smashed violently against the creature's chest, sending it staggering back. Naruto, clearly shaken up, decided to take advantage of the beast's obvious opening by quickly extending his hand toward the ground. What on earth? Instead of pushing himself so far behind the monkey tiger thingy, he only intended to propel himself with one hand so he could kick it in the face. That was just too powerful. He closed and opened the palm of his hand several times, his eyes widening as he gazed at the very hand he used to propel himself. Without a doubt, he thought he was stronger as he charged towards the beast. The boy bent his knees slightly and kicked off the ground, leaving a foot-sized crater on the ground and a sonic boom. He cocked his fist back 3 seconds away. The beast turned to face him 2 seconds away. His punch was thrown a second away. Effect: the beast flew nearly a kilometer back when his fist smashed into its face. Naruto's jaw dropped as far as it could as he gazed at his smoking fist. That blow was just as powerful as the ones Ba-chan delivered to the arrow Sennin. Damn it. After slapping the creature, the blonde swiftly pumped his fist. That was so freaking awesome. Ibeo. When in hell did I get to be as strong as Ba-chan? Was this a consequence of his transformation into the devil? Horrible strength comparable to that of a Sannin? Roar! He was drawn to the creature's scream. He could make out the beast's rough outline from a distance as it began to run in his direction, glaring at him with a rather hateful expression while steam and drool slowly seeped through its fanged mouth. He wasn't scared of his newfound strength. In fact, he was sure he could defeat this natural oddity. Go for it, Ibeo, he shouted while continuing to watch the beast, which abruptly halted its charge halfway to the shinobi. Fortunately, the creature had poor aim because the jet black beam of pure darkness that the beast shot from its open mouth missed the shinobi by a considerable amount. Boom! When Naruto turned around, he saw that the creature's beam had transformed a large section of the forest behind him into a vast, barren trench. Confidence was destroyed. Oh no, that was pretty awful, the beast's deep baritone voice said. I suppose that's what happens when I try to shoot off a menacing beam while I'm drunk. You can talk, Naruto said, turning his head in a robotic manner toward the creature. The animal rolled its eyes and said, "Obviously, are you assuming that a new like me couldn't interact with other people? You are so foolish. The bar for devils has truly dropped." His head got a tick mark. Hey, who are you calling stupid? The creature purred as its tail hissed menacingly. Why, of course you, or are you even stupid enough to figure that on your own? Now would you please stop making this harder for yourself and let me kill you? The creature asked. I'm truly hungry? You make it sound that you're planning on eating me, Teme. That's the plan. A tiny black sphere formed around the Nu's open mouth as it charged towards the shinobi. The Konoha shinobi ran to the beast's side, deliberately avoiding the beast's mouth to avoid being struck by the beam. Like hell I'm going to hit by that. Boom. Try to avoid that, you lowly devil. A concentrated beam erupted from the creature's mouth, but unlike the previous one, it followed the shinobi instead of instantly dissipating after firing. As he made a cross-shaped hand seal with both his middle and index fingers, Naruto whispered, "Let's try this. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." He cried out, "Shadow clone technique." as at least 15 exact replicas of the blonde shinobi materialized next to him in a cloud of smoke, even though he had only hoped for 2 of them to show up. "Gay, my control is even worse," he grumbled as 2 clones seized him by the arms and threw him to a nearby tree, far from the path of the other clones, however, were unfortunate as they were swiftly displaced by the attack, which filled the entire area with smoke. Naruto swiftly used Cage Bunshin once more to create 9 clones to his side as he landed on a tree branch. They all leapt from the tree and ran towards the beast inside the smokescreen without exchanging words. What deceit this is! When it saw multiple copies of the blonde running in its direction, the Great Nu roared. 2 clones attempted to punch the Nu, but it was kicked fairly hard as it swung its claw away. The beast, battered from 2 sides by 2 different blondes, whipped its tail and smashed it against the clone that kicked it. Roaring, it whirled around, slamming its whole body into the knees of the 2 blondes that poofed, exposing themselves as clones. One of the blondes kicked it in the belly, and the other leapt into the air, landing an axe kick directly on its head. The creature bit down on the knee, causing yet another clone to dispel. Enough of the games. The beast let out a cry before roaring, feeling impatient and unimpressed with the blonde's antics. The roar was so strong and powerful that it sent a shockwave that easily dispelled the 2 clones and revealed where the real Naruto Uzumaki was. "Come on over here," as its snake tail abruptly swung out into the smoke, biting the real Naruto, who was watching the action from the back by the shoulder. The Nu yelled. "AAAARRRGGGGHHHH." The Uzumaki screamed in agony while gripping a reptilian tail whose teeth were firmly embedded in his shoulder meat. "You can't get away," as the one and only Naruto Uzumaki once again lived up to his title as Konoha's #1 unpredictable shinobi. Whatever the Nu intended to say died on its lips. "Now perish so I may sat my hunger with your corp." He sank his teeth into the beast's tail. AAARRRGGGHHH. As it swiftly released its grip on the blonde's shoulder, the creature let out a painful cry. After leaping back and separating himself from the beast, Naruto let out a painful groan and put his hand over his shoulder, saying, "Ugh, you fucking bit my shoulder. You bit my tail. Fucking, you did indeed bite my shoulder. My tail was bit by you. All right, screw you. What on earth are you supposed to be? Nu. You dumb devil. You know I'm a Nu, indeed. I do not appear to be the progeny of an interspecies orgy, you teme. I'll kill you. I'd like to see you." A shiver of dizziness swept through the shinobi's body, making it harder and harder to stay upright as his vision became hazy and his body grew heavier. "Try. What the hell did you do?" he concluded, collapsing to one knee as his legs finally failed him. "That was faster than expected," the Nu grinned. When the blonde realized, his eyes widened. "Poison. Those of my kin are known to bring illness and bad luck in our wake, but it's not poison. That is just one of the numerous ailments, or curses as some prefer to call them, that I have. Even the strongest devils can suffer from this simple paralyzing illness." Naruto swore to himself as he did his best but was unable to get out of his position. With drool already streaming from its mouth, the creature stalked slowly in the direction of the blonde. It was fun while it lasted. Devil. The beast lifted one of its claws and brought it down, intending to kill the blonde. The shinobi was tackled away before the blow could reach its target. Just as he was about to die, she jumped down from the sky and tackled him away, and it happened so quickly that even Naruto had trouble understanding what had happened. His life was saved by her. "Are you all right?" He gazed at the red-haired beauty who lay on top of him, and if he hadn't noticed the agonized look she was making a concerted effort to conceal, he would have blushed at the unexpected intimacy. The shinobi managed to mumble, "I'm fine, good," was her feeble reply. "Hey, how are you?" His eyes widened in surprise as his nose detected a familiar scent as he asked. The iron odor. 3 bleeding gashes on her sides were the source of the same metallic odor. The blonde cautiously slipped out beneath her, being as gentle as possible, using all of his remaining strength, which the curse had suppressed. "Oh, are you all right?" With a tone of panic, he asked. As she continued to bleed out, she gave a feeble nod. The blonde, who knew very little about first aid, followed his instincts and ripped the sleeve of his shirt, putting it on the large gashes right away in an attempt to stop the bleeding. "Stupid girl. Why did you save me?" "Because that's the job of a king," the girl said, smiling as she kept doing her best to conceal the immense pain that suddenly hit her. "A king's responsibility is to safeguard her subjects. However, since I made a mistake, I suppose it was my fault for rashly bringing you back to life. I could see how depressed you were, how furious you were. I'm so sorry." "Hey, don't say sorry. I was to blame. I snapped at you, so just wait." "Damn it, we just met," he said, frantically searching his mind for any way he could help her while examining her wound. Why would you do that? Hell, I have no idea who you are or what your name is. With a feeble laugh, the girl said, He, I'm Rias Gremory. A pure-blooded devil from the Gremory family. My peers, and chess are all things I enjoy. I don't really dislike anything, she stammers, flinching a little as the agony finally becomes too much for her to handle and she passes out. Rias. No, Rias, wake up. This was the second time in his life that he had held someone in his arms, and the blonde shook his body gently as he did so. A similar memory of another girl with a large wound on her chest, lying in his arms as her life was coming to an end, flashed through his mind. This must be my lucky day, haha. From one of the 72 pillars, a demon with pure blood? It will be a memorable day. A feast beyond my wildest expectations. As it approached Rias slowly, the new that Naruto had all but forgotten let out a roar. Let me give you a deal, brat, since I'm feeling good. If you leave her body where you are, I'll let you go. Hell, I'll even take away the curse I put on you. The creature attempted to negotiate, but its words were ignored. Naruto did not respond in a way that honored the new. Instead, he defied the curse's effects and stood up by sheer willpower, placing himself between the creature and the girl's downed form as his spiky hair cast a shadow over his cerulean blue eyes. So you're going to obstruct me? Well done. In any case, I had no intention of letting you go. Bawahahaha, you humble devil, amuse me. The creature gloated, oblivious to the sudden surge of power surrounding the still silent blonde. Give me the thrill of hunting you down before I devour you for all you're worth. The whisker-like marks on his cheeks darkened, his canines grew longer, and his two jet-black wings shot out from his back, extending longer and more menacingly than before, giving the blonde appearance akin to that of a devil. Wisps of vile red rose from his body, enveloping him in a warm blood-red three-tailed fox-like cloak of pure malice and power. A real devil. When the creature felt the shinobi's immense power, it was its turn to have its confidence shattered into hundreds of pieces. The color rapidly faded from its face as it felt every fiber of its being screaming for it to flee and get as far away from its previous prey as possible. What are you? As it took a step, it mumbled in terror. The shinobi's demonic figure reached out and placed his left hand at his side, palm up. What are you? Unconsciously pulling away from the blonde, it asked again. In his hand a sphere of pure power formed, vermilion in color. Who are you? It let out a scream. Your death. The blonde slipped out of the news line of sight in a sudden rush of speed. Shui Rasengan. Vermilion Rasengan. The vermilion sphere was smashed against the beast's head, causing its monkey-like face to fall towards the ground before it had a chance to comprehend what was happening. Crash. Before long, the beast's whole body smashed violently against the ground, following its head. Grind. Its head was driven even deeper into the earth, and as the sphere of power ground into it, it caused so much damage that the ground beneath it had to yield to the force of the attack, creating a crater. Boom. The news head was completely obliterated, and blackish blood and gore flew all over the small crater as the sphere exploded upon it, filling the entire area with smoke. It was clear that the new was dead. The fox-like cloak that surrounded the blonde quickly disappeared after it died. His body was screaming for him to lie down and rest, but he knew there was no time for that. He was exhausted, his muscles hurt, his vision was still blurry, and all of his remaining energy had been sapped away during his attack. It took all his strength to walk, and he cringed as he left the crater where the new's headless body lay, pain and exhaustion tearing at him with every step, moving toward the only other creature in the forest besides himself. The girl with the crimson hair was lying on the ground in silence. This is going to hurt like hell. When he was close enough to the girl, he knelt down and, with his arms outstretched, he picked the unconscious girl up off the ground and held her in his arms. Erg, he yelled, pushing his knees up despite the searing pain. He set off on foot. He walked for an unknown amount of time. He had no idea where he was heading. The distance he traveled was unknown to him. He just knew that he continued to walk. There was only one reason he walked: to locate a rescuer for the girl he was holding. He continued walking until everything went dark. Line break. He became conscious. The blonde's eyes could see the now familiar scene of the bedroom where he had first woken up since coming into this world, despite his somewhat wheezy head. Ugh. Naruto put his right hand on his head and moaned. What took place? Holding the injured girl in his arms was the last thing he recalled. Hold on, girl, Rias. He made an effort to get out of that bed, but his entire left side resisted his straightforward orders, so he was forced to stay pinned to the bed. Sue, was the sound of a rather adorable and charming voice. He turned to see the lovely crimson-haired devil sleeping next to him, using him as a pillow. with his left arm between her B-cup bosom and his left hand between her thighs. Oh, and she was completely nude, allowing him to enjoy a lavish view of her gorgeous body and smooth skin, including her thighs, long, white legs, little hops, and even her well-proportioned butt. His nose was bleeding so much that he had to use all of his willpower to keep from fainting again. At that moment, he became aware that he was just as nude as the day he was born. The blood continued to flow. Sue, all right, what took place? Why was he and this girl in bed naked? Was he now a man, I wonder? Was this lovely devil his sexual partner? Think like Naruto. Even though his vision was fading and his body hurt, he continued to walk down the forest path until he came to the castle. Any memories that remained after that were very hazy. His face became even more red as she gave him a tighter hug. She said. Rias, is it already morning? Rias began using one hand to wipe her eyes in a very cute way. Did I wake you up, then? The girl muttered, then her eyes widened rapidly, turning her head to face him, and she let go of his body. You're awake? I believed you would never awaken. You make it sound like I've slept for days. You've been sleeping for 4 days. Is it really that long? Yes, you were the cause of everyone's concern? Everybody, me and Kaneko-chan, feeling bad about needlessly worrying someone, he said, sorry for worrying you. How did we survive? The devil blushed slightly and said, well, Grafia told me that you managed to carry me back to the estate where she healed both of us. Grafia? As the elder Gremory blew up a large portion of the crimson-colored forest while pledging to make a certain blonde shinobi's life a living hell, he said, she's Onisama's wife. Oh, and Onisama was slightly mad about what happened, so you better watch out if you meet him. Rias? Hey, I'm sorry, Moo, you don't have to say sorry, I've already admitted that I was at fault. No, you are not to blame, all you were doing was doing what I asked. He didn't feel the need to lie to her because, for someone he had just met, he felt very comfortable in her company. You see, you were half right when you thought I was a yokai, he said. Then, like Kaneko-chan, you're a true yokai? He raised his eyebrows. The thing when I was born, a 9-tailed demon fox, the Kyuubi no Yoko, attacked my village. I've heard of kitsunes from Onisama. I heard that they are really strong, some even on par with ultimate class devils. Yes, according to the stories, it was able to cause tsunamis and the collapse of mountains with just a single tail swing. As the beast continued to ravage the lands, hundreds of people perished attempting to combat it. Not until the village chief, the 4th Hokage, gave his life to vanquish the beast. Did he murder it? That the thing, he couldn't kill it? Your village was then destroyed? No, since he couldn't defeat it, he did the next best thing. He sealed it inside a newborn child, hoping to contain its power. You mean? He sealed it inside me? Naruto laughed and nodded, pointing to his stomach. I had this huge furry demon sealed right here in my belly ever since I was born. As the bright young woman that she was, Rias was able to make the connection. The people of your village found out about your situation. She gave him a sorrowful look and said, you were made into a scapegoat, a pariah. People blamed all the lost lives to you. You're right, the villagers detested me because I was constantly surrounded by people who harmed me as a child. They would kick, punch, stab, and burn me. Because they saw me as a monster, a devil, or a demon, they demanded my death. They viewed me as though I were the fox reincarnated, rather than as its prison or cage. Being transformed into a devil must have been a terrible upbringing. He turned his head away from her and said, I'm really sorry for snapping at you, it was my fault. Memories and I kind of overreacted. Then the blonde was suddenly surrounded by a sense of warmth. He turned to face the girl and was startled to see her arms wrapped tightly around his body. She gave him a hug. You don't need to worry about anything anymore. What? I don't give a damn if you have a big demon in your stomach. Actually, it's kind of cool. It's like owning your own sacred gear. You're not against me. You're not scared. What would make me fearful? To fear and despise you would be to fear and despise my family, myself, and the entire world in which I was raised. He gave her a bewildered look. How is it possible for a devil like me to despise the devil I reincarnated as? As I previously stated, you are no longer a human. All the difficulties and suffering you went through as a human are long gone. You are no longer bound by any chains. This is your new home, your new life, and the place where you belong. A fresh start? She saved a stranger's life, his life. She gave him a new lease on life twice. It was more than anyone had ever given him in his life. Such a generous and selfless deed from a person known as the devil. Aye, he muttered, unable to think of anything to say because he was so desperate to keep his eyes from watering. She gave him a kind smile and then embraced him. A small gesture that was brimming with emotion and love. A basic gesture that had been denied to him since birth. Indeed, it was the first embrace he had ever experienced in his life. It was an embrace that finally made the tears he had been holding back come out. Line break. The Konoha shinobi eventually withdrew from the embrace after several hours of sobbing, which was followed by complete silence. "Thank you, Rias-chan. I sincerely apologize, but I appreciate your offer. I must return to my world." "Why?" "Because I have a promise to keep with my friends." "Are you unable to keep this promise?" "It's a promise, a lifetime promise. I don't want to break it," he said, shaking his head. "I never retract what I've said. That's my way." He turned to face the always stunning Rias. A slight flush coming over his face as the moonlight, or sunlight, in the heavens glowed down on her, making her even more stunning in his opinion. "But, if I fulfill this promise, then I won't mind coming back here and becoming a devil." "Then how about this?" she said, grinning and slowly rising from the bed, oblivious to her nude appearance, and standing in front of the bed with her back to the window. "You want to finish your mission by returning to your world, but traveling through different dimensions is not an easy task. You're saying that I can't return to my former life? I never promised that if you accept my peerage, I would eventually assist you in finding a way to return to your own world, even though it wouldn't be simple under the alias Rias Gremory. I promised to assist you in finding a means to return to your world if you become one of my evil pieces as your new king. I swear to you that," she said with assurance, not a single lie or hesitancy. What a good-hearted and honorable girl. A lone lightbulb appeared on top of his head as he muttered, "I don't really get what this whole peerage and king thing means, but I guess it's fine." The moon, or was it the sun, was blessing them both, and he got out of bed and walked toward her, saying, "Then since you made a promise with me, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't do the same for you." He lost himself in the beauty of her eyes as he met them directly. Upon further reflection, she was unaware of his name. He chose to kneel in front of her on one leg, just like those knights did in front of their liege in a story he had read before, and he stopped a few steps in front of her, giving the girl one of his trademark happy smiles. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, proud shinobi of Konoha, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, and now devil," he said, not really knowing why, perhaps because he was overcome by the emotion. "I swear to you, Rias Gremory, my new king." End of flashback. A promise to my monarch. 4 years or so have passed since that fateful night, or day. 4 gruesome years of various misadventures, including research into trying to find a way home and trainings from hell given by Spartanist teachers. Thanks to a certain Mao, sharpened his body and mind to be prepared for any danger that lay ahead. Yes, he has undoubtedly had a difficult and lengthy 4 years. But it wasn't just him. As promised, Rias had spent the last 4 years doing everything in her power to help him return to his homeland, calling hundreds of favors, wasting a great deal of money, and even pushing herself to the brink of fainting multiple times in an attempt to find anything that would help him return to his world. The majority of the attempts, including the one that led to the two of them interacting with a rather tech-savvy Satan, were unfortunately unsuccessful. The man reasoned that there were simply too many dimensions and alternate universes in the world to precisely locate and pinpoint the shinobi's original world, and that it would take years of him searching through the gaps to find Naruto's world. Something the Mao did not want to do because his technological prowess was needed elsewhere at the time. All of that was going to change, though, because he had the opportunity to take a test today that could lead to his promotion to middle-class devil. He was finally given the chance to take this test after nearly a year of pestering both Rias and her older brother Sirzek. He had the chance to advance and become even more of a badass than he already was. And being a middle-class devil means he will have more privileges that could aid him in his desperate attempt to return home. Even so, he would lie if he claimed that he wasn't thrilled about the chance to compete against other devils in this test. In fact, it inspired him to spend the last month training exclusively, much to the chagrin of many who saw him frequently miss work, club activities, and school. Naruto is a fool for not remembering to send his clones to cover him. The teenager finally stopped running, trembling with excitement. Standing just outside his destination, he grinned. The entrance to the club room for occult research. His future lay behind this wooden door. The Konoha shinobi put his rough hands on the door and gave it a gentle push while grinning a little. Through a tiny opening in the curtained window, the sun's intense rays came into his field of vision. Before he finally noticed the lone person sitting quietly in the club room, he flinched at the novel stimuli and took a few moments to adjust. The person who has granted her a second chance at life, indeed. The person who put him on the path to his most recent adventure. A simple smile, accompanied by the slight waving of her crimson blood hair, caused a slight flush to appear on the blonde's face. She looked at him, her blue-green eyes meeting his cerulean blue once again, and she gave him a kind and sincere smile that was reserved only for those who were close to her. "Ohio Naruto-kun. Ohio Rias-chan." He smiled, flashing his canine teeth at the crimson-haired devil, then returned the gesture with a warm and kind smile of his own. "Mo, you know what you're supposed to call me bucko when we're in the clubroom. Don't want to? Will you please hurry up?" Sadly, after years of being around his longtime king's cuteness and sexiness, the blonde has already developed an immunity to her charms, with the exception of her nude attacks, which tend to work on any men who had a junk and considered themselves straight, asked the buxom beauty in a rather cute manner that would make most men fold. Nope. A rather perverted smirk on the blonde's face was entirely missed when she turned away from him after pouting. "All right. Oni-san has already gotten in touch with me in a few minutes. Grafia will use a teleportation spell to call you to your promotion test," he said after I finish up a few other projects I have planned. "I'll make sure to follow." "Nice. Be careful not to be late. I want you to be present when I kick a real devil ass. Obviously, if I am unable to attend the promotion exam for my favorite piece, what kind of king am I?" "Oh, that's why I love you, Rias-chan," he said, glomping her and encircling her whole body in his arms. For a moment, she smiled and didn't peek out, letting the always happy blonde do as he pleased while he continued to embrace her tightly. She didn't really dislike it, although she was concealed beneath his clothing. Her bluish-green eyes followed the teen's body as it was shaped and forged in the hellish fires, and she was aware of the numerous battle-related scars that adorned the blonde's body. As if sensing a change in her emotions, the fox-like teen conveniently broke their embrace there and then, frowning. Her once childish and upbeat demeanor had vanished, to be replaced by a more solemn one. "Naruto. What is Rias? Are you sure you're ready for this test?" she asked, staring him in the eyes with a mixture of confidence in his skills and a deep concern for his welfare. "There's nothing wrong with postponing this test for a few more years because you've only been a devil for a short time." The blonde devil responded with assurance, his ever-confident smile plastered on his face. Hee, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Both of us are aware of it. The only way I can lose this is if some incredibly powerful devil decides to challenge me to a fight, but how likely is that to happen?" "That's good to hear, Naruto-kun," Rias sighed, holding back from shaking her head due to the sheer optimism of her piece. "I am well aware that you have the capacity to be a middle-class devil, but please don't overdo it. You are already a great devil in the eyes of many, including Oni-san and myself. I'm here for you. I'll be a middle-ranking devil after today, so I can assist you and myself, Datbeo." As a huge magical circle materialized beneath the blonde's feet, she whispered, "Do your best. You can trust that I will." As the circle started to expel a lot of bright light, indicating the start of the transportation spell, the blonde yelled. As his figure gradually vanished in the light of the great spell, she whispered, "I hope you return safely, my shinobi." However, before he could completely vanish, the blonde managed to mutter something that made Rias smile kindly and sincerely. "I'll be back soon, my king." We find our favorite blonde shinobi in the same clubroom the day after he boldly declared that he would pass his exam and become a proud, badass, and awesome middle-class devil. He was in a fetal position on one of the club's couches, and a tiny black rain cloud was hanging over his head. He was making short, incomprehensible grunts. The cat-like Kaneko Tujo was sitting next to the shinobi in the same couch. In an effort to lift the shinobi's spirits, the small girl was busy patting the shinobi's back. If it weren't for the small girl eating manju and patting his back with a rather deadpanned expression marred on her face, it would have been a sweet and gentle moment watching her attempt to lift his spirits. The other members of the Occult Research Club, which included the blonde Casanova Yuto Kiba and the two great ladies of Kuo Academy, Akeno Himejima and Rias Gremory, were standing close to the couch in complete silence. All of them were merely gazing at the small girl and Naruto, who was acting very strangely. "Yua," complained the shinobi. Kiba made the decision to speak up and share what he probably believed had happened to his friend. "So, I'm guessing Naruto-san failed the promotion test?" he inquired. With a sigh, the red-haired Rias began massaging her temples. "Yes and no." Akeno, who was also interested in the shinobi's fate, inquired, "What do you mean, bucko?" He actually did well enough to pass all the tests but ended up failing an unexpected challenge. The wielder of the demonic sword inquired, "What was the challenge?" Rias said, "My cousin Cyroorg Bael challenged Naruto-kun in a fight." She saw a shocked expression swiftly appear on the faces of her knight and queen. Kiba's eyes widened like plates of food. "The strongest youth?" Rias replied, "The battle itself was one to be remembered for ages, and Naruto-kun actually held his ground, but eventually Cyroorg-san managed to defeat him in battle, although from what I could tell both of them were holding back. If you guys want to watch it, I'll be sure to buy the recording of the match when it comes out." While Akeno was looking rather surprised at the idea of the blonde shinobi facing off against a monster like Cyroorg, Kaneko said, "I want to watch. Era really bucko? That's quite a feat. I didn't expect Ero Kitsune to be that strong. Fufufu. It seems he's hiding so much from us nowadays." Kiba, who had tried one of his fellow blonde's absurd training regimens firsthand, exclaimed, "He did train for 1 whole month, and I'm sure everyone here knows how insane he trains if he wants to. It's safe to say he wasn't around for long." Kaneko patted the shinobi's back and nodded. "I trained with him. He was holding back so much. Shinobi always hides stuff. Sneaky nin. But I don't see that as a problem. I've seen him lose dozens of times in the past. I mean, he always loses every time he fights against Beowulf of Mao Sama's peerage. How is this one defeat affecting him like this?" Kiba responded. Rias winced, then sighed again. She sighed again as she glanced at the still sulking blonde. "Well, technically he already passed and was about to be awarded his new ranking as a devil, but Cyroorg-san's challenge wasn't exactly part of the test. My cousin just wanted to fight Naruto-kun since Cyroorg-san found him to be an interesting opponent. But that still wouldn't explain why he is all mopey bucko." The stunning bluish-green eyes of Rias closed as she said, "Let me finish. Kiba-kun, before the challenge Cyroorg-san jokingly said that if Naruto-kun can beat him then Naruto would be really worthy of his promotion." "I see, so basically Ero Kitsune got his ass kicked, and despite them still giving him the title of a middle-class devil, he refused it because he was too stubborn. He probably said something like..." She paused for a moment, trying to mimic the depressed blonde's voice, then tilted her head to the side in a rather cute way, putting one finger under her lips. Her voice was normal as she asked, "Am I right, bucko?" Even the sullen blonde in the room was sweating at her. Rias exhaled. Yes, sadly it wasn't after he already said that and left did he only realize that he passed on an opportunity that was being handed to him on a silver platter. "Baka," was the deadpan cry that reverberated throughout the quiet room from Kaneko. Ma, no need to put salt to his wounds," according to Kaneko, but Kiba-senpai, it's what everyone was thinking. Akeno turned to the still sulky Naruto and said, Fu, she got you there, Kiba-kun. To pass the opportunity of gaining the title of knight and increasing in rank, Ero Kitsune really was being a baka. Must you tease him even further, Akeno?" the vice president of the Occult Research Club asked. "Oh? Is Bucko getting overprotective of her beloved shinobi?" As the rain clouds on his head grew larger than before, the dejected blonde gave another incomprehensible grunt before Rias could respond to her queen. Even the rain and thunder began to fall on him. "Bucko, what are we going to do about him? We can't leave him here. It's rather sad to see him like that." "That is true, Kiba-kun." She assumed a contemplative pose, placing her index finger beneath her chin. "But is there anything we could do to cheer him up? Any suggestions?" Maybe I should give him one of my special services to relieve him of stress?" suggested Akeno. The rest of the club members instantly and unanimously responded, "No." Era, why the quick rejection? "Because I don't think he's in the mood for some S&M plays while he's like this. Actually, I don't think he's into S&M plays period," replied Rias. "Ah, such a shame," Akeno muttered. "Kiba-kun, you're a guy. Do you know what can cheer a guy up when he's down like this?" Rias asked her knight. Maybe a hug or kiss would cheer him up." "Are you suggesting that you want to kiss and hug Naruto-kun?" "No. Bucko, what gave you that idea?" Kiba blushed. Fu. It's because of all those rumors between you and the Ero Kitsune." The Casavona turned to the red-haired princess in an attempt to shift the conversation. "Anyo, why don't you give him a kiss, the bucko?" The idea of kissing her shinobi made Rias flush. "Oh, is Bucko-san really considering kissing her beloved shinobi?" Akeno, Fu. If you don't want, I could always take your place and give Ero Kitsune a kiss he'll never forget." She licked her lips suggestively after running a finger along them. Rias gave her queen a fierce look. "No kissing Naruto. No kissing Ero Kitsune, or no one but me is allowed to kiss Ero Kitsune?" Since her bucko was so adorable when she was teased, Akeno simply laughed while Rias' glare grew even more intense. The group was aware that during the 4 years that they knew one another, Rias fell in love with the shinobi. It is not that Akeno couldn't see her friend's attraction. The blonde was undoubtedly a fine specimen among men and devils, with his well-built physique, cheerful demeanor, and adorable whisker marks. She was aware that, in addition to Rias, there were other people who had a thing for the blonde. In fact, she and a certain girl who looked like a cat were also guilty of this. It's a shame that the shinobi seemed to be totally unaware of their feelings. Blonde idiot Kaneko moved from Naruto's back to his hair and gently rubbed the blonde's locks, causing him to groan again. "Treat him to ramen," she suggested. Rias, Kiba, and Akeno blinked. Yes, that would most likely cheer him up. The Arrow Kitsune does love his ramen. Of course we can treat Naruto-san to ramen. The ever-silent Kaneko asked, "Who's paying?" which caused the other three to freeze when they realized that the blonde's meal needed to be paid for after repeatedly claiming to cover the cost of his meal. Even the wealthy princess of the Gremory clan once found herself short 3 months' worth of allowance. Since then, she had learned from her error and frequently avoided using ramen on the blonde. The others recognized the seriousness of the current situation. After going through a similar experience, the person who had to buy ramen to lift the shinobi's spirits would probably be out of money for a month or two, with the exception of Kaneko, who stayed calm while continuing to pet her senpai. It seemed for a brief moment that time had stopped as everyone in the peerage glared at one another. Not one of them was prepared to pay, and sparks flew from Kiba's eyes, Akino's, and Rias's. Since being late was a sign of being broke, they all had a split second to take action. Time passed slowly again, and all four mouths opened in slow motion. Not it, not it, not it, no darn it. The plan was a huge success. One very contented shinobi was equivalent to 99 bowls of ramen. Naruto Uzumaki was sitting in the stall of the Seishin Ramen, Spirit Ramen, the only ramen restaurant in the entire city. He was busy eating his 100th bowl of ramen, much to Kiba's annoyance, who was sobbing in the restaurant's corner as Kaneko patted the knight's back. "God, that is some good ramen," Naruto, who was now refreshed and always happy, exclaimed, ignoring the sharp pain he felt from muttering the name of God. He patted the great ramen void that was his stomach. Kiba, who was gradually losing his grip on his own depression, exclaimed, "I think he faked it. He definitely faked it. He faked being depressed so we would treat him to ramen. I know he did it. I can see it in his eyes. How could Mao possibly afford to pay his rent, for heaven's sake?" Akeno, seated to Naruto's left, ate her own order of shrimp ramen with grace and said, Era, I don't think Arrow Kitsune has it in him to be so devious." Rias, who was seated to the blonde's left and eating her own order of miso ramen, added, "I agree with Akeno. I find it hard that Naruto-kun would try and pull something like that since it's just not like him." "Yeah, Naruto-senpai isn't like that," Kaneko, who was currently eating her 5th bowl of Kitsune ramen, muttered. "I guess it's true," Kiba admitted, rather dejectedly, that he thought he saw a sly gleam in the shinobi's eyes for a brief moment. It must have been a visual trick. The blonde leaned slightly in the direction of the kitchen as he slammed his 100th bowl onto the stall's table when he called out, "Oi Yusuke Ji. Can you get me another bowl of miso ramen?" He was met with a ladle that smashed into his face and knocked him off his seat. Ouch. What the hell? Peeking out of the ramen joint's kitchen was a slightly tanned man with a lean but muscular frame, dressed like Tucci-san in a white apron and chef's hat. He had brown eyes and black hair that was slicked back, and he appeared to be in his late 20s. "Oi, you disrespectful brat. How many times have I told you never to call me Ji? I'm still young. Why the hell are you hitting your customers?" Naruto glared at the man as he leapt to his feet. "You're not a customer. You work here. Hell, you rent the apartment right above this store. It's my day off, so give me some slack. I'm a paying customer today." The blonde received a glare from the older man. "It's not your day off. You've skipped out of work for the last month, brat." Just a few steps away from the first ramen chef and stall owner, a woman peered out of the kitchen and said, Now Yusuke-kun, don't be mean to Naruto-san." She wore the same clothes as her husband and was a lovely brunette, soft-spoken, and kind. She was one of the sweetest people the blonde had ever met in his life, and her name was Keiko. However, beneath that serene and kind exterior was a vicious slap that both Yusuke and Naruto had to endure when they behaved foolishly. Despite her slaps, Naruto was still in disbelief that a nice girl would marry a hot-headed, stupid criminal. The older man slapped Naruto in the head and said, "Oi, stop gawking at my wife," as his wife filled a new bowl of ramen and went back into the kitchen. The Team Casanova lost confidence when the man yelled, "And you're not paying. Your friend Kiba's the one paying." His fellow blonde quickly recovered from the attack and began attacking his 101st bowl of ramen. Rias's simple and kind greeting was, "Hello Yusuke-san." The owner of the ramen restaurant said, "Oh, good to see you three beautiful ladies." He was observing Kaneko, Rias, and Akeno, the first of whom was still occupied with trying to cheer up Kiba while simultaneously eating ramen. Foo. Yusuke-san, are you trying to hit on high school students when you're already happily married?" laughed Akeno. Ha, just complimenting. Still, I don't see what you guys find in this brat." The restaurant's owner and head chef put his delinquent employee on a necklock. The blonde, like the rest of the world, continued to ignore this hold while focusing solely on his ramen. "Arrow Kitsune's pretty fun and lively. He doesn't give up. He's kind, helpful, courageous, and would do anything for his friends." Oh, that's a pretty in-depth answer, Rias-san. Yasuke's eyes flashed mischievously. Is someone perhaps crushing on this worker of mine? Rias's face turned a shade of pink in an attempt to shift the subject. She said, so how is your business, Yusuke-san? Really, why was she the target of everyone's jokes about Naruto-kun? It's great as always. Thought it would be better if the fangirl bait, he points to Naruto, was here working to increase sales. Him aside from that, I also need some extra help around here since a certain someone has skipped out on work for the past month. The blonde told him, hey, I told you I was training, as he set down his now empty bowl. Oi Yusuke jii another one. The chef of the ramen rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know, training for some underworld tournament of some sort, been there done that. So did you win? Kaneko yelled. He lost, and placed an additional ramen order. Really? For someone who lost, you don't look really down. Naruto grinned and exclaimed, like heck, I'm going to be depressed. As long as I have ramen by my side, I can even kill gods. Sweat dropped at the occult research club, barring one. Yusuke laughed. Did you at least kick ass? Kicked enough ass that I actually won? I thought you lost. Extra round got my ass kicked pretty bad. So what are you going to do about? Going to train some more so I can kick his ass one day. Yusuke patted the blonde on his back and smiled. Good, get stronger, brat, and who knows, one day you might become strong enough to put up a good fight against me. And I'd definitely kick your ass. I'd like to see you try. Any more teasing between the two was cut off by a shout from the kitchen. Yusuke-kun, more orders, a few asking for deliveries. Yusuke shouted back, hi. I'll be there in a bit. He then gave the blonde shinobi one last glance before heading out. Well, I'll see you later, brat. Take the rest of the week off, but starting next week it's back to the daily 8-hour shifts, okay? The shinobi quickly replied, yeah, thanks boss. Rias gave the blonde in his sides a gentle elbow. You do know who your boss is, right? Yep. He's just another name in my long list of asses to kick on my road to becoming a badass higher-ranking devil. The casual attitude of her shinobi made Rias shake her head. Ero Kitsune really is lucky to have met and befriended such a strong person. As Naruto was served another bowl of ramen, which once more consumed nearly all of his attention, he responded, Mehi sells good ramen, almost on par on the ramen I eat back home. Akeno grinned and looked at her king, saying, he really does love ramen. She moved a little out of her chair and leaned over the shinobi to her king. The crimson-haired princess narrowed her eyes at her longtime friend as the sadistic queen joked. Foo, there's your number one rival for his love, bucko. Really, her shinobi wouldn't pick ramen over a woman declaring her love, would they? Correct. Kiba, who had already gone home and was complaining about having just lost 2 months' worth of rent, left the ramen restaurant after a few more bowls of ramen and more tears from Kiba, the occult research club. By that time, the moon was shining brilliantly in the clear night sky, and a cool breeze was blowing through the atmosphere, making people outside feel a little chilly. Naruto bowed to the other club members while grinning and putting a hand in his slightly enlarged stomach. Thanks guys. Kaneko deadpanned, you need to thank Kiba-senpai. I was planning to, but he already left. Foo, you made him cry, Ero Kitsune. Huh, why did he cry? It was just a few bowls of ramen, right? As Rias and Akeno thought, how is 150 bowls of ramen few? They both started to perspire. The white-haired Yukai replied, Kiba-senpai is broke. Why? You ate too much ramen that he paid for. Then to pay him back, I'll treat him to ramen next time, Datbeo. As she folded her arms beneath her chest, pushing them up and making them stand out even more, the crimson-haired princess remarked, I think Kiba-san wouldn't want to be near ramen anytime soon, Naruto-kun. Naruto, next time be sure to think before you act. I don't want something like this happening anytime soon. I know you're strong, but fighting someone as strong as my cousin was reckless, bordering insane. Naruto glanced up at the sky and saw that it was getting late, and he nodded absently. I'll try my best not to get my ass kicked. Do you girls want me to walk the three of you home? He inquired. The sadist covered her mouth with her left hand. Foo, planning on taking advantage of us while walking us home, you Ero Kitsune? No, actually walking you home is not a way to protect you, but rather a way I can save the lives of the people who are stupid enough to try and have their way with you free. The shinobi laughed. In fact, Rias laughed at Naruto's comment, protecting them and not us. Has my shinobi abandoned his king to the hands of the deviants that lurk the night? I know full well that you two are strong enough to fend anything barring a high-ranking devil or a flock of fallen angel, plus I trust your abilities just as much as I trust my king. The queen hurried behind the blonde and embraced him tightly, saying, maybe I should show you just how able I am, Kitsune-kun. she added in a suggestive manner, pressing her assets against his back and running a finger along the shinobi's chest. Oh my. Such complete and honest trust in our skills, foo, you're making me blush, Ero Kitsune. In addition, she didn't have on a bra. How was he aware? Let's just assume that he was being prodded from the back by two hard objects from those mounds. The sudden contact caused him to blush almost instantly. Oi, what are you doing? As she pressed her chest against the blonde's back, she laughed softly and said, Ero Kitsune is really cute when he blushes. She enjoyed making fun of the shinobi and, to a certain extent, her king, who was glaring daggers at her and pouting cutely. Akeno turned to Rias and asked, Era is Bucko getting jealous? While maintaining a rather sly smile. Kaneko remained largely unflappable, but if one looked closely, the normally stoic girl's eyebrows were twitching as Rias' glare grew more intense. The devil said in a rather sultry tone, you could always join us if you wanted. Rias put her hand on the sadist's shoulder as a tiny tick mark formed on her forehead, having had enough of her queen's taunting. You've had enough fun today, right, Akeno-chan? She let go of the still red blonde and tried to sound quite innocent as she said, Era, I don't know what you mean. With a rather sweet tone that hardly concealed her disapproval of her friend's behavior, Rias said, it's getting late, I think it's time we go, right, Akeno-chan? Kaneko-chan, do you wish to teleport home? I live nearby, I'll just walk. Hearing what the little girl had to say, Naruto jolted out of his opai-induced reverie. Don't worry about Kaneko-chan, I'll walk her home. Then good night, Kitsune-kun, Kaneko-chan, Akeno said with a slight bow. The crimson-haired princess of Ruin said, good night as well, Naruto-san, Kaneko-chan. Just before a red circle composed of different symbols that held the Gremory clan's insignia materialized beneath her and Akeno's feet, a flash of dazzling red light encircled the two in an instant, and as the light faded, they had already disappeared into thin air. The blonde said, that was interesting. She was referring to Akeno's experience of being needy again. She has been making fun of him like that a lot lately. She was teasing him, isn't that correct? She didn't really mean all of her suggestive behavior, did she? Kaneko simply shook her head and began to move away from the shinobi in the direction of her house. Under her breath, she said, Ero senpai. Evidently sensing the insult, the shinobi promptly expressed regret. Sorry about that, Neko-chan. Senpai is being more Ero these days. Do you hate me for being Ero? No, she said slowly, lifting her head in his direction, but I hate it when senpai acts like a baka. Sorry for being baka, Neko-chan. The blonde shinobi raised his hand to the white-haired girl's head in apology. He put his hand on top of her head and slowly moved his fingers to the spot he knew was where her ears were kept hidden. The blonde rubbed the area with long, gentle steps in a manner that was almost practiced. The little girl went putty in his hands right away. He had been rubbing the girl's head for the past 4 years as a simple way to express regret to the young cat Yukai for every foolish thing he had done. It was safe to assume that he nearly petted the girl in this way every day given who he was and how immature he was at the time. At intervals between her gentle purrs, she inquired, why did you have to fight him? Because he challenged me to a fight. Why? She inquired again, seeking a more profound explanation for his behavior. Do you really want to know? She gave a nod. To the girl's annoyance, he sighed and then withdrew his hands from her head. It was because he reminded me of 2 people in my life. One was an old friend of mine who I actually admire and wanted to fight before I got stuck in this world. And the other, she asked, nodding, he reminded me of myself. How? She inquired inquisitively. Secret, was his playful response. The girl who looked like a cat puffed her cheeks. I'll tell you another time, Kaneko-chan. She pouted a little, but since he didn't seem to want to respond to the question, she let him change the topic. Then are you okay now? Yeah, that meal managed to get me out of my funk. Was it really that bad? I gave it as much as I could without relying on its power and I still got my ass kicked. Really strong? Inquired Kaneko, the slightly smiling shinobi, who was already contemplating his epic rematch against the heir to the Biel family, admitted, stronger than all of us combined at the moment. What will you do now? I guess I'll train even more until one day I can beat him. Why? His smile said. You know why? He laughed and scratched the back of his head. I never give up. I never go back on my promises. I promised to kick his ass one day, and I will do just that. That was her favorite aspect of her. Senpai is strong, unyielding, will that never gives up. Can I still help train you? Recalling that she had been his primary training partner for the previous month, Naruto nodded. That would be nice. Kaneko abruptly asked, then can I stay with you tonight? Which nearly caused the blonde shinobi to trip and fall to the ground, face down. Really? Why did he have so many female friends? With a tone of surprise in his voice, he asked, why would you want to do that, Neko-chan? Help you train more tonight. Ah he, I thought you meant something else. Aro-senpai. His face was smirked with mischievous intent. Hey, don't blame me. You were the one who suggested to stay in my place. Or did you really do want to do it? Is Neko-chan in heat? As the Yukai heard her senpai's twisted question, the pink tint in her face brightened the small girl. Unsure of how to respond, did the only thing she could think of. She punched him in the shoulder, causing him to skid back a few feet. That punch would normally have broken someone's arm, but her senpai was anything but typical. Sorry Neko-chan, I just couldn't resist. Baka-senpai, she said, puffing her cheeks rather angrily, why can't I stay? Naruto replied, I'm going to be a bit busy tonight. Training? Yep, I'm just training and doing some homework since I've missed out on a lot during the last month. Then why can't I train with you, not physical, more on spiritual, like meditating? Using chakra, you know it, you use chakra weirdly. Naruto laughed, it's not my fault that no one here thought of using chakra to fire out super awesome wind and lightning jutsus. Still weird, was Kaniko's typical deadpan response. Well, sorry for being weird then. Suddenly, the girl asked, are you training in senjutsu? Naruto shook his head in. No, I know you taught me the concept of senjutsu, but I'd rather not try to use it now, not when the very person who was trying to teach it to me has trouble using it. Promise? She asked, her hazel eyes staring at her senpai as the moon shone down on his magnificent figure. His azure eyes were gleaming in the night, highlighting those stunning and seductive blue eyes. For some reason, her senpai felt more stunning than usual, and the Nekomata made her heart ache a little. The blonde shinobi, who never fails to smile, replied, yes, you can count on me. The small Nekomata purred again as his hands reached for her head and he gently ruffled her hair, saying, I promise you that I won't attempt to use senjutsu until you're comfortable with it, okay? Her hazel eyes stared at her senpai, his figure glowing in the moonlight. His azure eyes were gleaming in the night, highlighting those stunning and seductive blue eyes. For some reason, her senpai felt more stunning than usual, and the Nekomata made her heart ache a little. Thank you, she muttered as she released his grasp and accelerated her pace in an attempt to outpace the blonde and hide her blushing face from him. Naruto put his hands in his pants pockets and walked slowly a few paces behind the speeding Neko, saying, no problem, anything for you, Neko-chan. Just a few minutes away from the small Yukai's apartment, the two were already on top of an overpass before they even realized it. The young Nekomata stopped walking after reaching the halfway point of the overpass and turned to face her senpai, who was still following her. I can walk from here. Are you sure? We're only a few minutes away from your house and I don't mind walking you full way? I mind. I don't want to get in the way of your training, senpai. She shook her head. The small girl walked a few paces in his direction and put her arms out to give him a quick hug. He graciously returned the hug. She let go of the blonde and said in a whisper, good night, Naruto-senpai. Then she turned around and started walking back home. Good night to you, Toshiro-chan. Naruto replied, a tiny smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he saw her retreating figure vanish into the night's darkness on the other side of the overpass. Still wearing the little smile, the blonde turned around and headed back to his house. When the teenager opened his room door, he was greeted by the well-known view of the space he has enjoyed renting out for the previous few years. It was a plain room of a respectable size, with numerous magical symbols scrawled all over the wall. The room included a bathroom that served as a laundry room, a small kitchen, and a closet that held all of his clothes. In the far corner of the room was a study desk, and next to it was a bookcase containing a variety of books, manga, and the blonde's secret stash, which was carefully concealed inside the books. He brought a gaming console from the underworld, which was essentially the twisted offspring of the three main gaming systems in the human world, and it was situated to the far left of a large flat-screen television. Directly opposite the desk was a cozy bed that was next to a window. Yes, a very basic room. Closing the door behind him, the blonde hurried to his living room and pseudo-bedroom, where he sat down with his legs crossed on the floor. Before making a single clone, he muttered, okay, time to train again. Yo, what is it, boss? I'm going to my Mindscape for a while. So what do you want me to do? He gave the order, do my homework. The clone grumbled, the fuck? Do it yourself. The adolescent ignored his clone and took a series of shallower breaths until he was only breathing enough to sustain himself in order to enter the most profound parts of his mind. The teenager closed his cerulean blue eyes and welcomed the great darkness's ever-familiar embrace. Line break. Crimson red is a stunning and empowering color. When his eyes gradually opened and showed him the image of his mind in the form of the ever-vibrant crimson underworld forest, that was the first color he saw. He didn't know how his mindscape transformed from an old sewer to such a beautiful forest, but he wasn't one to gripe. This, in his opinion, was unquestionably better than the previous appearance, unquestionably better than his previous mindscape, which resembled a sewer. The forest itself bore a striking resemblance to the one he had first seen in his early underworld days. Crimson-leafed trees stretched as far as the eye could see, giving the impression of a sea of thrilling red. There was one minor difference, though, and his mindscape was not an exact duplicate of that forest. From a distance, the blonde, who resembled a little clearing, grinned adoringly. A patch of red trees encircled the plain plot of land, and 3 stumps stood in the center of the clearing, forming what appeared to be an exact duplicate of his former training grounds. He briefly saw a younger version of himself tied in one of those stumps, receiving food from Sakura and Sasuke. As memories of his previous life flashed through his mind, unfortunately, Sasuke had to ruin everything by betraying Konoha during those times. Naruto shook his head quickly, saying that now was not the time to consider them. He gave the training ground a final look before turning to leave, telling himself, no time to dwell in the past. He needed to find a certain furball of a tenant. The vast expanse of the eternal Crimson Forest was traversed in silence by the shinobi. From a distance there was only the sound of his soft footfall against the hardened earth. He had no idea how long it had taken, but the devil had eventually made it to a clearing that looked uncannily like the one where his king had previously attempted to persuade him to go back with her. Heck, he could even break through the trees and cracks he created while on his angry rampage. It wasn't his proudest moment in life. His blue eyes stared at the ruined clearing until he caught sight of the demonic fox's frame as Naruto approached the great Kyuubi no Yoko, who was still recognizable by its distinctive orange fur and 9 tails swishing about, as well as its red eyes. He exclaimed, "Wow, you look like crap." Yes, nothing has changed apart from the fact that the once great Kyuubi had shrunk to the size of a small house dog. Everything was the same. The tiny house dog continued to glare at him with its bloodshot eyes, and at that moment, it appeared irritable. "Screw you, brat. Sorry I don't swing that would ever weigh a chakra beast, demon, devil, fox like you swings. Grr, just tell me why you're here, then get out. I need some sleep." "Huh, that's strange. Don't you always sleep in here? It's been real noisy recently. Now Gaki, tell me why you're here before I destroy you with my power. You know you were much more threatening when you were huge." The fox frowned, then snarled, "Don't waste any more of my sleeping time." Okay, fine. You think you could lend me some of your power without me going insane? Fuck off, monkey. I already willingly give you a small piece of my almighty greatness, yet you still continue to wish for more. Greedy monkey, learn your place. So is that a maybe? It's a no. But why? Come on, be a Paul fuzzy butt. Grr. Why? Because ever since you turned into a devil or whatever the hell you are right now, my powers became fucked up beyond recognition. Grr. Piss me off any further and I'll really screw with the PHERMONES you release. I'll make it so you actually release double the amount your body is producing. Naruto, who was somewhat taken aback by this new knowledge, asked, "You can actually do that?" The repercussions would be disastrous if his tenant followed through on the threat. The girls who are chasing him may force him to live a life far from civilization in order to prevent being beaten and killed. "I don't know, but I'm about to try," exclaimed the still grumpy Kyubis. With an uncommon look of fear on his face, Naruto stepped back from the creature. "You wouldn't?" Naruto glared at the tiny puppy-sized Kyubi, shocked. "If you keep pissing me off any further, then I..." From the forest across from Naruto and the Kyubi, a fresh voice interrupted, "Wouldn't mess with Naruto's body, isn't that right, Kyubi-san?" "You two again," the Kyubi complained, scowling at the 2 new arrivals. The first boy, who appeared to be a few years younger than the other blonde, was dressed in a white jacket and matching trousers. His blue eyes and blonde, spiky hair gave him a striking resemblance to the prison. The second newcomer was a girl with violet eyes and red hair that reached her knees. She was dressed in a blouse that resembled a short-sleeved tan kimono. The Kyubi wanted nothing more than to kill the 2 right there, at their sight. "Oh, don't you like us, Kyubi-chan?" the brightly red-haired girl inquired. The tiny Kyubi roared, "Chan? Grr, you dare call me Chan? If I were back to my full size and power, I would have killed all of you without hesitation." It actually looked cute rather than menacing. "Why all the hate?" the younger, blonde-looking person asked. "I swear to Rikudo. Why? Hey, what the hell are you doing?" As its tenant seized it by its tiny arm and raised it into the air, the tiny Biju yelled. The blonde shinobi said, "Well, since you don't really want to help me and you're kinda cranky, then you can stay here and sleep while I talk with my friends over there." As the 9-tailed kitsune's mouth erupted in a hail of profanity and death threats that would have made sailors blush, he produced a small leash out of a sturdy rope. No one knew where it came from, tied it around the Biju's neck, and then tied the creature up on a nearby tree. "You are a huge assistant. Dare you? You have the right to bind me like this? You have to pay for it. I'll murder you. I promise Rakuto that when I regain my full strength, I will murder you. Yeah, kill you, murder you, burn your village to the ground. You can threaten me all you want, but you can't hurt me when you're tied up like that, Dabbeo." The blonde turned to face the other two presences in his mindscape, ignoring the growls and other hateful cries from his tenant. "Evening, Minato-san and Kushina-chan. How are you two? Have you all regained your memories at last, or are you still confused?" With a silly smile, he inquired. Minato scratched the back of his head and said, "Ha ha ha, it's getting there. I remember a few more jutsus, but aside from that my memories are still fuzzy." "Yes, exactly the same for me. However, I did recall a really fierce Raiden jutsu databane," Kushina shouted with joy. "Oh, really? Am I able to see? I had no idea why they were trapped inside him in the first place, but I wasn't one to complain because the two of them were pretty cool and pleasant to hang out with." Naruto asked almost completely, not knowing who the other two were, and they didn't really know who they were either, as they apparently had some sort of amnesia. However, the two were supposedly souls that were sealed inside him along with the Kyuubi so far, and the only thing he got from them was their names, Kushina and Minato. Heck, they even taught him some jutsus that he still remembered. Kushina's kick-ass Raiden jutsu and Minato's freaking lethal Fuden jutsu have greatly improved his life as a devil and shinobi. Just observe, not even a second later, the redhead extended her hands towards a nearby tree while still holding the ram seal, which created the form of a large roaring fox of pure lightning that soared through the air and crashed against the forestry, destroying and burning several trees before eventually fading out of existence. The redhead boldly declared as she began going through several hand seals, finishing with a ram seal, which caused sparks of bluish-white lightning to surround the girl in the form of a dazzling sparking cloak with 9 shocking tails. Minato whistled in admiration as Naruto's mouth fell almost instantly. "Wow, that's amazing, isn't it?" The redhead put her hands on her waist and laughed triumphantly. "Whoa, that was fierce. What is its name?" It was a move that he definitely wanted to learn, inquired Naruto, who was amazed by the jutsu's destructive power. With a proud smile, she raised one of her fists in the air and said, "I'm not sure." Both men planted their faces. "I just remember how to do it, but I don't know what it's called." "Can you teach it to me?" Naruto asked. Looking up at the beaming Kushina from the ground, he inquired. "Obviously not," the red-headed girl exclaimed, puffing out her chest. "I don't know how it works, so I can't teach it to you. Just now, my body recalled how to do it. Heck, I simply performed the technique without realizing it, and I can't even recall its basic idea." The two still face-planting blondes pondered, "So why are you acting so proudly?" "It's really too bad that the most you two can teach me here are the hand seals and the basic concept behind these techniques if you could remember them, but then again you two have given me great ideas," said Naruto with a still face. Minato muttered, "No problem, I'm glad that we could help. It's the least we could do so we don't have to pay rent," Kushina said, wrapping her arms around her still developing bosom. "Did you forget that we don't even pay rent, Kushi?" That was in Naruto-san's head. Oh yeah, forgot about that tee," she said, sticking her tongue out in a cute way, then cocked her head to the side and gave herself a lightning bonk. Kawaii, was the thought that hit both blondes at once. Both, it should be noted, had a rather strange weakness for redheads. "Also, is there any way to make that Hiraishin thingy you've been talking about and trying to teach me the last few months any simpler?" Naruto asked, eventually recovering from the redhead's adorable proximity before turning to his fellow blonde. "Even though I experimented with it a little, it was a real pain in the ass." Sorry about that, Naruto, but if I had my full notes I'd show them to you since I know they could help you out even more," apologized to the other blonde. The two blondes turned to watch Kushina snicker, and he said, "It's because Mina-kun is a nerd and us normal folk can't understand his gibberish." His fellow blonde's head got a tick mark. "Hey, I'm not a nerd." He got up from the ground and protested quickly. Pointing a finger to the boy's face, the red-haired girl smiled and said, "Yes, you are, you girly boy." "No, tomboy, I'm not you," the rather irritated-looking blonde, girly, roared. Next up was Kushina, who got a tick mark on her head. "Slim," she yelled. "Tomato." With sparks of electricity forming between their heated gazes, Minato glared at the girl with the red hair and shouted back. Naruto, who had already gotten up and moved away from the two arguing teenagers, muttered, "Well, thanks for the show, but I think it's time for me to go. I'll see you two and the fox next time." He didn't really know why, but he never really wanted to see his two tenants argue. For some reason, it made him feel very uneasy to watch them fight, and he didn't want to watch the blonde get his ass handed to him by the red-haired girl, as he had witnessed so in the past. He still shudders at how tragically it mirrored his previous relationship with Sakura. The two teenagers were still glaring at each other when the shinobi left his mindscape, shaking his head at their ongoing arguments after taking one last look at his other tenants. After glaring at the red-haired beauty for several minutes, Minato finally stopped. "So Kushi-chan want to make out?" he asked abruptly. With a slight flush on her face, the red-haired girl's eyes widened for a second before she burst out laughing. "I thought you'd never ask Mina-kun," she said, creeping closer to the blonde with the spiky hair. It muttered under its breath, "I fucking hate you monkeys." The great Kyuubi no Yoko, now reduced to the size of a mere house dog, covered its ears with its paws to block out the sounds coming from the two hormonal teenage versions of the people responsible for most of its misfortune, including its recent lack of sleep due to all the noises the two were constantly making. Line break. When Naruto returned to the real world following his rather ineffective session of conversing with the inhabitants of his mind, a tick mark instantly appeared on his head. "The fuck are you doing?" he blurted out as he observed his clone lying down on his bed, picking its nose rather languidly. The clone pointed to the magazine that was spread out on the bed and said, "Reading." "What are you reading, by the way?" The clone raised the magazine and showed Naruto the cover, which featured a sexy redhead wearing revealing underwear. "Porn." Rubbing his temples, Naruto said, "Did you at least finish my homework?" he inquired. His clone quickly turned a page from his magazine and said, "Nope." "Why?" "Because fuck you." The clone glared at its creator. "Why in the world should I bother doing it for you, Datbeo, when you don't even want to do it for yourself?" These were the clone's well-known final words, which Naruto quickly refuted. As he reached for his school supplies, the blonde whispered, "Stupid clone." He had a lot of catching up to do because he had missed so much in the previous month. He opened a textbook called Japanese Mythology and started reading about the gods and goddesses of Japan, especially a section about the god of the sea and storms. "Interesting sword," he muttered as he continued reading the stories of the god's journey for homework. "Ugh, I'd rather fight a group of fallen angels than do this." For one Naruto Uzumaki, the following week or two was, to use a single word, ordinary. The majority of his time was spent on rather menial tasks like training his body and mind, doing schoolwork, running from various mobs, screaming at one of them to have a spear pierce his stomach after they said that the blonde should have a hand pierced through his chest, beating the living daylights out of all the haters who wanted to beat him, distributing his devil contracts on the streets using his clones, working in a ramen restaurant and eating the restaurant's ramen in secret, being pursued by the restaurant's irate owner after he was found guilty of consuming the store's ramen, and being blown away by their demonic ray gun. Compared to the other exciting things Naruto Uzumaki has done in his life, this week may seem crazy to some, but to him, it was quite normal. As evidenced by the moments the blonde shinobi spent with the other occult research club members, the week was not wholly dull, but it did have some highlights. The blonde shinobi was able to spend more time with the other members because he was not required to train non-stop for his middle promotion exam. He and Rias split their time between discussing a variety of subjects, including the current events in the various realms, the newest anime series that were popular in both the human and devil worlds, and playing chess, a game that Naruto detested because he found it to be incredibly dull, but he put up with it because his king always liked to play a game or 2 or 20 against him. But aside from that, the two of them spent some time training in magic, or as Naruto vehemently called it, jutsus, because the two of them had a similarity in elements as they both could use and control lightning. He still had the marks from some of her accidental lightning bolts that sometimes hit too close for comfort. The teen spent most of his time with Akano, blushing furiously as she frequently teased him with her body, much to his king's disapproval. He tried to ask Kiba what his fellow blonde needed the money for, and Kiba replied in a dejected and almost hopeless tone that it was for the rent. When he asked why he needed it for the rent, he could have sworn that the normally gentle, kind, and cheerful swordsman wanted to strangle him to death for a brief moment. In Kiba's case, the shinobi spent his time working with his fellow blonde in his workplace. The swordsman was employed as a temporary part-time employee for the restaurant until more help could be hired. As agreed upon, he and Kaneko spent many hours training and refining their bodies through rather crazy methods to intensify his training. Naruto tried tenfold increasing the weights strapped around his body, which was undoubtedly not his best idea because the small cat-like girl laughed when she saw him sprawled on the ground like a bug. At least she was cute when she laughed, so that made the experience much more enjoyable for him than it should have been. In retrospect, Naruto ought to have been happier and more grateful these days. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing that these days were passing swiftly. He will plead with the gods for days like these in the future. Normal days will soon be rarely seen. This was the first night of the end. As the Earth's inhabitants relished the warmth provided by the comfort and security of their homes, it was already the middle of the night and the streets were largely deserted. Following an otherwise uneventful day of relaxing in the occult research club room, Naruto Uzumaki was spotted joyfully strolling down the deserted streets holding a small plastic bag. Judging from the blonde's broad smile, it was likely that the contents of the bag were valuable because occasionally the blonde would peek inside and giggle softly. If the majority of people saw this, they would probably think that the contents of the bag were perverse, something that a certain brown-haired boy or a certain perverted sage from another would undoubtedly find enjoyable. However, this is not at all the case. He joyfully whispered, "I've finally gotten it. It took me a while because of all the stuff that happened really, but I finally got it," he said, peeking inside the bag with one hand inside the bag. The teenager swiftly removed its contents. A Blu-ray box set that displayed an image of a mechanical robot in crimson red with what appeared to be a pair of glasses strapped to its chest. His king, who denied being an otaku, was the one who introduced him to this foreign form of media. At first, he didn't particularly enjoy the idea of just sitting around and watching fictional characters fight and discuss random topics because he preferred to work out and train his body. However, it turned into a sort of hobby for him to watch and collect CDs of this stuff called anime. It was a limited edition Blu-ray box set of the one anime show that everyone in his school was talking about. However, he became an anime fan after watching a few series that featured these enormous creatures known as mechas, robots, nightmares, Gundams, and Evangelions. The mere idea of those creatures being larger and more powerful than any summon he could imagine made him think about saving money for the day when he could build his own robot. But Rias quickly shot that idea down, telling him it was a waste of money. He attempted to argue with her, but she quickly dismissed the idea when she compared the amount of money he would need to build a robot to the number of ramen he could eat with that amount of money. Looking at his collectible box set, Naruto smiled broadly and said, "I'm going to enjoy watching this." He laughed as a cool evening breeze blew over him. What did those otaku keep signing? Before a tiny light bulb appeared on top of his head, he cupped his chin in a rather perplexed manner. "Row fight the pow." He abruptly interrupted his sentence, his eyes narrowing, and the teenager tensed, his body preparing to respond to the unsettling atmosphere. Indeed, there was an odd sensation in the air, a blend of impurity and purity. Actually, the blonde felt this same aura on two people he had the pleasure of meeting. Akeno, the queen of his king, who gave off the same feeling, albeit to a lesser degree, and a perverted customer who frequently ordered ramen at his workplace, who practically radiated this feeling in waves that made him feel as though he would have drowned in its presence. His suspicions about the hostile presence in the area were confirmed by the slight increase in killing intent. The teenager calmly put his collectible box set in the plastic bag before putting it inside his school blazer for protection. Whoosh! The shinobi's attention was drawn to the sound of something moving through the air. It came toward him at lightning speed, a spear of yellow light sailing through the air. "Fallen angel," the teenager muttered as he rapidly swung back to avoid being impaled by a holy spear of pure light that had just collided with the spot where he had been standing. A single kunai swiftly fell from the shinobi's blazer's right sleeve as he flipped backwards. The teenager stopped his somersaults, grabbed the blade, and held it defensively in front of his body while glaring at his assailant. A plump woman with long, navy blue hair, whose crow-like wings were flying in the air, was wearing what appeared to be a violet skirt and a trenchcoat-style top with a wide collar that exposed her cleavage and rather voluptuous breasts. "Hell, why are you here? A fallen angel like you?" Naruto only requested that his answer manifest as a yellow light spear growing in the fallen angel's hands. The spear was then hurled at him by her. The fallen angel smirked as she watched her spear strike its target, piercing the blonde devil straight through his chest. "Devil hunting," she said in a rather haughty tone. Smash! Only to discover that the devil has been replaced by an impaled log. "What?" she mumbled in surprise as she examined it carefully and verified that she had actually attacked a log rather than the shinobi. "Hey!" The devil she was attempting to kill was standing a short distance from the now broken log when the fallen angel's head snapped in the direction of the voice. "I just asked what a fallen angel like you is." Naruto was interrupted by the fallen angel sending another spear of light at him. The buxom fallen angel was shocked to discover that she had struck a log rather than her target once more. As he emerged from the darkness and started to approach the still flying fallen angel, Naruto said, "You know, I think we may have gone off in the wrong foot. So, mind telling me your name and why you're attacking me?" The shinobi asked, being careful not to drop his guard. As she continued to fly around the blonde, the fallen angel introduced herself, saying, "My name is Kalava Inner and I was just taking a stroll because I was bored." A yellow spear of holiness materialized in her right hand, and she said, "Now stop moving so I can impale you with my lance. You devil were just unlucky to meet my path tonight." When she threw the spear again, the blonde shinobi easily moved his body out of the way of the spear, so he didn't even bother to replace himself with a log. But that will hurt. "Stray devil, that's the plan." The woman yelled as she made another spear and tried to dive bomb the blonde, but she failed to hit her target because the blonde skillfully deflected her first thrusts with his kunai and evaded her subsequent spear throw, which again tried to impale the shinobi. "Oh, please stop that, I'm going to beat the living daylights out of you if you don't." "A stray devil of low class? Don't fool yourself. What did you call me?" Naruto asked, clenching his teeth and furrowing his brows. Looking down on the devil from high above, she grinned and said, "Low-class stray devil." Calling him a low-class devil really irritated him. Even though he may have cheered up, he was still a little hurt about losing to Cyroorg. With a rather loud laugh, Calawarner said, "Did I irritate low class?" She continued to look down on Naruto as she asked. "That's it. Tonight, you chose to mess with the wrong devil." Naruto began channeling chakra around his body, his power levels gradually increasing, and he yelled, "I'm going to kick your ass first and ask questions later, Datbeo." Screw trying to play around and gather information, this woman was going down. She managed to mutter, "Try," before a fist struck her left cheek. "Hey, I'd like to see you." The blonde devil vanished from her view in a flash of speed, leaving behind 2-foot-shaped cracks where he had been standing moments before. With a loud crash, the pavement cracked under the force of the blow, which most likely killed or incapacitated its target. It was a punch, a simple punch, that sent her plummeting from the high heavens and flying toward the hard concrete ground. However, the pavement was unlucky as it cracked even more under the force of the blow, sending large debris flying around the area. Despite the pain, the fallen angel yelled and did her best to withstand the blow. Calawarner used all of her strength to roll out of the broken pavement just in time to avoid an axe kick from the devil. In order to protect herself from the numerous large pieces of earth that pelted her voluptuous body, the fallen angel swiftly raised her hands over her face and chest. However, Calawarner was already sent skidding away before the hail of deadly rocks could even stop her, as the shinobi gave her guard a fierce kick. Gritting her teeth, she knew that at least her arms were still functional despite their excruciating pain. The fallen angel swung her left hand to the side, summoning another spear of holy light, and then, with her wings flapping ferociously, she launched herself from the ground and once again soared above the shinobi. The fallen angel in the air is the focus of blue eyes. "There," the teenager muttered as he threw 2 kunais at the fallen angel. Calawarner saw the 2 projectiles approaching from a great distance and was able to dodge the first blade by shifting her body and parrying the second with a sway of her spear. The fallen angel looked at her target and then threw the spear she was holding in the direction of the shinobi, but as she expected, her lance was once again easily sidestepped by what she believed to be a low-class stray devil. She swallowed any sense of pride, superiority, or confidence that Calawarner may have had before this battle washed away as one idea emerged in the back of her mind, and a feeling of dread swiftly swept through her. Perhaps she took on more than she could handle. Though she was still unaccustomed to handling his speed, the fallen angel managed to raise her defenses and stop the blonde's intense blitz, but this time his fist missed its target in her chest and instead landed on her right shoulder. The blonde disappeared from her view with a burst of speed that she could hardly understand. Before being blown back a few meters by the force of the blow, she heard the teenager whisper, "Boom!" A loud crack reverberated throughout the area, reassuring the 2 fighters that the blonde's punch had broken something. She had to use all of her strength to keep from screaming in agony. Her right arm hung uselessly by her side, further impeding her ability to fight, and she could feel that several of the bones in her shoulder were already broken from the impact alone. Who was going to win was obvious. The fallen angel clicked her tongue and swiftly made another spear with her better hand, reasoning that it would be better if she died fighting. She took aim and threw her spear again, but to her surprise, the teenager did not flee this time but instead parried it away with a kunai. Even a basic knife made of metal could not be destroyed by her magical spear, which represented her divine abilities. Whoosh! The tiny metal blade flew through the air, planting itself far behind her and missing the fallen angel by a wide margin. Calawarner couldn't resist muttering, "Your aim sucks." Naruto responded rather casually, "Says the angel who can't hit a little lowly devil like myself with one of your oversized shiny holy dildos." When he said something rather crude, the fallen angel had the grace to blush. You dare to mock me, you devil?" In her working hand, another spear formed. As he was replaced by a log that took the place of the death blow, the blonde exclaimed, "Good comeback, really original. What on earth is the source of all these logs?" The fallen angel, who was at her mercy, screamed. Let it be known that the Uzumaki made learning the Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique, his top priority after his near-fatal encounter with the deadly Nu. There are logs everywhere, you just need to look for them. As his hands blurred through multiple hand seals, he smirked and said, "Oh, and by the way, it wasn't as though he hadn't learned any other jutsu over the previous 4 years. On the contrary, he had learned a number of them and created some of his own with the assistance of the people who lived in his mindscape. That is, when they weren't engaged in combat." Another kunai fell from the blonde's sleeve, this one he threw on the ground a few feet in front of him. Over the years, those two, whoever they were, have been incredibly helpful. That's it. What was that word? Checkmate, he smiled. What? Naruto exclaimed. Raiden. Mitsumata Denko, lightning release. Three-pronged lightning. As two additional kunais embedded in the ground behind the fallen angel and bluish sparks of lightning appeared on the kunais stabbed on the ground in front of the blonde. Before Calawarner could even understand what the blonde was planning, the fallen angel was already yelling in agony as lightning from the steel blades, which functioned as a lightning rod, attacked her from 3 different directions. Calawarner was unaware that she was trapped in the center of a triangle formed by the 3 steel blades. Before the lightning from the kunais stopped, she was startled for a good 10 seconds. Almost immediately following the attack, Calawarner went down on one knee. She could feel every nerve in her body screaming in excruciating pain. Her clothes were ripped, her skin was slightly burned and singed, and the attack had severely burned the very wings she was so proud of. Ugh, the fallen angel, who was still conscious despite bearing the brunt of the blonde shinobi's attack, panted heavily while glaring at a beaming Naruto. You appear more fragile than you actually are. With another burst of speed, the blonde shinobi appeared in front of the Calawarner, slamming his right knee up towards her in the gut, causing her entire upper body to jerk upward. I have to give you credit for that. Before the fallen angel could react, the teen's left hand swung out and grabbed her by the head, saying, "Now then, I need you to come with me for some questioning, but since I know you're going to struggle until the end, then I'm going to have to knock you out." Around his left hand, wisps of blue, chirping lightning began to appear. This might hurt a bit, not that he was going to use it to its fullest extent because he needed her alive after all, but this was one of the few techniques he had developed on his own over the past few years. His own version of the jutsu pierced him through the heart, but instead of doing so, it was focused on simply grabbing the enemy and electrocuting them to death. The blonde whispered, "Raiden. Rakurai, lightning strike," as the bluish sparks around his hands grew even more concentrated, and the sounds of 100 birds chirping could be heard in the distance as the fallen angel's system was channeled through Calawarner's pain. Her eyes rolled slowly to the back of her head, and drool fell from the side of her mouth, before a general feeling of numbness kicked in as her body gradually turned black. The devil then regarded the woman's fallen form and said, "But I think I might have gone a little overboard." The Konoha shinobi then burst out laughing, saying, "Well, it's nothing Rias-chan or Sato-chan can fix." Naruto finally let go of the woman's body, allowing her to fall to the ground unconscious. After approaching the body of the fallen angel, he bent over and reached out to seize his potential prisoner, saying, "Now to get some answers as to why you're hanging out in our turf." "Oh, for God's sake," the blonde sighed, ignoring the pain in his body as he swiftly grabbed the woman's fainted form before using Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution technique. After spotting another spike of killing intent in the area, this one more heinous than the one belonging to his already deceased enemy. Smash! Another log was pierced by a spear of blue light this time. As he held the unconscious Calawarner in his hands, the blonde flipped through the air and landed atop a nearby lamppost. Another dildo, this time blue, his eyes narrowed at the point where the spear struck. It was thrown at an angle that, if it had struck, would have killed him and the fallen angel in his hands. As the blonde shinobi turned to face the direction from which the spear had been thrown, he noticed another fallen angel soaring through the air. This one appeared to be a middle-aged man with short black hair, dressed in a violet trench coat over a white shirt and a black fedora. How lucky I am. In fact, it's too bad to run into someone powerful here. Who knew I'd discover a gem fit for combat here? I was just here to see what the bitch was up to. With an almost insane look on his face, the fallen angel gazed at the devil and said, "My name is Donaseek, fight me." With a barely perceptible thud, Naruto leapt from the lamppost and landed on the ground, knelt down, and placed the unconscious Calawarner against the post before turning around and kicking another light spear that threatened to kill him and Calawarner. "Oh, what the hell was that for? You had the option to strike her." She was weak and insignificant, her death would have not meant anything. What was that? Naruto glared at Donasek and asked. She was weak, I said. Even if she dies, I don't mind. The man made another spear and threw it at the unconscious Calawarner to further highlight his point. The blonde shinobi reacted swiftly and was able to seize the spear, but he winced almost instantly as the spear struck the holy object and burned his palms, ignoring the pain. The teenager threw the spear away, causing it to scatter into the air. A fallen angel being watched over by the devil? I never would have imagined that I would live to see this day. A roar of laughter erupted from the sharply dressed gentleman. The fallen angel's actions infuriated Naruto, who firmly believed in the words of his old sensei Kakashi. Those who abandon their friends and comrades are lower than scum. Naruto muttered as one thought occurred to him. This man was undoubtedly going down. Companions? Those don't concern me. She lacked strength, you appear strong now, in contrast to her, so take me seriously, you stray. Before diving from the sky and charging at the shinobi, the male fallen angel let out a wild laugh while a single blue spear formed in his hands. He would get one if he wanted to fight, it was simply not the one he had anticipated. Naruto grinned to himself, it's time to engage in some jackass play. Why in the world do you fallen angels believe that I am a stray devil? Another kunai fell from Naruto's right sleeve into the solid grasp of his right hand as he hurried towards the fallen angel, asking in a rather derisive manner. A brief struggle for supremacy ensued as the two fighters pressed their strengths into their respective blows in an attempt to make the other give up. Sparks flew into the air as the shinobi's simple knife clashed with the holy spear. Donasek was the first to give in. The man in the fedora swiftly drew his spear back before hurling it at the shinobi with fresh vigor, strength, and speed. Even though Donasek, the fallen angel, was faster than a normal human or a shinobi, it seemed to him and his eyes, who had faced opponents who were faster and stronger, that the fallen angel moved in slow motion. The blonde sidestepped the initial thrust by taking a step to his right. He was able to avoid the second blow by moving his body even farther away. He was able to avoid the third blow to his head by cocking his head to the left. He ducked by bending his knees to prevent being mowed down by the spear's shaft. With his kunai securely grasped in his hand, the shinobi leapt upward from his lowered position. He brought his kunai down on the fallen angel's face with a single, quick motion, slicing the man vertically from cheek to eye, but the black-winged fallen angel leapt back and shot into the air before the kunai could penetrate and harm his eyes. The angel's face was covered in a single line of blood. People usually get angry or scared when they see someone easily hurting their face, but Donasek was smiling brightly instead of looking scared or angry. It was a cruel, sadistic, or rather masochistic smile that was almost perverse and orgasmic, and it was undoubtedly an expression that befitted a battle maniac like him. One small drop of blood dropped from the fallen angel's cheek as he roared with laughter, looking down at the shinobi. The fallen angel descended from the heavens with wings flapping wildly, and Donasek's blue spear shone an even holier shade of blue, indicating an increase in its power. Before he thrusted his spear quickly towards the shinobi, the barely audible echo of the small droplet hitting the ground signaled the two to resume their battle. The words, "Shing," and "Shing." In order to avoid being overwhelmed, the blonde shinobi channeled chakra to the soles of his feet before leaping back, away from the rain of inevitable holy death. The blonde shinobi's hands nearly blurred in speed as he parried the increasingly overwhelming attack, which appeared to be a rain of holy blue water pouring down upon him from below. The blonde shinobi's free hand reached into his pants pockets as he leapt away, retrieved 4 shurikens he had carefully concealed in his uniform. Stupid human world anti-weaponry laws. The shinobi lashed his arm and hurled all 4 projectiles precisely at Donasek. Whoosh! You think using only 4 of those is enough to defeat me? The 4 shurikens said, slicing through the air as they got closer to Fallen Angel. As he braced himself to block the assault, the dapper-looking man asked. Then give this a try. Bunshin no Jutsu Shuriken Cage, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto yelled. A few seconds after he said those words, what had been 4 small shurikens abruptly transformed into at least 40 deadly spinning metallic stars. Instead of being shocked by his unexpected predicament, the fallen angel smiled as he whirled his holy spear in front of them and fiercely waved his wish wings to blow away or block the deadly spinning stars. I'm referring to that, stray. The final shuriken was blocked by the fallen angel before he charged in again and attempted to impale Naruto with a thrust of his holy spear. Smash! The holy spear impaled and destroyed another log covered. What the hell is up with all these logs interrupting my battle? Donasek asked, his eyebrows furrowed in exasperation. Donasi twisted his body to the side and threw the shinobi up in the air after Naruto appeared behind the fallen angel with his fist pulled back. "Don't diss the log," muttered the blonde as he delivered a single punch aimed at the face, but the fallen angel was able to grab him by the sleeve of his offending limb instead. "I triumph." In an effort to gore the airborne blonde and put an end to the fight, the man yelled as he hurled his spear in his direction. The devil's straightforward but sardonic response was, "No you don't." A single clone appeared by Naruto's side before the spear could even reach him, grabbing the original and throwing him away from the spear's path so that the clone could deliver the fatal blow in his place. Naruto twisted the one kunai he still had in his hand, took aim, and threw it toward the chest of the disarmed fallen angel. Another spear of light materialized in Donazik's hand, and he grinned. Clang! In addition to blocking the projectile with a forceful swing, he completely destroyed and smashed it to pieces. "Ha ha 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 ha, finally got rid of that thing. It's time to kill you," the sharply dressed fallen angel said. Laughing uncontrollably, the fallen angel soared through the air, its wings flapping ferociously, and then charged at the shinobi like a crazed bull. Naruto, who was not one to talk because, up until a few years ago, he was essentially the same in that he only relied on his clones and Rasengan, shook his head inwardly at his opponent's unfocused and easily predictable attacks. The blonde shinobi moved to the side to avoid Donasik with ease, much like a proficient and seasoned matador. "So, why are you people always calling me a stray?" As though they weren't engaged in a death-defying battle, Naruto questioned. "I mean, is it because I dress this way?" He gestured to his clothing. Dodge! Another kunai made of hell slipped from the shinobi's right sleeve and asked, "Is it because I'm wearing orange?" The shinobi held the kunai in a backhand grip and clashed it against the spear again, sending more sparks flying. Clang! With careful observation of the fallen angel, the blonde shinobi precisely timed one of Donazik's charges. "You know, I've been a devil for about 4 years and all the stray devils I've seen were boob-flashing monsters." The devil was able to smash his elbow into the fallen angel's face by slightly extending it to the side, which caused the man to halt his attack and retreat a few steps while clutching his bloody nose. Naruto gave an exaggerated shoulder shrug and shook his head. "Hell, I've never even seen or heard about a male stray devil before." "Take this seriously," Donasik yelled, glaring at the shinobi, before hurling his spear once more. Whoa, this was becoming really monotonous. Smash. The blonde was saved from certain death when his spear pierced another log as he emerged a few paces to the left of the splintered pieces of his wooden savior. Naruto questioned, "So why the hell did you people think I'm a stray?" The fallen angel Donasik gritted his teeth in exasperation and let out a loud battle cry that reverberated throughout the night. The angel pointed the tip of the blue holy spear, which was glowing almost menacingly, at the blonde before quickly putting its faith in it. Blue streams came into the shinobi's field of vision. It was unquestionably faster than before, but it was still too slow. Beowulf, Cyroorg, and even Kiba were all far faster than this. According to the shinobi, the fallen angel's attack was simply too slow, was Naruto's silent mutter as he carefully avoided every blow. "Come on man, tell me why you guys keep saying I'm a stray devil? If you tell me, then I won't kill you, but rather I'll just beat you to an inch of your life for trying to kill your comrade in front of me, deal?" Speaking of Donazik's allies, Naruto caught a glimpse of another fallen angel, a blonde girl dressed in gothic Lolita garb, from the corner of his eye. He initially thought she would enter the battle and assist the older-looking fallen angel, but to his surprise, the blonde fallen angel seized the fallen Calawarner and fled the scene. He gave a tongue click. He cursed again, ignoring the severe pain he had endured for uttering the name of God and avoiding the fallen angel's wrathful attack. God damn it, she got away. His hostage was just taken by the damned girl. Hold on. The word, hostage, was inappropriate because it implied that he was the villain. However, he was a devil, so to avoid a thrust that was intended for his heart, Naruto automatically swayed his body to the left. Yes, there is no time to think about that. Let's get back to the current issue. Let's get back to mocking the battle maniac. Wow, are all you fallen angels so rude? I've asked like 10 questions and I still got no answers. I mean, can't any of you answer a question without flinging a spear or attacking someone? As a trickle of blood screamed from his nose and the cut close to his eye, Donasik snarled, "Grr," and attacked the blonde once more. He roared, "Hiya!" as he attempted to use his entire spear length to mow down the blonde. Like that? See, it's really rude. I mean, are all of you like these to devils? Or is it just me? The blue-eyed shinobi said, ducking down to avoid the full force of the attack. The teenager had already rolled to the side, so Donasik missed completely and struck the pavement when he raised the spear and smashed it down towards the blonde. Naruto stood up and scratched the back of his head, saying, "So I guess it's me. If so, then damn that sucks since female fallen angels are smoking hot." Donasek continued his attack, doing his best not to become irritated by the shinobi's remarks, and exclaimed, "That much I can agree with you since those whores' bodies were made to tempt men. Foolish, obnoxious blonde devil." The fallen angel swung his spear fiercely once more. The shinobi put his hand on the ground and tried to sweep, but the fallen angel swiftly flew above him as he ducked to avoid an overhead swipe of the spear. Donasek pointed his spear down to the ground again and delivered another barrage of blows that resembled a rain of blue death. The words, "Shing shing shing shing." The blonde parried and redirected every thrust while keeping his kunai firmly in a reverse grip no matter what kind of metal they used to make his kunais. They're incredibly durable, the shinobi thought. Note to self, order more of kunais. As he continued to block the man's blows, the blonde said, "So mind telling me the answer, chop chop oh, and while you're at it can you tell me what the fuck you're doing here?" The fallen angel roared, his attacks growing more intense. "I don't see your master around. I don't feel your master around. That's why I think you're stray. As to why I'm here, it's none of your business, stray. Now are you satisfied? Now fight me seriously?" Naruto's blue eyes stared at the fallen angel's body. By this point, he had become accustomed to the timing, force, and speed of each of the man's blows. "You think I'm a stray devil because I'm not near my master? Wow, then by that logic every devil who are not in the presence of their masters are strays. This had to end quickly." Naruto chuckled. The blonde devil took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and leaned toward the slightly enraged and panting Donasek. "Is that it, man? I mean, come on, are you fallen angels one-trick ponies who rely on your oversized didlos for attack? Hell, I'm confident that if I weren't a devil I would have still been strong enough to beat you. Actually, I'll just stop talking and let my attacks do the talking for me." He could reach the man. The shinobi grinned and said, "Akuzo, let's go," before abruptly kicking off the ground and leaping high into the air, surprising the fallen angel, who had not even considered the possibility that the shinobi would leap so far. When the soles of Naruto's feet collided with the fallen angel's liver, Donasek paid a heavy price for his error. The battle maniac let out a loud cry of agony before being flung to the ground. It didn't end there, though, because the fallen angel's body bounced off the ground high enough when it made contact with the ground for Naruto, who landed behind the fallen angel, to firmly plant himself on the pavement. This allowed the blonde shinobi to attack the Donasek's chest with a particularly devastating shoulder check. Crash! The fallen angel's body slumped forward as his back collided with a concrete wall nearby. The blonde shinobi did not back down from his attack. He swiftly caught Donasek by the top of his head and slammed in toward the pavement, leaving a tiny crater beneath the man's head. Naruto's hand remained on the older man's head as he whispered, "Oh, and before I forget." In the palms of his hands, bluish-white sparks of electricity began to form. "I'm not a stray devil. I'm a shinobi serving under the Gremory family." More electricity started to accumulate in the blonde's hand. The man began to laugh just as he was about to send several thousand bolts of electricity through the dapper man's head. As his tainted holy powers began to spike even higher, the man roared, "Gremory? If that's so, then there's no need to hold back." Naruto's eyes widened almost instantly as he realized something was wrong. The shinobi immediately let go of the stray devil and leapt back, separating himself from the still laughing Donasek, abandoning his planned attack. As his power increased even more, the man exclaimed, "This is the power granted to me by my lord." When the blonde realized what was causing the fallen angel's newfound strength, he noticed that the man's back had 4 black wings instead of just 2. Then came the fallen angel. Whoosh! A flurry of feathers from his 4 wings flew in the direction of the shinobi in a matter of seconds. Soaring and cutting through the air was a storm of black feathers that resembled sharp black daggers. "Okay, this is new," the blonde shinobi muttered as he leapt back, defending most of his vital areas by curling his knees towards his stomach and crossing his arms over his head and chest. Shing! 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 There was a loud clanking sound that reverberated throughout the air as several of the deadly, piercing blades struck his body. The ground surrounding the blonde was completely destroyed, and the wave of black feathers left a path of devastation in its wake. Much like a passing storm, a number of lampposts were destroyed, the nearby walls were cracked, and the earth and concrete was scarred with large gashes that tore it apart like paper. The sounds of the battle would undoubtedly cause chaos throughout the entire neighborhood if it weren't for the fallen angel's barrier that was erected on the battlefield. When the feather storm finally subsided, the world saw the blonde shinobi. His clothing was ripped rather severely, but there were no obvious wounds on his body at that point. There were hardly any sleeves on his blazer or pants. He would have looked like a pincushion if he weren't so resilient, so the shinobi had to thank God. Insert powerful heavenly induced shock. Bawahahaha. What a catch here. I thought you were just some insignificant stray devil, an easy prey, but now I find out that you're a servant belonging to one of the 72 pillars. From the Gremory family no less. The man roared out, his voice in disturbing ecstasy. I don't care anymore. If my actions start a war, then so be it. I know many of my kind would be happy to resume conflict. Donasek said, raising his hand as two large spears of blue light formed behind him. Then the two big spears dropped from the sky with wide eyes. The shinobi swiftly directed his chakra toward his feet. Soul the blonde kicked off the ground and ran away from the two spears, only to discover that they were thrown for distraction. He was then struck by multiple dark feather blades once more. In order to protect himself from the pain of being struck by 100 jagged feathers, the shinobi held his ground and folded his arms across his chest. They weren't powerful enough to get past his barriers. Although the fallen angel's power increased significantly, it was still far from catching up to the blonde and many others' current level of power. Donasek just stood about the same level as the blonde's friends at the moment, so he shouldn't get arrogant by suddenly striking the shinobi. The shinobi froze when he realized that one sharp feather had gotten past his guard, and the fallen angel continued to laugh menacingly, asking, Bawahaha, where is your log now? There was a single feather that pierced his chest. One feather got stuck on the treasure he was concealing under his jacket. Crack. Naruto's pupils dilated, his eyes widened, and his jaw fell. The shinobi felt fear and dread well up in the pit of his stomach as he gazed down at the lone feather. After removing the feather, the shinobi discovered that his CD was completely broken, which confirmed his suspicions. The collectible, limited edition CD was destroyed. The official end of playtime had arrived. It's time to draw first blood in this upcoming war, declared Donasek, who was utterly unaware of the blonde's difficulties. The older man screamed, You will be but the first of many to fall, as he held up a single, large spear. His hair cast an ominous shadow over his normally blue eyes, and the shinobi continued to stare at the small gash in his chest. The fallen angel boldly declared, With my new power there is no way you can defeat me, die servant of Gremory. As he charged towards the still silent blonde, ignoring its four flapping wings and releasing more feathers. You, the teenager muttered, ignoring the fallen angel's ramblings and dodging the man's spear thrust. The teenager then stomped so hard on the ground that it sent a tiny shockwave through the air, blowing away Donasek's attempt to stab the blonde as well as the offending feathers. You. A tiny bit of the blonde's crimson malice filled Yuki as his killing intent increased along with his chakra. He screamed, You broke my CD, and pointed accusingly at the blood-lusted fallen angel that was still in the air. So, the fallen angel pointed the tip of his spear at the shinobi's stomach as he dive-bombed at him. Naruto shouted, You are dead, Dadbeo. As he swayed his upper body out of the way of the attack, Donasek flinched for a moment as he kicked one of the fallen angel's wings and slashed his legs. The shinobi took advantage of this and swiftly closed the gap, punching the man in the stomach with his sharply tailored outfit. The man moaned in agony, Ugh, before being struck in the face by another fist, which caused him to crash through a nearby lamppost. Naruto kicked off the ground and charged towards the wreckage, channeling chakra to get to his feet. However, Donasek threw a number of light spears at the shinobi, along with the now broken lamppost, forcing him to jump back and dodge before he could even attack. The shinobi laughed as he carefully dodged the fallen angel's next round of spears. You said I can't defeat you, right? He asked. It was useless because his own eyes had already adapted to the new power and velocity of Donasek's attacks. With a puff of smoke, two kunais materialized in each of the blonde's hands. You have no idea how many people I've fought told me that. He flicked both blades at the fallen angel with a swift motion. Whoosh whoosh. Nearly all of the fallen angel's wings were missed by both blades as they went through them. Donasek exclaimed, How, what was that? Your aim sucks. As two enormous blue spears appeared overhead. It's about time I end this. The blonde simply grinned as he went on. Choosing to ignore the fallen angel's remark, he put his left hand by his side as the devilish bat-like wings snapped out of his back for the first time during the battle. But do you know what I did to them every time they mouthed off like that? He asked. Then, with newfound speed, the blonde shinobi launched himself off the ground and flew in the direction of the fallen angel. Then it happened quickly. The two thrown kunais were surrounded by a puff of smoke, revealing themselves to be altered clones of the blonde shinobi. Both clones waved one arm in unison toward the fallen angel's wings while grinning. The two exclaimed, Fuden. Kazikiri. Wind release. Wind cutter. As a destructive wind arc erupted violently from their limbs. The fallen angel, taken by surprise, cried out in agony as he felt all of his wings being ripped, cut, and ripped to pieces. Donasek made a serious error that a battle maniac like him should undoubtedly be aware of when he quickly turned back to his wings. He looked away from his rivals. It was too late before he could even turn to face the devil. On top of the blonde's left palm, a compressed ball of pure power shot through Donazik's stomach. "I kicked their asses," exclaimed the blonde devil, pushing the sphere toward the fallen angel's body with one hand while grinding it. The teenager shouted loudly, "Rasengan!" Spiraling sphere. As Donazik's body was hurled backwards, soaring through the air until he finally fell and crashed rather violently towards the broken and shattered concrete road. The roles are now inverted, looking down on the severely injured fallen angel who stayed to the sky. The blonde devil who had chosen to remain on the ground was now soaring high above the sky. Slowly, Naruto lowered himself toward the fallen angel's shattered form. The blonde's shinobi could even see the spiral mark of his attack etched on the fallen angel's stomach from high above. They could also see that at least 3 of Donazik's wings were severely torn and bleeding from the blonde's wind blades, while the final wing was bent strangely. The shinobi heard Donazik cough as he landed on the ground. The fallen angel cried out, "Don't." Blood was streaming from his mouth as a result of the Rasengan rupturing organs in his body. "Kill me." As his 2 bat-like wings started to flutter menacingly, Naruto shook his head disapprovingly and asked, "Now you beg to live?" After taking a deep breath, the shinobi's expression changed to one of utter seriousness. "You know I've killed others before you, some of them not even deserving of death." He looked at the fallen devil with icy blue eyes that instilled fear in the battle-crazed devil's very being. "So tell me, do you really think I'd feel remorse in killing a battle-hungry fallen angel like you who doesn't care about their comrades and attacks others without good reason? My broken CD aside, you're a fallen angel who'd willingly start a war that can kill thousands from all 3 factions just for the sake of your own twisted happiness." He said, "If I kill you, I'd actually do the world a favor." "Yo, you monster." Donazik sputtered as he used all of his strength to shape one final light spear. He attempted to stab the blonde with the spear and yelled, "If I'll die, I'm taking you with me." To his surprise, however, the blonde grabbed his holy spear by its shaft and yanked himself free from the fallen angel's hold. The young shinobi spun the spear around and aimed its sharp head at the stunned Donazik's heart, saying, "I'm not a monster," even though it was burning his hands. Naruto Uzumaki declared, "I am a devil Ibeo," as he tightly grasped the holy weapon and proceeded to stab Donazik through the chest, impaling the man's heart with his own holy spear. It took only a few seconds for Donazik, the fallen angel, to bleed out and die when he saw the face of his demon killer in front of him. He died with an expression of pure, unadulterated fear and agony on his face. The barrier that encircled the area dissolved after his passing, exposing the street's scars and destruction as they led back to the everyday world. He was undoubtedly spending that money. Naruto sighed and gave the corpse one final look before closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. Did he regret taking a human life? He was regretful, of course. He was naturally inclined to experience that feeling. However, there are instances in which he must steel his heart and carry out his duty. One of those times was this one. In contrast to the cool temperature, Naruto exhaled warm air. When the teenager opened his eyes, he saw that the fallen angel had vanished, leaving only ashes that the wind had taken away. He reached for the now broken CD under his blazer and muttered, "There goes getting any information from that guy." Before discarding the worthless piece of junk, he muttered rather defectively, "Damn, I was really looking forward to watching this." He knew that the fight was far from over, but normally he would be pleased to have defeated such a bloodthirsty enemy and rid the world of more psychopaths. He could still sense another fallen angel close by. This one felt stronger than the 3 he had had the pleasure of meeting, including the one that captured Calawarner. He turned to face the last presence and muttered, "So many crows flying in the sky tonight," before disappearing in another burst of speed, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The teenager exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here? Replacing his CD can wait." Naruto Uzumaki found himself in the middle of a largely deserted park after several minutes of running under the stars and pursuing the fallen angel. This park wasn't particularly noteworthy. In fact, it would be an insult to use the word special to describe it because it was incredibly unimpressive. It resembled most of the other parks in the area because it had plants, benches, and a small fountain. If it weren't for the waning sense of animosity that pervaded the space and the strong, lingering smell of blood and iron, it would surely be considered normal. When he first looked for the source of the malice, he saw that there was only a trace of it left, along with a trail of feathers that might have belonged to the fallen angel he had previously sensed. The shinobi was drawn in by a pained grunt that echoed weakly. Almost mechanically, the shinobi from Konoha's head moved in the direction of the noise's origin, which also happened to be the source of the strong metallic odor. When Naruto Uzumaki saw a familiar team, he froze. An adolescent who was frequently one of the numerous individuals who were always chasing him while hurling profanities and threats of death. A few days prior, he had yelled at the same teenager. Indeed, Issei Hyodo, the dying pervert, was lying there on the cement floor, covered in a pool of his own blood, with a spear of blazing red light piercing his stomach. Well, shit, a shinobi's life has always included death since the beginning of time. There was no denying that much throughout his 12 years in the land of the elements, Naruto Uzumaki, a shinobi himself, has witnessed and contributed to numerous deaths. Naruto was only 5 years old when he witnessed multiple Anbu murdering several Chunin who attempted to kill him, exposing him to the violent bloodshed of the shinobi world. 7 years later, he killed Mizuki for the first time, albeit accidentally, by using hundreds of clones to beat him to death. From that point on, Naruto saw a number of more deaths, some of which were minor and had little impact on him, such as when his former team killed bandits or when he witnessed the enemy ninjas die during the Konoha invasion. However, he also saw deaths at certain points in time, which helped shape who he is now. For instance, he was able to develop his own nindo, the ability to never back down from a commitment and to never give up, because of the deaths of both Haku and Zabuza. Yes, death was undoubtedly a part of a shinobi's life, for better or worse. After all, Naruto Uzumaki Jinchuriki, a former Konoha shinobi and member of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, ought to have been familiar with the topic of death by now. Regretfully, despite its value, his expertise, skills, and experience were all focused on the idea of ending lives rather than the art of healing and life extension. We arrive at the current situation because of his incapacity to heal others. The moon was shining faintly in the spaces between the dark clouds in the sky, and it was still in the middle of the night. A small park was bathed in the dim glory of the moonlight that filtered through the clouds, illuminating a simple scene that included two teenagers. The first was Naruto Uzumaki, a shinobi who turned devil, and the second was Issei Hyodo, a dying pervert. Naruto stammered, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, what do I do Datbeo?" It would be a huge understatement to say that Naruto was in a panic as he circled the still bleeding body of Issei Hyodo, leaving a trail of dust and small fissures in the ground. Naruto shook his head quickly before dismissing his own suggestion. "Should I leave?" He clicked his tongue and said, "No, I can't leave him alone here. It couldn't be. That would be too convenient. How the hell could I know that he was actually going to get stabbed in the stomach? Shit, I can't help but think this is somehow my fault. Yes, it's not as though an interdimensional deity enjoys subjecting his existence to excruciatingly high levels of hell." In between his painful coughs that produced blood, Issei managed to mutter, "UGHK, hell, help." He halted his steps and hurried to kneel next to the wounded pervert. "Oi, good, you're alive. Thank God. Phew, you're alive," he exclaimed, but before he could comprehend what he had just said, a tremendous surge of divine power sent a searing pain through his body that would have caused many of his relatives to faint. In response, the heavens shocked him once more until he was hilariously covered in soot. "Ouch. God damn it, this isn't the time to be shocking me, asshole," he roared outside. "Yuck." This was the first time he had ever been struck by a real lightning bolt that had fallen from the sky. "Fuck me," the shinobi swore, looking up at the sky again and moving his fists in a rather menacing way. "I'm going to kick your ass one day for always shocking me, Datbeo." Ugh KK. Soon after, Naruto realized that he had more pressing issues to deal with, and his eyes widened. "Oh yeah? The pervert?" Naruto's gaze fell upon the red spear of light that pierced the boy with the brown hair. He asked himself, "Should I pull it out?" And then brushed the thought aside. No, it might make him bleed out faster. As idea after idea flashed into Naruto's head, he scratched the back of his head in frustration. Should I infuse him with some of Kurama's chakra? No, that's just stupid, since a Biju's chakra is corrosive and poisonous to others and by all means shouldn't be transferred to another person. Hell, it disintegrates my skin when I go over my limit. He sighed and threw the idea out the window. I mean, what kind of idiot would do an ass pull like that, Datbeo? The blonde tensed up in the middle of his panic because he sensed something coming from the dying teenager. He could feel it. A foreign force emanating from the teen's body that was equal to or even stronger than his tenets. Trying to concentrate on the source of energy, Naruto closed his eyes and put his left hand on Issei's body, muttering, "What the hell?" Although he was by no means a censor, his transformation into a devil significantly enhanced his capacity to perceive life forces and energy. Naruto felt as though a great being was observing him and staring at his very existence. Just a moment after closing his eyes, this strange energy seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had experienced something similar before opening his eyes. He whispered, "What is this? It's so powerful." Gazing intently at the bleeding teenager, Naruto grinned adoringly as he finally composed himself. So you have something ridiculously strong inside you too, huh? The dying teen's only response was an unintelligible gurgle. But still, it doesn't look like this power is healing you like the fuzzy butt does to me, so that means you're pretty much fucked if I don't find a way to heal you. Add to the fact that I don't know shit about healing jutsu and I don't have my phone with me, so calling the ambulance is out of the question. I also don't have anything that can be used for first aid, so you're really fucked. The shinobi furrowed his brows and searched the area for a tool to aid the dying teenager. Essentially, he ought to have simply walked away and let the teenager die, but that wasn't his style. He would regret the day he allowed himself to ignore someone in need of assistance. After scanning the area, Naruto finally noticed a familiar piece of paper protruding from Issei's pocket, and his blue eyes widened. "Wait, that's," he said, a smile spreading across his face in an instant. Looking straight into the dying teen's half-lidded eyes, he said, "Looks like it's your lucky day. Oi, tell me, do you want to live?" With his eyesight already failing and he only saw the stunning sight of spiky golden blonde hair, the severely injured teenager nodded feebly. As he handed the contract to Issei, Naruto remarked, "Good. She's been looking for a pawn for a while and I think she'll be satisfied in having you. Now think about it, one greedy wish before you die, one wish with enough greed to reach her ears." Issei, barely comprehending Naruto's words, started muttering a barely understandable series of words. "I gurgle wish. Yes, I wish, gurgle for. Go on," Issei proudly exclaimed. "I wish for Oppai." With all of his remaining strength before descending in a chorus of coughing up blood. The contract glowed a mysterious shade of red, as though in response to his command. Out of nowhere, a huge magical circle with the House of Gremory's crest emerged. Illuminating the night sky with an almost blinding amount of light, the great light vanished in a matter of seconds, exposing the figure of Rias Gremory standing majestically in the middle of the park. With a hint of amusement, she whispered, "Someone with enough greed to summon me." As she looked at the other two people in the park, she was shocked to see her shinobi in all his deadpan glory here of all places. But she wasn't overly shocked because he always managed to get himself into some kind of trouble. "Oh. What are you doing here, Naruto-kun?" she asked. She couldn't resist asking, "So what kind of trouble did you get into this time?" The shinobi's mind was shattered by the boldness of Issei's final request, so he didn't reply. "Naruto-kun." When Rias' hand waved in front of his eyes, the whiskered blonde blinked, jolting him out of his reverie with a slightly deadpan expression on his face as Issei's wish kept repeating in his mind. Naruto replied, well, we can talk about that later. For now I'm trying to save this guy's life. He was just as perverse as Ero Sennin, if not more so. Can you tell me what happened to him?" "He was most likely attacked by a fallen angel, stabbed him through the gut with one of their dildos of light datbeo." "You mean light spears, right?" "That's what I said." Rias rolled her eyes. Sometimes her shinobi could be quite uncivilized as she gazed at the still dead Issei and noted the huge, potentially fatal wound over the teen's stomach. She questioned, "So why do you want to save his life?" "Why not?" was his response. "I've already told you before that I can't just reincarnate every dying people I meet. There are limits to what I can do, you remember, right? At most I can reincarnate 16 people into devils so they could join my peerage." "Then you could probably spare a pawn for Issei, right? You're not going to back out on this one, are you?" "Nope. Sometimes being stubborn had its drawbacks," so she closed her eyes and sighed in defeat. "So you want me to revive him as my pawn?" "Yep, and he doesn't seem to be that useless." When her eyes locked with her shinobi's, Rias's eyes snapped open. She questioned, "What do you mean?" "Try going near him, you'll sense what I'm talking about." Following instructions, the current Gremory family heir took a few steps in the direction of the brunette teen's body. She widened her eyes in surprise similar to her shinobi. The devil soon discovered that the dying person was radiating a tremendous amount of power. "This is probably one of the sacred gear things you always talk about." Sacred gear. Artifacts of the original biblical God bestowed upon humans as part of his miracles on earth, an irregular power that is bestowed to certain humans, most of them becoming people whose names are recorded in history and shall forever be remembered as men among men. She grinned as she approached her shinobi, proud of her devoted shinobi. She said, "You did well on finding him, Naruto. I'll turn him into a devil." "Good, we get a new friend with a sacred gear and the only thing he wants in return is to some Oppai." Sweating, Rias turned to face her fiend. He wasn't being serious, was he? She nevertheless made the decision to inquire, "Oppai? He wants some big juicy Oppai." She squinted at her shinobi. She was aware that the blonde could occasionally be quite mischievous and would frequently go on pranking rampages in which even her great Mao of an Onisama was not safe from the blonde's wrath. As she tried to determine whether her shinobi was playing a practical joke on her, she asked, "You're serious, aren't you?" Naruto answered quickly and honestly, "Yep, so he's a huge pervert, yeah. I guess I'll go revive him then." "You do that?" With a sigh, Rias approached Issei. If you are dying, then I'll pick it up your life that is from. Now you will live for me. As he watched Rias carry out the reincarnation ritual under the moonlight, Naruto crossed his arms and added, as a part of her peerage, in order to meet the requirements for the brown-haired teen's revival, she began by placing one crimson pawn piece on Issei's chest and then gradually increased the numbers until she stopped at 8. As a red demonic force enveloped Rias' body, Naruto grinned. Beautiful, he muttered mainly to himself, amazed at the amazing contrast between the crimson demonic energy and the pale moonlight, which enhanced the beauty of his king. The red chess piece glowed before sinking inside Aiza's body to complete the ritual. I order, in my name Rias Gremory you, Issei Hyodo I, resurrect you back to this soil as my servant, and have you reborn as a devil you, my new pawn, be delighted with your new life, they said. Rias turned to face the smiling shinobi after ceasing to channel her demonic power. Looks like one pawn wasn't enough. Then I guess he really must be packing something strong inside him, maybe a really special and badass sacred gear. The fact that her shinobi hasn't changed much over the years they've known each other has secretly delighted her, causing a tiny smile to tug at the side of her lips before her gaze strayed to the unconscious Issei. She began, it is possible, Naruto-kun, can you do me a favor? No need to ask, I'll take him home. Do you know where he lives? Naruto gave a shrug. No clue, I'll look at his wallet or something. Thank you. He smiled broadly at Rias. Anything for you, my king. Issei Hyodo, who was still bleeding and barely conscious, interrupted most of the conversation when the blonde shinobi lifted him off the ground and slung him over his shoulder. He didn't even notice, however. The last thing Issei saw before darkness overcame his senses was a striking sight of gold that stood out in spite of the darkness, as well as a brilliant crimson color similar to his blood indeed. Those two colors were those of the people who saved his life. The two devils for whom he will always be thankful. The Occult Research Club members, excluding Kiba and Kaneko, were seated in the club room one day following the incident involving Issei. The room fell silent as Rias struggled with her chess game, trying to decide which piece to move next against a rather disinterested-looking Naruto. Akeno, who was serving the two fighters fresh tea, stood next to the two players and appeared rather amused. The crimson-haired princess took the cup with grace after realizing that her tea had been replenished, and then she sipped the special blended tea from the Citri household. Rias set down her teacup after sipping a little of it and then moved one of her knights to remove one of the blonde's pawns. There, she uttered, a little tired, it's your turn, Naruto-kun. The blonde abruptly stiffened on his seat as though he had just woken up from a ramen-related daydream. As Naruto scratched the back of his head and glanced at the chessboard, he said, ah, yeah, I guess it is. Sorry about that, I was just thinking of something. He simply moved the pieces however he thought was best, so in all honesty, he wasn't very good at this game, unfortunately or fortunately. Naruto's play style, which frequently veered from simple to borderline insane and unpredictable, pushed two devils to their limits and forced them to think more creatively. As a result, they found it entertaining to play against him. The digits of Naruto's hand followed his remaining pieces as it moved around the game board. He muttered, what should I move? Before choosing to use his final knight to eliminate one of Rias's bishops, which put even more pressure on Rias. Akeno, admiring the blonde's move, remarked, Fu, I don't know if you're a genius or just plain stupid Ero Kitsune. As she used a nearby rook to eliminate the offending knight, Rias muttered, he's a closet genius, I just know it. This time, Naruto didn't really pay attention as he used one of his pawns to remove one of Rias's pawns, saying, I'd rather be an idiot. As Rias dispatched one of Naruto's rooks with her bishop, Akeno questioned, oh, why is that? As Naruto put his hand on his last surviving rook and used it to seize Rias's final bishop, he responded, being a genius is overrated. Even an idiot can defeat prodigies and genius if they put their all to it. With a quick reply and a smile, Rias used her queen to capture one of the blonde's bishops, thus winning the game. Checkmate. When his defeat was announced, Naruto laughed, well, I guess I didn't put my all to it today. Akeno teased, Fu. I guess you really are an idiot, Ero Kitsune. The blonde responded by snickering at her remark. I guess I am. As she cupped her chin and started to reflect on the previous game, she grumbled, it was a good game, you're still as unpredictable as ever, forcing me to abandon and review my plans several times. Why are you so good at this? I just move the pieces however I feel like it. I'm not very good at it, I occasionally get lucky and win, but other times, like this time, I completely ruin the game. God's wrath shocked him once more, and he muttered, I swear to God, the only reason I win is because you and Sona-chan always think too hard. As she put her chess pieces back in their proper positions, she muttered, Perhaps, but I want you to know that this is training for both of us as it helps me become more flexible in forming my strategies and it also helps you concentrate and think more strategically. So, would you like to play another round? Sorry, but we've played like 5 games already. I need to go work soon or Yusuke Gigi would try to kick my ass again. Foo, it's because you steal ramen from the restaurant. With wide eyes, Naruto asked, where did you hear about that? Era, were you embarrassed that your boss kicked your butt or rather blasted your butt foo. Kiba, wasn't that right? Undoubtedly, it was him since we were both working that day, only he was aware of that. Damn you, Kiba. The blonde said, shakily shaking his fist in the air. You betrayed me, but why? Meanwhile, Kiba, who was working out with Kaneko, sneezed. Because you so thoroughly depleted his wallet that he was on the verge of declaring bankruptcy? Rias made a point. Come on, it only involved a couple bowls of ramen. The shinobi's idea of a few bowls caused the two to perspire. You are aware, Ero Kitsune, that you consumed 150 bowls of ramen? Really? As if seeking confirmation, his gaze shifted to Rias. Sadly, that is true. I thought I ate like 15. Ero Kitsune really is a ramen black hole. Yes, he does manage to avoid gaining any weight at all. Studying this unsettling singularity is important for the sake of women, devils, and humanity. Mo, I'm amazing. I'm a badass dadbeo, and I don't gain weight because I train. He chuckled for a few seconds. As his laughter eventually faded away, the teen's eyes landed on Rias. The mood was already light. It was probably the best moment to ask that's been plaguing his mind during their chess game. So what are we going to do about him? Era is Ero Kitsune's long-awaited come out. Don't pretend you have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't even make light of that. Please. Dadbeo. It still haunts me in my dreams to this day, Naruto screamed, recalling the scene in which a number of men chased after him while declaring their love for him. Foo, but you're so fun to tease. With a sigh, Rias hoped to avoid this conversation for the time being because she knew why her servant was bringing it up. The buxom young woman, seeing no reason to wait any longer, exclaimed, Akeno, you know who he's talking about. Issei Hyodo, a second-year student, is an otaku, has mediocre grades, and is a member of Kuo Academy's notorious perverted trio. 2 great ladies, 2 great gentlemen, perverted trio. Well, now that I think about it, I see that people at our school really enjoy putting people in groups and calling them gentlemen. What on earth is going on with that? There's nothing gentlemanly about me, Naruto muttered, hoping no one would notice, but sadly, a certain queen heard his grievance. There is nothing gentlemanly about you. Foo, I can still clearly recall the time they tried to teach you manners and etiquette. Both Akeno and Rias laughed at the happy recollection of a screaming Naruto. Beowulf-san had to strap you down on a chair while McGregor-san kept shocking you with lightning until you learned your table manners, Akeno said. Don't ever remind me of that. Please. The blonde blue-eyed teenager shook his head inwardly and returned his limited focus to the subject at hand. But we're getting off topic here. Rias-chan. What are we going to do about Issei then? I still can't look at several sets of spoons, forks, and knives without getting the urge to use them as weapons to kill Bio Teme Dadbeo, he growled, remembering the hell that man put him through, and vowed to kick that man's ass at some point in the future. We're not going to do anything. For now, Issei Hyodo shall be allowed to do as he wants. Are you certain that leaving him in the dark about the truth is okay? Because I'm not comfortable with that? With her arms tucked under her chest, Rias nodded rather proudly and said, I'm allowing him to live a normal life. No, you're letting him enjoy the final days of his normal life, Naruto said, shaking his head. I take it you told me you used 8 pawn pieces for him? He must therefore possess a fairly potent sacred gear that, I believe, was the initial reason fallen angels attacked him to try and get rid of whatever it is inside him or whatever they think he is. He uttered the final line so softly that not even the 2 other devils' enhanced hearing could pick it up. He was aware of the irony of the whole situation because Issei's predicament somewhat mirrored his own. The question is, what could have scared them so much that they would voluntarily infiltrate and attack a territory under the protection of 2 families known to be affiliated with the 4 great Satans themselves? That's surprisingly sharp for you, Ero Kitsune. It's extremely unlikely that anything within Issei would attract that level of interest. Before responding to her queen's query, Rias cupped her chin thoughtfully and said, I just need to confirm it, but I think he might possess a Longinus. Era, one of the 13 sacred gears that can kill those who reign upon the various heavens. Recalling her encounter with the great dragon through her brother, she remarked, yes, and since it felt like a dragon much like Tannen-san, it is most likely that his sacred gear is either the divine dividing or the boosted gear. There are 2 Longinus that are rumored to contain dragons. I'll have to ask Onisama for more details regarding those 2 gears because I'm not entirely sure and this is all conjecture. As he heard his king's conjecture, Naruto let out an impressed whistle. Dragons, huh? He had heard about Longinus from a number of devils before, and it's safe to say that he was impressed by the sheer power and audacity these sacred gears could do. In fact, he was a little envious that he didn't have a sacred gear, but then, who needs a sacred gear when he already had fuzzy butt? But for a pervert to have that much power, foo, I'm afraid of what he might do with it. Who knows? He might learn to use magic to strip girls or even read or speak to women's thoughts through their breasts. Come on, he's not that bad, just a bit. Naruto quickly corrected himself. Really perverted from what I've seen. Naruto couldn't deny the possibility that such a power could be used for perverted purposes. The shinobi grinned pleasantly as he said, actually he reminds me of someone I knew in the past. He may also be a little spiteful because I've seen him chase after me in those mobs when he wasn't busy peeping or having fun doing God shock knows what with his 2 friends. From your former world? Since her shinobi was still somewhat privy to details about his world even after 4 years of dating, Rias couldn't help but ask. Naruto nodded and said, yeah, he looks like Ero Sennin. That man was probably one of the strongest people I've ever met, even though he was a self-described super pervert. Hee. I would worry about the safety and chastity of every woman in this world if he truly came. Oh, Ero Kitsune, is this Ero Sennin the cause of your pervert tendencies? With a somewhat dejected expression, Naruto remarked, well, it's really hard to avoid becoming a pervert when you're placed in my shoes. Oh, and what's the reason? Well, where should I begin? This perverted orange book was a habit of the elderly man who always took care of me, the man who taught me a few things about being a ninja, my sensei. Read the perverted orange book aloud without any concern. My other sensei, or as I call him, Ero Sennin, was the said man who wrote those books, he muttered rather dejectedly, with an exasperated sigh that was overtly dramatic. I really had no chance in avoiding the path of the pervert. So you've finally come clean about being a pervert, Ero Kitsune? Nope, Naruto said abruptly, displaying no traces of his previous problematic demeanor. It seemed as though he was acting the whole time. I'm not a pervert. I'm just a healthy, hormonal adolescent boy who has a typical appreciation for the feminine body. He had those special magazines hidden in his rooms for a reason. He occasionally felt the need to relieve himself, much like Kiba. Foo, like Kiba, huh? Akeno said, tilting her head to the side and covering her mischievous smile with her mouth. Does that imply that you're ga? In an attempt to avoid bringing up the extremely delicate subject of Yuto's sexual preference, Rias abruptly interrupted her queen, saying, you know we've gotten off topic here. They'll deal with that landmine when the time is right. Naruto looked at the other 2 and received nods of agreement, telling him to go on. I still say we should talk to him sometime today, he said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that, he said, laughing lightly, so back to eyes. Why is that, Era? There were still 2 other fallen angels in the vicinity besides the one that attacked him. In addition, the sooner we speak, the sooner I can teach him the ropes and the hierarchy. The ropes? Rias asked, purposely ignoring the comment about the pecking order which the blonde seemed to have created after watching some show from the internet. You want to train him? Nope, I want to play with him while he's being trained in Datbeo. He was already too mature for this, but that didn't stop him from considering searching for any deep, dark ravines close by. It wasn't like he wanted to do this as a way to exact revenge on Jiraiya, which would have been too immature and illogical. With a soft smile, Akeno said, well, at least Ero Kitsune is honest. Rias, on the other hand, shook her head in. If that's the reason you want him to join, then I suggest we leave him alone for now and allow him more time to get used to the changes in his body, as well as to allow him just a few more days of peaceful ignorance before he is thrown into our world. Naruto shot back, almost angrily, are you sure we should leave him alone? He was already thrown into our world the moment he got stabbed in the stomach. It is likely that he will be attacked and killed again. If he goes out at night, he may discover this time that people do indeed die when they are killed, because he has already died once. Her resolve nearly faltered when she noticed a rare frown on her shinobi's face, but she would not budge from her decisions. Naruto, we will just watch him and step in when he is attacked. I know in the end you mean well, and I know that you'd try and do your best to prevent Issei from getting hurt, but for now my orders stand. Give Naruto-kun this brief window of time to enjoy his final days of normalcy in peace. I know you mean well. In order for us to respond appropriately in the event that he is attacked, I'll make sure that both my familiar and Akino's shadow him. In a dejected tone, Naruto asked, if you put it that way then I guess it's okay, but let me throw in some Kage Bunshin in the mix. He pondered whether this was what Gigi had to deal with when he was born. I already planned on asking you to do that for me since they'll prove to be more reliable than just our familiars. I'll send some now as we speak. 2 identical copies of the blonde, without the use of hand seals, materialized behind him. They nodded at the original, already aware of their orders, and then disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Naruto-kun. Yes, tell me about Rias-chan. Will you kindly tidy that up? The red-haired beauty gestured toward the heap of leaves that the 2 clones had left behind. Naruto got up from his seat and squatted down to pick up the fallen leaves, complaining, "You stupid clones can't even use Shunshin without creating a mess. Why does Ero Kitsune seem to only listen to Bucko, Era?" Akeno sashayed towards Naruto, surprising the shinobi by giving him another bear hug. Foo. I can't help but feel jealous. Why can't you do what I say as well? Because what you want me to do mostly involves one of us getting hurt, whips, getting shocked, and a copious amount of leather, the blonde said, sending a chill down her spine. Akeno gave Rias a brief, sly smile before turning to face him. Foo. How about we wager on Bucko? If Aiz-san is attacked within the next 3 days, then I'll go on a date with Ero Kitsune. If Aiz-san isn't, then you can go out on a date with him. Rias raised an eyebrow and gestured to her queen to continue. The sadistic queen looked at Naruto. That is if you're okay with it, Ero Kitsune? As he picked up the leaves from the club floor, Naruto gave the 2 the most sardonic glance he could manage. Are you 2 actually placing bets on when Aiz will be attacked? Yes. Why not, Era? Don't you realize that's evil? At the same time, the 2 sexy beauties responded, we're devils. Oh yeah, I tend to forget that Dabbeo. What about the date, then? As he busily picked up the leaves, Naruto exclaimed, I guess it's okay since I haven't really had the time to go out with either of you in a while. It wasn't as though he hadn't gone on dates with the girls in the club because they were much more willing to hang out with him than Sakura ever was, and it was actually fun to go out with any of them. In fact, he frequently accompanied Rias, Akeno, and Kaneko to various outings, which frequently involved watching movies, visiting amusement parks, purchasing CDs, shopping for clothes and shoes, a horrible experience, dining at a restaurant, and then walking them home. As she looked at her king, Akeno grinned mischievously and said, Era, you sound excited. Then, do you agree, Bucko? Rias grinned and said, I accept. She was never one to back down from a challenge, much less one from her cruel queen. After 2 days as a place where students receive the fundamental knowledge required to survive and function effectively in the world from ever assiduous teachers and instructors, a classroom can be thought of as a source of endless knowledge during a student's formative years. According to Naruto Uzumaki, his classroom was a haven from the life or death demonic battles, intense, nerve-wracking training, obsessive fangirls. The majority of his classmates were male and uninterested in him. And even his cruel boss, who can kick his ass if given the chance. It was also the best place in the entire school to take a peaceful nap, aside from the rooftop in the old school building. Undoubtedly, one of his guilty pleasures in life was taking a good nap during tedious classes on topics like history, chemistry, and numbers. The blonde shinobi had spent the entire night training after leaving work the day before, and on a whim, Naruto sneaked off to the nearby mountainside and used one hand to climb the entire mountain before using chakra to climb back down. It's safe to say that he was so worn out from his workout that he even thought about skipping class, but he knew that sleeping in wasn't really an option after missing a whole month of classes with the excuse that, I had a really bad stomach ache. Yes, the school's human teachers really chastised him for that one. He considered simply sending a cage bunshin to school, but he soon changed his mind due to the rebellious behavior of his clones, which he believed was a result of his devilization, and the fact that Rias forbade him from using chakra on school property unless absolutely required because of his penchant for pulling practical jokes. The blonde shinobi was so exhausted that all he wanted to do was go to his classroom, sit down at his desk, pull out a textbook, cover his face with it, and then, as he usually does when he's tired, sleep through the day. If he could make it to his classroom, that is, Naruto was fleeing from a crowd in the Kuo Academy hallways, but instead of a swarm of his fangirls, he was being chased by a group of happy men who thought his whisker marks were cute. They were all brick-built, members of the bodybuilding club, and normally he would just beat the living daylights out of them, but he was so exhausted that he didn't think about it. The shinobi ran around a corner and picked a room at random from the nearby area without even checking to see what room it was or whether anyone was inside. Naruto made a beeline for it and entered it with superhuman speed, closing the door just as the fastest of his admirers passed by the hallways. Fortunately for the shinobi, none of his fanboys entered the room until the tension began to subside, causing the shinobi to sigh with relief. Naruto held his breath as he heard multiple footsteps pass by the door and felt droplets of cold sweat fall from his forehead. I'm never going overboard with my training again, Datbeo. Uzumaki-san, what have I told you about scurrying through the corridors and breaking into other rooms? Naruto heard a rather harsh voice behind him. The shinobi jumped in surprise and spun around, reflexively pulling a kunai and pointing it in the direction of the voice's source, which he had overlooked. And regarding bringing weapons to school, what have I said? The firm voice continued. Naruto smiled wryly at the one and only stunning and bespectacled student council president of Kuo Academy, Devil Sona Citri, or Shitori as the muggles call her around school, while concealing the kunai behind his back, to not bring them at school. He attempted to laugh the entire thing off, but he was stopped by the devil's stern stare. The two were silent for a brief moment while the black-haired devil continued to study the blonde with her violet eyes. Naruto said, Oheo Sona-chan, in the hopes of breaking the unsettling silence. Fortunately, it succeeded. Sona returned the greeting with a small bow of her head, saying, Oheo Uzumaki-san. As he approached his friend, or as she insists, acquaintance, whom he had met through Rias, Naruto smiled rather contentedly and said, Mama, I already told to just call me Naruto. Sona was apparently Rias' rival, which oddly reminded Naruto of his own relationship with Sasuke, but less tense and less electricity-encased fists being thrust through their chest. So how are you doing, Sona-chan? He remarked, I haven't spoken to you in a long time, only to realize that they were in one of the campus's hardly used computer labs. Sona, seated in front of a computer, began typing. I know you were preparing for your promotion exam, so it's okay that we haven't spoken, she said, juggling whatever she was doing on the computer with her chat with the shinobi, but I'm sorry to hear that you didn't pass your promotion due to some rather unfortunate events. As he approached the devil, Naruto casually waved it away, saying, that's all in the past. But really, to back out of your promotion because of an immediate promise you made? I am that person, but don't worry, once I kick Cyraorg's ass, I'll get that promotion. With a doubtful gaze, she said, you are aware that he is a great king, aren't you? His response was effortless and carefree. I know, but don't care. As for how I am doing, Sona said, her voice tinged with amusement. Insufferable as always, she grinned proudly and said, I'm doing pretty well. I'm working on a few ongoing projects around campus while allocating the budget needed for the various repairs that the school need. Someone has to keep this school together and prevent it from collapsing either due to devil attacks, human riots, or your troublesome pranks. Hey, I already said I was sorry for that. A simple apology wouldn't suffice, Sona said, pushing her glasses up with one hand while typing with the other. For a month, a whole wing of the school building was inoperable due to the stink bomb you were able to set off. Is that still making you angry? No. Mad, a little angry, sadly, yes? Probably vengeful, she said without hesitation, causing the blonde to wince. Ignoring the hateful glare she was giving him, he said, you should really learn to relax every now and then. I mean, don't get your underwear all in a bunch. It was just a harmless joke. Hey, you know we should get together sometime. We used to give them out when we were a little younger, you know. In all honesty, Citri didn't really hate the teen. Well, she hated cleaning up after his antics, but other than that, the two of them got along pretty well, and she even stopped typing as the unexpected invitation managed to temporarily break her concentration and make her forget all of her hatred toward the troublesome blonde. She also enjoyed it when the blonde made her rival snap once or twice in the past, which she still considered to be some of the best moments of her life. She pushed her glasses up the ridge of her nose again, trying to look as cool and collected as possible, and said coolly, sorry, but I'm too busy with student council work along with training my peerage. Ah, then never mind, I wouldn't want to get in between your work and training. But you should come to the student council room, so we should play chess sometime soon. What? Those strange pieces in that game. I detest that game, it's so dull. I'm sorry to hear that you find it boring. Could it be that you're playing with me? No, it's not that, it's just that I get too bored in playing that game. Uzumaki-san, winning does get monotonous, doesn't it? In the 9 games we've played together, you've managed to defeat me at least 5 times? The shinobi scratched the back of his spiky blonde hair and said, I got lucky. I'm not sure what the big deal is, though I won a few times by simply moving the pieces at random. A rare smile appeared on Sona's face as she recalled the happy memory of her sister giving her the same explanation for her chess victories. You really are like Oni-chan. I don't know if I should be insulted by that since I have no idea who your sister is. Oh, have you not previously met Oni-chan? Really? Yes, she was there in your promotion test. As he gradually sank into deep thought, the blonde cupped his chin and said, It took him a few seconds to search through his memories before he remembered a certain devil who pretended to be a magical girl. She was a carefree and innocent girl who was completely different from the normally strict student council president, with whom he had become friends and even shared ice cream. You can't imply that Sarah Tan is your sister, Sona-chan? Sarah Tan? Is the tick mark on her head you were instructed by Oni-chan to call her Sarah Tan? In response, he nodded, recalling the rather carefree girl with the rather large breasts despite her small frame, the same girl who was dressed like a magical girl and behaved rather oddly. Yeah, she told me to call her that, he said. But really? Are you two related? Even if it had taken me 100 years, I wouldn't have connected the dots, he acknowledged. What's the reason for that? Your personalities are too different. When she is your older sister, someone needs to be strict in the family. Her gaze swept over his entire body. Is being too strict equivalent to not liking me, Uzumaki-san? Naruto patted the girl's shoulder and said, Nah, you're pretty good in my books, just learn to relax a little, okay? Sona said, closing her eyes, I'll give it some thought. As the school bell rang out, warning the two that they had just a few minutes before classes began, Naruto remarked, Don't think, do. Well, that's my signal to go. Naruto turned away from the girl and walked toward the door, saying, I'll see you later, Sona-chan. The shinobi was approaching the door when she opened her eyes, and she said, I'll see you later, Uzumaki, I mean Naruto-san. You see, calling me Naruto wasn't difficult, was it? Unaware that Sona's gaze was following his retreating figure, Naruto snickered and waved his hand at her before leaving the room. Before she started typing on her computer again, Sona muttered, Rias always gets the good ones, I wonder if she'll consider a trade. The high-ranking devil muttered as she considered exchanging her recently acquired pawn for the blonde. Being the cunning badass ninja that he was, Naruto managed to slip out of his math class, in the middle of class, no less, before scuttling his way undetected towards the soft, luscious couches of the research lab where he lay to rest. The blonde shinobi decided to say, fuck it, with his afternoon classes and skip out on the lessons after failing to make his daily dose of classroom naps due to the constant badgering of a rather out-of-the-earth newly hired teacher of Kuo. The Jinchuriki knew Rias-chan might be upset with him for skipping yet again, but the blonde thought about just dealing with it later as he got some much-needed shut-eye. The teen's tendency to seem clingy when people tried to wake him up was the main reason why no one dared to disturb the blonde while he was sleeping most of the time. In fact, there was an incident in the past where Kiba tried to wake Naruto and ended up looking at the blonde for a good month or two without blushing like a girl. It's safe to say that this was one of the most awkward events in the occult research club. Having known the Whiskered Devil for more than 4 years, Rias knew the best way to wake him up was to either tap him in the shoulder or blow him up with one of her magical blasts. Since she didn't want anything bad to happen to her shinobi, she chose the most practical option, even though she was well aware of the consequences of waking up her shinobi. She gave him a shoulder tap. He remained unconscious. Again, she tapped his shoulder. He began to move and complain. Once more, she tapped. He opened his eyes a little. She grinned with pride at her accomplishment because it wasn't often that someone could wake up the blonde without being grabbed and grappled. Unfortunately, or fortunately, she was caught off guard when the blonde's arms, which were still half asleep, blurred out of existence, making it impossible for her to act quickly before it was too late. She was lying on top of her shinobi, her head resting against his chest, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist and back, and the shinobi was obviously still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what he had done, while his king was flushed at the intimate contact between the two. That was at least half an hour ago. The crimson-haired princess would have been fine with this type of skinship if it meant nothing to her, but since it was her crush and faithful friend, she couldn't help but feel a little hot under the collar. For the first few minutes or so, the princess was left a blushing heaping mess as she felt the teen's firm muscles press against her back while his strong arms wrapped around her, giving her warmth as well as a sense of closeness and safety. The princess finally found a way to relax as she watched Naruto's body. The stubby youngster she had known years before was no longer there. His body was now firm and muscular, having been literally shaped and constructed upon the flaming flames of hell. She then turned to look at his face, which, despite being asleep, was still the same face she had seen that day. The face of the lonely boy who had vowed to become her trustworthy servant in accordance with their agreement. The same boy who concealed his loneliness behind an ever-cheerful facade that eventually developed into a fine man while standing by her side. She was attracted to him before she even realized it, an attraction that grew and blossomed over the 4 years they had known each other. What a kind, cheerful, gentle, strong, and enduring man, albeit occasionally brash and airheaded, who deserved his place in her peerage as her rook who protects those precious to him. He was a strong pillar of support, one who takes it upon himself to carry not only her burdens but the burden of his friends, just like Atlas, who seemed to be a self-sacrificing delusional fool who kept making promises for the sake of recognition. After looking at his face for a long time, Rias was tempted to doze off while basking in his warmth, but she had to wake him up, much to her own annoyance. She mumbled, "Naruto-kun, wake up." This time, she could hear every single rhythmic beat of his heart, which was accompanied by the essence of a strong power coming from within the blonde. "Hee, let me handle it," muttered Naruto as he hugged her even tighter, drawing her closer to his chest and causing the crimson-haired beauty to give a little ep. "Naruto-kun, wake up," she said, scuttling out of his grasp and moving up, her face inches from his. I'll eat you out, hee. The shinobi, who was still asleep, began to nibble on her neck. "Naruto-kun." The girl tapped his shoulder again, forcing herself to suppress a moan, and then she said, "Wake." Her words were interrupted when the blonde's hands moved up and down her body, saying, "Z's, let me eat you out, Naruto-kun, wake up." Could her shinobi be harboring lewd thoughts about her? The princess's blush returned with full force. "Your juices, Z's. So good, Z's, as the sleeping blonde's hands continued their sensual movements up and down the devil's body, muttering a series of incoherent words. "Naruto-kun? Z's. I love you, Naru-kun." She nearly let out a moan. The blonde murmured, "Ramen," with a kind of twisted laughter that would have made Jiraiya proud. The crimson-haired princess's arousal abruptly subsided after hearing those words as she glared at her shinobi. The fiery passion that threatened to burn her body was replaced by a shroud of cold indifference. Essentially, she should have anticipated this, but she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that her shinobi would prefer to dream about ramen than her. However, she wasn't particularly envious. No, she wasn't envious of ramen at all. "Absolutely not. Naruto-kun, will you please wake up?" "Z's, UGU. Hee, ramen." The head of the high-ranked devil had multiple tick marks on it. "Option 2 it is," she said rather menacingly as she quickly withdrew one of her hands from the blonde's grasp, forming a tiny, non-lethal crimson orb that smashed against the face of the sleeping shinobi. Boom! Even though it wasn't deadly, the blast was powerful enough to propel Rias away from her sleeping servant, sending her sailing through the air. However, she managed to land on the ground relatively unharmed thanks to a slight twist of her body and the help of her bat-like wings. In contrast, her shinobi rubbed his now painful and sooth-filled face and yelled, "God damn it, what the fuck?" If the first shot didn't wake him up, the second burst of pain from muttering God's name undoubtedly did, causing him to scream out a variety of profanities that would have made Tayuya proud. Naruto's blue eyes scanned the room before settling on the well-known image of his king, and he exclaimed, "You, the hell hit me, Datbeo? Rias-chan? I apologize for my rather painful method of waking you up, but nothing else seemed to work. Ugh, the pain. Body hell. Pain. UGGHHH. How long was I asleep?" Rias began to approach her shinobi and answered, 9 hours. He attempted to get off the couch but discovered that his legs were still a little unsteady. So I guess it's time for work." Rias crossed her arms under her bosom and halted a few paces from her shinobi. "I already called for your boss. I told him that you would be a bit late for tonight." Still hilariously singed from her attack, he coughed out a little sooth and asked, "Oh? Did something important happen? Akeno and I were planning on going out. We'd thought that you want to come with us since you may be interested." He patted his hair and said, "Oh, where are you two going?" After finally calming down from all the laughter she had witnessed, Akeno, who had been standing somewhere in the room and had seen everything from the hugging to the explosion, emerged from the shadows. She said in a whisper, mostly to herself, "Why do you want to come with us? So you can take advantage of us, Ero Kitsune? But then again, you already took advantage of Bucko." Rias gave her a fierce look right away. Luckily for Rias, her shinobi was busy massaging his face and didn't hear what she was saying. As he diligently rubbed his face, he asked, "Do you really see me as some sort of depraved pervert?" Akeno replied without hesitation, "Definitely." "Why? You admitted to being one." "Lies." Era, then how about the number of convenient accidents you've had this last 4 years that we've met each other, or have you forgotten how we met?" For a brief moment, a faint flush came over his face as he remembered his first encounter with the cruel queen. "Like you said, those were just accidents, and I still remember how we met. I clearly recall slipping on a banana peel." Foo, yes. You slipped just like you slipped the next dozen or so times, right?" The shinobi turned to Rias almost beggingly, expecting her to support him, knowing that he couldn't win this argument. Rias let out a sigh. "Akeno, stop messing with Naruto-kun. Era Bucko is being overprotective of her shinobi again. It's because you tease him a lot." The queen began to groan sensuously, "But he's too cute when he's flustered. You could even say it turns me on." Akano. Era, it's because Bucko wants to be greedy, why don't you share nay? I saw how much you were enjoying yourself early and couldn't help but feel a little warm under the collar as well foo. In an attempt to defuse the situation before the two began wreaking havoc on the club room with their spells, Naruto chose to shift the subject. He turned to Rias and said, "We're getting off topic here again. So where were you two going again?" "We're going to pick up my new pawn." "Oh, going to pick up Issei?" Foo, it really takes one to know one. "Hardly, he's a well-known pervert in the school, and for the last time, I'm not a pervert. Denial is just the first step towards acceptance. We will be there for you when you finally come out of your constant struggle against your pervertism." "That doesn't even make any sense. What the hell does that even mean?" Foo. "You." Naruto blinked abruptly. "Wait, since we're picking him up now, does that mean Sato-chan won the bet?" As much as Rias wanted that date, she responded rather disappointedly, "Sadly, yes, we have to pick up Issei earlier than anticipated. Since my familiar was detecting the presence of a fallen angel flying around the city, it will only be a matter of time that he would be attacked." The blonde grinned slightly as he nodded. He turned to look at the lightning user, who was always grinning, and said, "Okay, I'm going along. I need the workout after my nap. So when would you like to go to a date?" His smile soon vanished as he received multiple memories from his clones. Let's discuss it later. For now, we have to save our new Kohai. Yeah, we should get going now ASAP since someone managed to dispel my clones." Turning, Rias faced her shinobi. "Did you see who dispelled them?" The blonde, now fully awake, had a faint expression of concern on her face. "That's the problem." A single image of shimmering silver that caused his clone to die flashed through his mind. The startling aspect of it was that his clones were completely unaware of the impending attacks. "I didn't." To say that Naruto only had a mild taste for ramen would be to say that Issei Hyodo was afraid. To put it simply and crudely, Issei might have been extremely afraid. Why wouldn't he be? Once more, one of those crazy, wing-wielding girls was attacking him. Really, he was just making his way home from a night of playing eroge and watching porn when he unexpectedly ran into a cute blonde girl dressed in a black goth loli. Normally, the pervert would have been ecstatic because the girl was beautiful. Even though she was a little underdeveloped for his tastes, however, he was surprised to find that the girl felt a little strange. She seemed to know deep down that the girl was dangerous before calling him a devil and attacking him with a pink spear of light. The girl glared at him as if to confirm his sense of dread. The perverted teen gave in to his brain's demands and followed the best course of action because his fight-or-flight instincts were out of control. He fled like his ex-girlfriend Yuma. She followed him, or rather, flew after him, throwing spear after spear. With the intention of killing him, the teen had a fleeting deja vu moment as he fled for his life. As Issei found himself ironically cornered by his assailant in the same park where Yuma killed him, he gasped, "What is it with girls trying to kill me? Could this be a form of karma for all his perversity? No, it is not possible. It's not like he's been in trouble before for being a pervert." "Oh, hold on." The pervert turned his head in the direction of his assailant as he heard the sounds of flapping wings growing louder. His life was saved by this one action because he stumbled on the ground after missing a step and was fortunate to avoid a beam of light that had just moments before struck the area where his head was. Sadly, he was unable to avoid the second spear that was hurled at him, and it impaled him once more in the stomach. As he backed away from the obviously dangerous girl, Issei pushed himself off the ground quickly and began to wave his left hand frantically in front of him while holding his bleeding stomach in his right in an apparent attempt to divert his attention from the intense pain of the light spear that was blazing inside of him with all its holiness. He said, What did I ever do to you? I mean, this is the first time I've met you. I haven't even done anything perverted near you." The girl asks in a tone that is clearly tinged with contempt, "Do you know where Donasek is, you stray?" "Donut what?" "Stray." She made another spear of light and aimed it at Issei, making the teenager wince in agony and flinch in terror as he lost too much blood. "Donasek, a fallen angel like me. He was fighting one of your kind in this area. I want to know what happened to him. Where is he?" she cried. "I honestly have no idea. Who are you talking about? I don't know who this Donatello guy is." Finally losing patience, the girl yelled, "His name is Donasek," and attempted to kill Issei by stabbing him in the chest, emphasis on try because, of all things, her spear struck a log rather than the pervert. "A log?" she exclaimed, startled, blinking several times to confirm that she was not insane and that she had indeed struck a log. "You're..." Issei exclaimed in surprise when the last person he thought would help him saved his life. Someone said, just in time, to get the fallen angel's attention. She was shocked to learn that she was no longer by herself with the teenager with the brown hair, the same blonde whiskered devil who had beaten the living daylights out of Calawarner. a crimson-haired devil who was probably a member of the Gremory family, another smiling devil who seemed to have a little more power than the other two, and finally the bleeding pervert slung on the blonde's shoulder were all in the middle of the park. Uzumaki-san! Issei exclaimed. Startled, the fallen angel kept her spear aimed at the blonde, the guy who hurt Kalawalner, and moved away from the group of devils by a few steps. As he knelt and dropped Issei to the ground, he proudly exclaimed, "That with the super awesome uber special mega badass shinobi devil extraordinaire Naruto Uzumaki to you." He then entrusted the body to Rias and Akeno, who promptly started doing their best to treat the pervert's wounds to his annoyance. Naruto then tried using his senses to see if the person who had destroyed his clones was nearby, but he was unable to detect anything. He clicked his tongue. Whoever had attacked him was either nowhere in the vicinity or very skilled at concealing their identity. Since the man did manage to ambush his clones, he was prepared to wager on the former. The blonde's lengthy utterance was ignored by the underdeveloped fallen angel, who instead concentrated on the blue-eyed Shinibo's name. Peefed Fishcake. She said with a cutesy laugh, "What a threatening name. God damn it, it's Maelstrom." Naruto yelled, disregarding God's outrage. The fact that Fishcakes was associated with his fierce name wasn't his fault. Once she had recovered from her fits of laughter, the fallen angel inquired, "So where is Donaseek?" Naruto cocked his head sideways. "Donna who? Donaseek. Donut?" the shinobi asked, joining his hands to form an O. Donasek. A puff of smoke enveloped the shinobi, transforming him into a familiar blue robotic cat mascot, Doraemon. Frustrated, the fallen angel put one hand on her blonde hair and began to tug rather roughly. She aimed her spear at Issei and exclaimed, "Erg! What is it with you devils? What the hell? There is definitely something wrong in your heads." She aimed her spear at Naruto and said, "You kept trying to steal glances of my panties when I was trying to kill you. How the hell are you doing that?" The henge D. Naruto cocked his head to the side, asking, "Doing what?" The fallen angel, fed up with his nonsense, hurled her spear at Doraemon. Ah! The henge D. Naruto easily dodged the thrown spear, bopping his fist toward an open palm, the battle maniac. "Yes. So where is?" With pride, Naruto nodded, recalling the name of his assailant, Madonna. Almost immediately, she made another spear and threw it at him. But this time, the blonde didn't even try to dodge the spear. Instead, he dropped his henge and slapped it away, shocking the barely conscious Issei by causing it to pierce multiple trees rather than its intended target. "Ah, Donaseek, now I remember him. He went a little too battle crazy at me. Damn, man came on to me like there was no tomorrow, so I was forced to put old Donaseek down." The fallen angel's eyes went wide with surprise. "What?" He scratched the back of his head and kept his eyes fixed on the fallen angel, ready to respond to any movement at any time. "Sorry if you were friends, but the guy was seriously a serious asshole and I was really forced to put him down." He was telling the truth, so it wasn't like he was trying to get her to charge in, but he could always take advantage of that. "I'd apologize for it, but I'm not really sorry for it since he was an ass." With a grin on Naruto's face, the fallen angel declared, "Grr, then I guess I have no choice." Her power began to spike out. He was always prepared to fight if necessary, but he wasn't as battle mad as that donut guy. Doesn't everyone like a good fight from time to time? Naruto began to spike his own power and asked, "So are we going to fight?" All the fallen angel could do was turn around and take off at full speed, leaving their group behind. Issei's eyes were filled with shock as she gazed at the girl retreating. He coughed, "She's running away." Rias's face was palmed. "Naruto-kun, you shouldn't have wasted time talking. I know you could have just outright disabled her." As she attempted to use a basic healing spell to cure Issei, Akeno laughed. Arrow Kitsune scared her off. But their remarks were ignored. Naruto's jaw relaxed as he gazed at the fleeing fallen angel, his eyes wide when he realized that his opponent had abruptly decided to leave him. He stomped the ground and exclaimed, "What the hell?" As two wings appeared on his back, he yelled, "I thought you were going to attack me to avenge your comrade or something, not run away. Oi, do you really think I'll let you escape?" The crimson-haired princess of Ruin cleared her throat to attract her shinobi's attention, knowing that this might start a chase that could cause multiple property damages that she wasn't really planning to pay for. "That's enough, Naruto-kun. Are you sure? Because I can still catch up and capture her if I leave now. Our objective for this night is to make contact with Issei and preferably save him from the fallen angels. It is not in our best interest to start hunting down fallen angels and potentially start a war with Gregory." When Naruto's wings disappeared, his shoulders slumped. He said, "So no ass kicking." "No ass kicking, Naruto-kun." Rias nodded, "But no ass kicking." The shinobi said, "Ooh." His plans to work out before going to work that evening were ruined. The blonde teenager turned to face the barely conscious eyes and shook his head in disappointment. A light bulb then appeared over the shinobi's head, indicating that there was still something he could do to save what was turning out to be a terrible night. Wow, is getting stabbed in the stomach becoming a new trend or something? Because damn eyes. This is like the second time this happened to you this week, though it's glad to see you're alive and kicking Aro Kohai. Recalling his chat with Rias a few days prior, he said, "Hey Issei, I heard that you're an otaku." He asked, making Rias and Akeno palm their faces, "So I'm wondering, do you have a CD of Gurren Lagann, and if you do, can I borrow it?" Eyes only fainted in response, eventually passing away from his wounds. "What? Was it something I said?" While sitting in the classroom, Issei couldn't help but smile perversely as far as he was concerned. Today was already the best day of his life. Even though he had been attacked and nearly killed by a goth loli chick yesterday, this is because, for the first time in his 17 years of life, Issei Hyodo finally got to see a real set of soft, luscious, and gorgeous mounds known as breasts. The fact that those breasts belonged to the most attractive student at Kuo Academy only enhanced the experience. He was certain that everyone, including the girls at his school, enjoyed fantasizing about the one and only Rias Gremory. Sitting comfortably in his chair, he couldn't help but think of Rias's amazing hair and body's unmatched beauty. It was that red hair that was the same color as blood. However, he felt as though he was forgetting something as he recalled her blood-colored hair, something involving a particular shade of blonde that was really important. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he casually mentioned that he had seen real breasts, or simply nodded in agreement with his two perverted friends. "Anyo, is Issei Hyodo here?" When the perverted teen turned to face the door, he saw Yuto Kiba, a Bishonen who is one of the two common enemies of all male students in the academy, standing close by with the teen's hand waving at him. Issei, who obviously did not enjoy the attractive boy's company, asked rather angrily, "Ah, the handsome prince, what do you need with peons like myself?" Seeing the malice, Yuto just grinned wryly. "It was Rias Senpai who asked me to find you." He turned to face his two friends, the bald and bespectacled perverts who made up 2/3 of the notorious perverted trio. "Ah, Rias Senpai," he said. He hurriedly got up from his seat and followed one of the school's two great gentlemen, saying, "Sorry about this, but I'll see you guys later." The brown-haired devil was eventually led towards the old school building in the back of the school after a few minutes of silent walking, during which he did his best to ignore the various rumors and startled murmurs that were directed at him for being close to Kiba. Kiba then led him to the second floor of the building, where he finally stopped in front of a room which was named the Occult Research Club Room. Yuto knocked on the door and turned to face Issei. After hearing a simple "come in," the blonde opened the door with a single tug, revealing a rather occult room with several magical symbols and black boards full of strange writing to Issei. "We're here, bucko, and the others are waiting in the other side." Even though those magical crests were startling and strange to a regular person who was about to be introduced to the world of the occult, Issei's eyes were fixed on a couch nearby instead of them right away. The other half of the two great gentlemen of Kuo Academy, Naruto Uzumaki, and the school's mascot, were sitting on the couch. To his surprise, the normally cold and uninterested little girl was purring sweetly as she laid her head on the blonde's lap, and the number one enemy of men, Naruto, petted her head while reading what appeared to be an old volume of a mecha manga. Kiba attracted the attention of the people occupying the couch by clearing his throat. "Kaneko-san, ohio Naruto-san." Naruto acknowledged him by nodding, saying, "Ohio Kiba, Mama Neko-chan, I'll pet you again later, so be nice for now, okay?" he said, greeting the two as he finally stopped petting Kaneko, causing the girl to growl softly. She complained as she pushed herself off Naruto's lap, finally giving in to the blonde's words and nodding after glaring at Issei and Kiba for a moment, causing the two to flinch. The brown-haired pervert scratched the back of his head, thinking it was a good time to talk to the school mascot. "Ah, how are you?" The two of them ended their conversation when Kaneko said, "Hungry," and reached for a Yukon that was placed on a small plate before nibbling on the Japanese treat. As he turned to face Kiba, Issei's perspiration fell. "Is she upset with me?" With a small laugh, the knight said, "I don't think so." As he closed his manga and snatched up a piece of Yukon to eat, Naruto added, "Yeah, she's just a bit hungry. Want some?" He made the offer. "Ah, thank you, but I'd have to say no." As he resumed reading the manga and consuming his fair share of Yukon, Naruto responded, "Suit yourself." It was then that Issei heard the sound of water flowing, and turning his head in the direction of the source, the pervert discovered the dark silhouette of a chubby girl behind a shower curtain. He had no idea why there was a shower in the club room's back room, but he wasn't one to complain. So his imagination went into overdrive as he started to fantasize about the girl, who was probably Rias. Showering behind the curtain, the newly minted devil didn't even notice that a tiny trail of blood ran down his nose, and he began drooling like a pervert. "Oi, stop drooling, perv." To Issei's surprise, Naruto struck him in the back of the head, causing him to move slightly toward the ground. "Ouch," he mumbled as he rubbed his head, and he turned to see his attacker still sitting on the couch with Kaneko. What but I thought? There was no sign of Naruto, who he could swear had struck him in the head, when he turned around and saw only Kiba standing behind him. As Naruto gazed at Issei, he hardly suppressed a smile. It's time to mistake the boy for Cage Bunshin and start laughing. "What is it, eyes? You appeared distressed." "I thought you smacked me in the head. What are you talking about? I wonder." "You could even ask Kaneko and Kiba. I haven't moved from my spot on the couch." Nodding, the small Nekomata said, "He didn't move." "Yes, you could say that he didn't move from his spot," Kiba continued. "Then what was, who, what, when?" Issei said, bewildered, because he could have sworn Naruto was the one who finally hit him. "I could have sworn you hit me for being a pervert." He was lightly smacked in the head, but this time he was able to turn his head to the side and see Naruto smiling at him. "Yo." When he snapped his head in the direction of the couch, he noticed that Naruto was still there, waving at him. "Yo." The blonde with the whiskers said, turning around to discover that Naruto was no longer behind him. "What's going on?" He glanced at Yuto and Kaneko. One simply scratched the back of his head, while the other just stared back blankly. "Naruto-kun, stop messing with Issei." Rias's well-known voice reverberated throughout the room from behind the curtain. The blonde answered, "No promises." Curious about what the hell had just transpired, Issei said, "Okay, can someone explain what was going on? Was it Naruto-san who hit me?" Kiba responded, "You could say it was Naruto-san who hit you." "Ninja tricks, nin. Ninja tricks." "Issei, look behind you again," Naruto said, having completed his chewing on a piece of Yukon. After following instructions, Issei noticed that Kiba was the only person still standing next to the door. "Now look back at me." Following instructions once more, the pervert discovered not one, not two, but 6 identical blondes waving at him while they all engaged in absurd behavior. Sextuplets. Nope, clones. In a puff of smoke, the 6 identical blonde copies disappeared. "How did you do that?" "Sorry, trade secret. If I tell you I'd have to kill you." Issei swallowed. "Peef, just kidding, it's one of my jutsu." "What's a jutsu?" "Something really badass." Okay." Issei simply nodded. The teen with the whiskers didn't really explain what a jutsu was. Then why did you use it on me?" "Because you were drooling like a perv and it was creeping everyone out." Aiza's eyes instantly went to the newcomer, the natural Japanese beauty, who he was certain was one of the 2 great ladies, the one and only Akeno Himejima, who was walking alongside a now fully clothed Rias Gremory. He didn't notice her leaving the shower, probably because Naruto was playing tricks on him. Era Kitsune scolding someone else for being a pervert. "I never thought I'd live to see the day, foo." In the hopes of finding a chance to retaliate against her later, Naruto rolled his eyes and allowed Akino's jab to pass. He glanced at Rias, who nodded in agreement with his actions, and said, "Well, since we're all here, let's start with some introductions." "Excellent." The perverted teenager was pointed at by the shinobi. "You first, eyes." What am I supposed to say?" "Well, let's keep it simple. Likes, dislikes, and dreams. Feel free to pass on any of those if you're not comfortable with sharing them." The shinobi added the final sentence while stealing a covert glance at the other members of Rias Peerage. A tiny smile tugging at the sides of his lips as waves of nostalgia struck him. He was aware that each of them had personal problems, and that it was impolite to bring them up just to introduce oneself. He laughed to himself as he began to eat another piece of Yukon that he had stolen from Kaneko. "I suppose I'll start for Aiza's sake. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm a 2nd-year student. I like ramen, training, fighting, plants, and my friends. I detest the 3 minutes it takes to cook ramen, people who hurt my friends, breaking promises, and flying. My dream, well, my dream is to create, it's not really that important right now." He was on the verge of telling everyone about one of his many dreams in which he built a gigantic robot. Well, who wants to go next? Normally I would have gone first with introductions, but since Naruto went first, I'm fine going seconds. She was poised with the dignity of a noble. "My name is Rias Gremory, 3rd-year student. I prefer being called Bucko by the members of my peerage. I like playing chess. My family, the members of my peerage, anime and manga. I dislike people who harm my peerage and my family. My dream, no, my goal is to live proudly as the next head of the Gremory family and to win many rating game battles." The perverted 2nd-year student raised his hand when he heard a rather strange term. He said, "Anyo, what's a rating game?" Yuto chose to respond on behalf of the group and grinned. It's not that important as of now, Issei-san, but we'll tell you later, okay? Issei replied, I guess it's okay then. He would believe them if they said it wasn't significant because this group did, reportedly, save his life twice. Rias turned to face her monarch, then she said, You're next. Hi, my name is Akeno Himejima, vice president of this club. As for my likes, dislikes, and dreams, I'll keep them to myself for now. Why is that? Issei inquired. Naruto and Rias perspired as they considered her preferences, which primarily included electricity, excruciating pain, leather, and whipping, in addition to being whipped. Fufu, because a lady must always keep her secrets. Next, I'll introduce myself. My name is Yuto Kiba, and I enjoy cooking, practicing my swordsmanship, and spending time with everyone in the occult research club. As for my dislikes and dreams, for a brief moment, Issei could have a sword, and Yuto's normally kind face took on a twisted expression. I'd keep them for myself. The little cat-like girl chose to speak next. After hearing Kiba complete his introduction, her eyes briefly strayed to Naruto, which Rias, Akeno, and Issei noticed. My name is Kaneko Tujo. I like snacks, Naruto-senpai, everyone else in the club, and cats. I dislike perverts. My dream is to have strong and healthy babies. As he pointed a finger at the small girl, eyes couldn't help but yell in quick succession, a bold declaration of love? To have babies? Then does that mean the cute Kaneko-chan wants to do it with someone? She sneered, simple-minded pervert, and chose to ignore the teen with the brown hair for the duration of the meeting. Ugh, Issei soon lost his confidence as the icy tone of Kaneko's remarks struck him in the heart. I guess I'm last. My name Issei Hayadu. I like girls, opie, my porn mags, video games, anime, Super Sentai. I dislike fallen angels. Akeno gasped. And my dream is, he said with a happy smile, he brashly declared, to become the harem king. Despite the fact that he was essentially a huge pervert, as if the people in the room weren't aware of that already. After everyone had finished their introductions, Naruto grinned and said, Oh, and eyes, before we forget, the other people in the club room nodded. All of the club members, including Issei, unconsciously, had multiple bat-like wings appear on their backs at once in a flash. With the exception of Issei, everyone proudly declared, We're all devils. Issei glanced behind him and saw that he had bat-like wings on his back. Devils, then does that mean? Welcome to the world of devils, Issei Hyodo. Following the introductions, Rias took the initiative to inform Issei about the three factions. The angels in heaven, the fallen angels who were deprived of God's favor, and the devils who lived in hell. She also briefly discussed the three sides of the conflict, which reduced the number of angels, fallen angels, and devils. The princess also described sacred gears, mentioning that Issei had a very powerful one. Since he had already learned the same lesson 4 years prior, Naruto had already tuned out of Rias' spontaneous lesson. By that point, Naruto continued reading his manga while laughing from the couch. He continued flipping through his manga until he heard Rias discussing the classes of devils, which were essentially ultimate, high, middle, and low class. Damn, Nervash is awesome. I wish I had a board like that. As of now, everyone in this group, barring myself, are low-class devil. Naruto over there should be considered a middle-class devil, but he refused the promotion. Aiz looked at what he believed to be one of his possible competitors for his ambition to become a harem king and asked, Why would you pass on the opportunity? As he responded to Issei's query, Naruto made the decision to put his manga away, because I promised myself to beat the man who defeated me before I would accept the promotion. How hard could that be? He was going to read his manga again when he realized that the sun had already set, so he responded, Well, I have to fight a guy who could practically tank a nuclear bomb and come out of it unscathed. He turned to face Kiba, who informed him that it was approximately 7 o'clock. Oh shit, what time is it? He asked. Damn, I have to go to work. Naruto put the manga he was reading inside his jacket and turned to face Rias. Do you still need me here, Rias-chan? Asked he. Chan, can't it? Could Bucko already be in the clutches of that roguish blonde attractive boy? If that's the case, would pursuing Bucko be regarded as NTR? I detest NTR. Does this imply that I can't raise Bucko's flag and follow her path? As soon as Issei heard that honorific, she thought, damn, this is so complicated. After briefly placing a finger on her chin and assuming her own contemplative stance, Rias responded, you could go, since I was just planning on telling Issei-kun about contracts and handing out the magical flyers. He waved to the group, but before he could go, he decided to exact revenge on the Lightning Priestess. Oh, and Issei, if you ever need someone to train with, just ask any of us. He smirked as he gave the smiling Akeno a final look. Cool. I'll see you guys tomorrow then. Nice meeting you again, Issei. I hope we get along and you don't chase after me in those mobs again. Well, except Akeno-chan, because she might be a little too rough for you. Foo, I don't know what you mean, Aro Kitsune. The shinobi instinctively ducked down and rolled towards a nearby window, narrowly avoiding an unexpected lightning strike. I mean that you shouldn't train him since you're too much of a bitchy saw. He continued, see total sadist, before abruptly leaping out of the window to escape another lightning strike. Did Naruto-san just jump out a window? Issei asked. His mental image of Akeno shattered and he was utterly stunned by what had just happened. Everyone just nodded, with the exception of Akeno, who was now shutting the window. But isn't this the second floor? So, Kiba, Kaneko, and Rias chortled. Eyes couldn't resist asking, is it his hobby to jump from high places? As he thought back to the incident a few weeks ago in which the blonde leapt from the academy's roof and survived. However, since he was a devil, his body was stronger than usual, so it was acceptable for him to leap that high. Issei was startled out of his reverie by Kiba's exclamation, everyone has their own quirks. The dazzlingly attractive boy added, hopefully you'll get used to them soon. Issei whispered to himself, I don't think I'm going to get used to that sparkle. Kiba asked with a naive smile on his face, what was that? Nothing, yeah nothing. Issei responded with a laugh, attempting to shift the conversation, Anyo bucko? What is it, Issei-kun? Why does Naruto-san get to call you Rias-chan while we have to call you bucko? Because Aro Kitsune has a special place inside Bucko's heart, isn't that right, bucko? Akeno responded as she shut the window Naruto had used. Taking note of her longtime friend's increasing teasing lately, a slightly flushed Rias glared at her. Isn't that the same reason you call him Aro Kitsune? Because Naruto-kun has a special place in your heart as well? Foo, who knows? Issei Hyodo was crying inside from the sidelines when he considered how Oni-sama and even Kaneko, the school's mascot, were attracted to the blonde with the blue eyes. His plans to launch his harem kingdom from the research club were undoubtedly derailed by this. In a somewhat worried tone, Yuto inquired, are you okay, Issei-san? Yes, I'm fine, was his nearly robotic response. The attractive boy touched Issei's back. He glistened once more, this time with a slight flush on his cheeks, and exclaimed, if anything's been troubling you, feel free to ask me. I'll definitely help you out. I'll even help you with your dream. What's causing your blush? As one tear escaped his eye, Issei wondered why he had to be so glitzy and bishy. Thank you for that. A few hours later, in actuality, he didn't really need to work because Rias offered to help him out financially, but the blonde shinobi turned him down because he didn't want to put any more strain on his king. Eventually, this resulted in him searching the town for a job. His resume was accepted without question by the clothing store where he got his first job. For dyeing most of the store's clothing orange, he was fired the day after he was fired. He took on the role of bartender in a bar as his second job. He was eventually fired after creating a drink called Ramen on the Rocks, which was essentially ramen served in a champagne glass with actual rocks. The strange white rocks he had seen people using in the bar. He had stayed at this job longer. Several customers were poisoned, or overdosed, by the drink, which was reportedly opium. Driving was his third job, which lasted only a few hours. Shortly after his initial journey, the shinobi was entangled in a lengthy police pursuit that led to multiple vehicle crashes, an explosion, and even the collapse of a whole bridge. It's safe to assume that was his final automobile ride. In hindsight, he ought to have realized that a shinobi whose sole skills were mass destruction, ramen consumption, and pranking shouldn't actually function without being restrained by someone who could put him in his proper place. His fourth and current job followed. He wasn't really applying for the job, but he was fortunate enough to be hired after the shop owner witnessed him saving a boy who had been hit by a speeding car. The fact that his new boss seemed to be among the strongest people on the planet was merely an odd and total coincidence. Serving tables, washing dishes, taking out the trash, and occasionally helping out in the kitchen made up the majority of Naruto's job. He was actually supposed to be a trainee ramen chef under Yusuke's supervision when he was hired. Unfortunately, a chain of events led to the blonde giving in to his cravings and consuming a week's worth of ramen in just 5 hours. This resulted in his boss not only kicking him but also permanently barring him from the kitchen. However, he was simply too obstinate to comply with his boss's request, and he frequently found himself slinking into the kitchen to occasionally steal a bowl. Despite his nearly insane levels of durability, he frequently found himself facing a spiritual blast that always tore him a new one. It was fine if he wasn't found. In relation to spiritual explosions, it seems that day was one of his luckier ones. To use a more accurate term, crappy indeed. He was unlucky because his boss caught him red-handed while holding a bowl of ramen in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. Several noodles were even hanging from his mouth at the time of his capture. It isn't what you think. Yusuke glared at his unruly employee and stomped on the ground in a rather irate manner. "Oi, remember when I told you all those months ago to stop eating our product?" "But it's dinner time," Naruto exclaimed as he hurried from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of ramen. The older man rubbed his temples as he followed the blonde with ease. "Just because it's dinner time doesn't mean you can just go in my kitchen and eat off my ramen. How many times do I have to tell you that, Gaki?" he asked. "Can't you just go out and buy some food from the other stores?" As he busily slurped the last of the noodles, Naruto answered, "Can't do that." "Why?" "Because I spent majority of my remaining money buying a Blu-ray box set which was destroyed a few weeks back. Now that I think about it, that wasn't a really good choice of where to spend my money on." "So that basically means..." Naruto nodded, blinked, and put down his ramen. "Yep, I'm pretty much broke until you give me my next paycheck." Yusuke sighed. He would have fired the blonde long ago for all the nonsense he attempted to do, mostly the brat skulking off to the kitchen to eat ramen or the boy occasionally staring at his wife. "Fine, you can eat, but no more than 3 bowls. "Thanks, boss. And since we're on a roll here, then can you give me a raise as well?" "Go to hell. Already been there, and aside from the monsters it's not really that great." After giving the shinobi a deadpan look, Yusuke quickly removed Naruto's bowl of ramen from the blonde as he began to return to the kitchen. He muttered, "That's for being a smart ass." The blonde shinobi was about to voice his displeasure to his boss when they heard a loud, nearly roaring laugh. As they looked in the direction of the commotion, the two noticed a familiar face entering through the restaurant's entrance. The man had black hair and sandy-colored bangs, and he appeared to be in his late 20s. The man was dressed in what appeared to be a pimp's suit rather than his typical kimono. Naruto yelled, "It's the perverted fallen angel," and gestured to the man. He felt the tainted divine presence coming from this man, aside from Akano, in waves that almost drowned him every time the man visited their shop to eat ramen. The perverted angel would have shit his pants, so thank God he wasn't or didn't appear to be evil. With a note of perversity and insanity in his voice, the man declared, "I'm not a perverted fallen angel, I'm a super perverted harem master angel. Azazel." Before he began to laugh quite loudly as he walked up to Naruto. "How are you doing, brat? I haven't seen you in a while, but I heard you got your ass kicked pretty badly by the brat from the Bael house. I'll beat him one day, Ibeo. He didn't even use his sacred gear. Well, I was also holding back. I'll show you. I'll beat him to a pulp and become a middle-class devil one of these days." "Oh really? Then I hope you do better in your rematch, blonde?" With a confident nod, Naruto said, "That's the plan." Yusuke handed the ramen bowl back to the blonde and walked over to one of his regulars, asking, "Yo, what do you want, Azazel?" The governor of the fallen angels grinned and ordered a bowl of miso ramen to go, saying, "I was just in the area passing by and I was in the mood for ramen." "Okay then." Yusuke continued to watch Azazel while giving his wife the order to make Azazel's ramen. Although it appeared to the untrained eye that Azazel was acting normally, he could see that the fallen angel was actually quite tense and anxious. "Naruto, would you mind throwing the trash out for me?" asked he. As he easily consumed the bowl's contents, Naruto answered, "Huh? Sure." Naruto left the two alone and headed for the kitchen, then the alley behind the restaurant to dispose of the trash, saying, "It was nice seeing you again, perverted angel." Yasuke's arms were folded. "So why are you really here? It's not often I see you nervous like that." The fallen angel looked around, using his senses and magic to make sure the blonde or anyone else wasn't listening in on him, and said, "I'm here to ask a favor. You see, I'm afraid certain of members of my kin are being manipulated by someone into plotting a diabolical deed in this town." "Then why don't you order them to go back?" The governor of the fallen angels folded his hands in the manner of Gendo Akari and said, "That's the problem. They believe whoever it is that's ordering them is me. I lost communications with their group a few days ago. I've already done my investigation and it doesn't seem that Kokebile is behind whatever it is they're planning. What I do know is that whoever is manipulating them or backing them up is also doing a good job masking their group's presence when I try to find them." Yusuke squinted his eyes. "So you want someone to deal with them?" In denial, Azazel shook his hands in front of him quickly. "No, no, no. You should know how much I care for my fellow fallen angels. I'd prefer that they are all alive and well in the end." "Then shouldn't you be bringing this up to the Gremory girl?" He scratched the back of his head and chilled softly. "That's where the favor comes in. I was hoping that you were the ones who could put up this request for her." Yusuke was quiet for a while as he considered what Azazel had told him. He suddenly understood why the fallen angel had initially asked for his favor. "You're asking me this because it wouldn't look good for the leader of Gregory to appear that he can't even reign on his own subordinates, but that's not all. You're doing this because your dream of peace won't be achieved if the leaders of the factions think your underlings are purposely starting crap like this." He, you caught me red-handed and I thought you were stupid." Yusuke laughed. People often let their guard around you if they think you're stupid. Why do you think the Gaki's been doing so good? The fallen angel joked, because of that thing inside him? As Yusuke frowned at Azazel, the room's temperature instantly dropped a few degrees. Indeed, he has known the man for a long time, having met and become friends with him while working as a spirit detective. However, he was also aware of the man's almost unhealthy fixation with studying sacred gears. The man would definitely try to get it if he believed it to be a sacred piece of equipment inside Naruto. If that were the case, he wouldn't voluntarily let Azazel have one of his employees. Are you planning something involving my employee? The fallen angel's governor shook his head hastily in an attempt to head off a confrontation with the Makai faction's war god. Azazel said, No. Although strong, whatever that thing inside him is not a sacred gear. How do I know that? Let's just say the couple of times he did a delivery at my place I may have already looked at it, and truth be told I'm not interested in it, so you don't need to worry about me stealing your employees. So how about the favor? As his wife gave him the takeout bowl Azazel had ordered, Yusuke remarked, You owe me one. The retired spirit investigator thanked her and hurriedly put the bowl in a plastic bag before giving it to Azazel. Here you go. Azazel grinned as he took his command. Had he been an angel, he would have undoubtedly thanked God for saving him from fighting against a man who would have destroyed Japan, and for getting that man to comply and agree to his wishes. The man got up from his chair and hurried to the restaurant's entrance, saying, Thanks, I'll see you later, I have some research I need to do. Yusuke smiled. By research you mean girls, right? Azazel swiveled his head in Yusuke's direction, grinning back at him as he left the restaurant. Azazel laughed and said, There is a ton of research to do in the red light district. Bawahahaha. It's my one time of the year to unwind and escape from all my problems in the world. I'm going to enjoy this night. Yusuke merely gave a headshake. Perverted angel, he noticed a familiar mop of blonde hair coming in through the restaurant's back door out of the corner of his eye. Hey Gaki! Exclaimed the ramen cook. Naruto approached his boss and inquired, What is it? I'm going to make a letter. Would you give it to your master for me? Why do you want me to do that? Are you going to give Rias-chan a love letter? Aren't you already married, Datbeo? Are you going to chi? Smack with his right hand still firmly on his employee's head, Yusuke declared, I've got a job for her. I don't think she serves perverted old men. Smack. I got it, Datbeo. After realizing something, the former spirit blinked and said, Good, I'll hand the letter to you tonight. And actually I've got a job for you as well. Huh? What do you need? Sheepishly, Yusuke rubbed the back of his head, amazed that he had forgotten something so basic. Can you chase after our last customer? Why the hell would I do that? He didn't pay for his ramen. What? Exclaimed Naruto, startled. He believed that not paying for ramen was among the most horrible things a person could ever do, on par with rape, betraying his friends, breaking promises, and disparaging shinobi, his friends, the Hokage, and ramen, that bastard. Naruto swore, his eyes blazing with resentment for 1,000 Uchihas who were dying. He rushed out of the store, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of smoke where he had been standing. Oi, wait, take your uniform off. Damn it, Gaki, you don't even know where the guy is going. Damn it. Keiko, can you look after the shop for a while? I need to go after the brat. Keiko nodded at her husband as she emerged from the kitchen. Don't worry, I'll handle the shop, have a safe trip. Urameshi removed his chef's hat and apron, set it on top of the counter, and walked to the door, saying, No need to worry. As he pursued his now rogue employee, he whispered to himself, I mean, what could happen? When the current Tushin, war god, of Makai was pursuing an overactive devil shinobi who was pursuing the governor of the fallen angels, it seemed as though anything could happen. Clusterfuck, that was the best way to characterize the chaotic events of that night, which began as a simple chase and then escalated into a life or death battle in the red light district of a nearby city. This battle involved a half-eaten cup of instant ramen, a yakuza, hookers, yukai, gambling, pole dancing, a number of swear words being thrown out, a territorial war, a lot of swords, a lot of running, a lot of collateral damage, a lot of ass kicking, a lot of running, a lot of collateral damage, a territorial war, a lot of swords, and a lot of collateral damage. It was indeed one of those evenings after destroying multiple blocks of the district, destroying at least 18 gambling establishments, burning down 5 brothels, and destroying a significant number of yukai yakuza. Naruto was banned and blacklisted from the area. After battling a number of yakuza bosses, including one who turned out to be a relative of the Nurahinian, Yosuke was hurt and caused even more damage before he and his employee left the scene. Since Azazel was blamed for everything, he was arrested and taken to jail. He managed to get away that same evening, but to his chagrin, he was also banned from one of his favorite red light districts in Japan. 9 hours passed between all of this as he pulled an unconscious Naruto by the leg toward the restaurant. A furious and battered Yosuke muttered, "I mean, what could happen my ass?" While making sure the shinobi's face scraped as painfully as possible against the hard concrete road, he cursed the unconscious blonde before his face hit the concrete, fainting from one of the most difficult 9 hours of his life. "This is all your fault," he said. Fortunately, his wife Keiko left the store after becoming alarmed by the headlines about the complete devastation that had ravaged a nearby city. She eventually discovered the unconscious pair in the middle of the road close to the ramen shop. It's safe to say that whatever work Yusuke had planned for the blonde's king was postponed until the following day, which reluctantly became a day off for both Yusuke and Naruto, who were both completely worn out from the chaos that surrounded them that day. Yusuke made a mental note to never undervalue Naruto's ability to get himself into trouble without realizing it, which will save him a lot of stress and headaches in the future. The following day in the Occult Research Club room, Rias sat behind her desk and Naruto stood a few paces away from her, looking drowsy or exhausted. Since Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko were occupied teaching Issei the ropes, the two were by themselves. A small mystical parchment bearing the insignia of Toushin, war god, was in Rias's hand. This title was only given to the strongest Makai being, in this case a lowly ramen chef who could kick enough ass to make other factions fearful. As she carefully considered the request written within, she read it quickly, not once, twice, but 3 times. Naruto looked at his king and yawned. "So what does it say?" Sometime last night, in the middle of all that chaos, his boss slipped this message into his pocket. As she summed up the message for her rook, she replied, "It's a request from your boss for the capture of the fallen angels that trespassed in the city. It says to capture them alive if possible." Capture the fallen angels alive. Naruto stifled a yawn and then swore, his eyes widening slightly. "Fuck. Language Naruto-kun. Oh sorry, had a really rough night yesterday," Naruto said, yawning again. "What happened?" "It's a long story, a really long story, nothing special, so I'd rather not talk about." "Does it have anything to do with the several complaints and reports of property damage that flooded my desk this morning?" He entered full denial mode, and his fatigue soon faded. "Nope, not at all. I have no idea what you're talking about. You know, you should ask either Issei or Kiba. Those two probably did whatever it is that those reports said." "What about the property damage? What about it?" "They said the one who did the damage was A." Her cheeks were slightly reddened. "A teen with blonde hair who stepped in for an absent stripper. The reports also say that he was wearing our school's uniform before he started off with the strip. How?" Naruto winced inwardly as he forced himself to forget what was probably one of the most embarrassing moments of his life. Nearly as embarrassing as the time he kissed Sasuke by mistake in an attempt to place the blame elsewhere. The blonde tried to appear as composed and unflappable as possible, so it was key. "And had 6 whisker marks. Fuck." She sighed and rubbed her temples, wondering what her shinobi had gotten himself into this time. "We'll have to talk about this later." Naruto nodded angrily, trying to change the subject from what had happened the night before. "Yep, we'll talk about this never and yeah never," he muttered to himself before continuing. "I kinda killed one of those fallen angels recently." "Yeah, I already killed a fallen angel who went ahead and tried to kill me, so let's talk about that, not about last night, because nothing happened last night, not a goddamn thing." "When were you planning on telling me that you killed one of them?" Rias asked hazily, remembering Naruto saying that he put down a donut. "What was it?" she asked, remembering that her shinobi can be quite a handful at times. "He murdered Donut, a fallen angel." She scowled at him and said, "To be honest, it slipped my mind. I said I'm sorry. It's just that I got attacked around the same time Issei was killed, and you know things were pretty hectic back then, so I forgot about it." Face palming, Rias said, "That was more than a week ago." Whoops, you do know what this means, right? No more killing fallen angels from here on out?" "Yes, but it also means that I have to punish you for your actions." She needed to maintain her strength and occasionally discipline her shinobi because she didn't want him to run around unchecked at the very least. This will force him to consider his future behavior. But Naruto attempted to reason with Rias, but she abruptly interrupted him when she was punishing him for not only failing to report important information but also piling papers on top of her desk. "No ramen for a week." "What?" Naruto asked, his eyes widening in surprise and disbelief. With a cheeky grin, Rias said, "Unless you're willing to tell me what happened last night." The shinobi looked at her with sad blue eyes that resembled those of a cute but dejected puppy, and surprisingly, he only whimpered in response there and then. She nearly gives in. How is it possible for someone who can appear roguish one moment to appear adorable the next? With tears in his eyes, he pleaded with her, "Please don't take away my ramen." It took her 2 minutes before she gave in. "Okay fine, no ramen for 3 days." His expression quickly lost its sadness. "Deal," he exclaimed, leaping at Rias and giving the red-haired princess a big, comforting hug. "Thank you." By grinning, Rias said, "I spoil you too much." Carelessly, Naruto said, "I love you too." He failed to notice the enormous blush the agitated devil was now wearing. "Thank you again, Ria-tan," he said, giving her an even closer hug before he broke off and moved a short distance away. Then he yawned. "Well, if that's all, then I have to go. I'm a bit sleepy today." "Wait, you still haven't told me what happened last night." A pouting Rias was left behind as the shinobi vanished in a whirlpool of leaves. "What's that? Couldn't hear you. I'm going to take a nap, Yane," she muttered. Baka. Before focusing on the heap of leaves strewn all over the clubroom, she considered picking up the leaves, but she chose to put it off in favor of considering more important matters. He forgot to use the one that didn't have leaves again. There was no issue with the Tushin's request because it was simple to fulfill, and she was confident that her peerage was capable of handling multiple fallen angels. She would need to research the agreement between her family and the Phoenix and, ideally, find a way out of this engagement because the Phoenix family was pushing for her to marry Riser. She could always challenge Riser to an unofficial rating game if that wasn't feasible, but doing so would require all of her peers to get stronger. She will have to deal with this when the time comes. With another sigh, the princess's thoughts turned to her final and probably most significant issue. Despite the pain and her desire for him to be by her side forever, she still remembers her end of the bargain. In order for her shinobi to fulfill his obligations in that world, she still needed to find a way to bring him home. Even if only temporarily. Despite the difficulty of this endeavor, she would never give up. After all, she had promised him that, and like her shinobi, she never betrays her word. The princess, who had a lot on her mind, began tapping her fingers on her wooden desk. A few days later, as the new day dawned, the sun was shining brightly, and many people found it refreshing and enjoyable to feel its warm rays on their skin. The sun, however, behaved very differently toward devils. Instead of giving them strength, it frequently made them feel weaker and more lethargic. This curse did not completely remove the normally hyperactive blonde shinobi, which made him less energetic than usual. In essence, it toned his hyperactivity from AS rank to an A rank, which is still high but not high enough for him to run around causing chaos and panic like a man on a sugar rush, or to put it in his own words, a man on his ramen rush. Naruto pondered the past few days and yawned. On the very typical days, he worked at the ramen stand, relaxed in the clubroom with Rias while sipping Akeno's tea, and mostly worked his ass off at night. Speaking of Akeno, the cruel queen has yet to reveal the specifics of their date. Instead, she simply warned him that it would be unexpected and advised him to get ready for some reason. This made him extremely afraid. That wasn't made any easier by her foo laughing. Additionally, he trained with Kaneko a few times before she accompanied him to the mountain range and joined him in his mountain climbing exercise. However, the girl found it too much to handle, barely finishing in time and having to skip school the following day due to exhaustion. As a result, he had to skip school to take care of her because he felt responsible for her condition. In contrast, Rias had been largely silent for the past few days and was frequently lost in thought, so he didn't really bother her over the past few days. They have only spoken when Rias asked to play chess with him once more. He ended up winning the majority of the games they played. The princess told him that she was simply exhausted when he asked if there was anything wrong with her game. Since Kiba was constantly busy training Issei, he didn't actually spend much time with him. Additionally, the teenager quit working at the ramen bar and found a new, better-paying job. No one was really sure what the job was. Even though he wanted to train Issei, Rias and the rest of the club thought his training methods were crazy and dangerous for Issei, so he left the boys' training to Yuto, Akeno, Kaneko, and even Rias. Apart from his interactions with Akeno, Kaneko, and Rias, he spent most of his other time in the clubroom taking care of Issei, giving the new devil small tips on how to train his body. Nevertheless, he was pleased to see that the teenager was thriving in his new role as a devil. Although he didn't have much time to spend with the new devil, he was able to talk to him about anime and other topics a few times, and Issei was even kind enough to lend him a CD of Gurren Lagann, which essentially solidified their friendship. A rather familiar brown-haired teen was walking ahead of the blonde shinobi as he made his way down the road to school. Talk about the devil. The blue-eyed devil smirked and vanished from view as he reappeared behind the gullible teenager and gave him a hefty back pat. Oyoheo eyes. Issei jumped in surprise, as was to be expected. In fact, the shinobi had to award the user of the sacred gear some points for not yelling like Sakura did when he had previously done that to her, as well as additional points for at least not punching him in the face. "Ohio Uzumaki-san," was the reply the teenager gave as he composed himself. "Yo. So how's training? I've heard Rias has been training you recently." Issei complained that his body hurt everywhere, saying, "Body hurts so much, it hurts in places that I didn't even know could hurt." He has only ever fulfilled contracts and trained since joining the club. He has also met with Morisawa and trained, conversed with the terrifying monster known as Miltan and trained, and even imagined expanding his harem before training. Indeed, his only activity was training. If had enough time in my hands I would have personally shown you the ropes. Sucks for that not happening. Recalling Yuto's subtle implication that Naruto's training involved going all out, Issei remarked, "I heard that your training was even worse than theirs." You have to understand, Issei, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger, though it'll hurt like hell. That doesn't sound too convincing. Issei gulped as he moved away from Naruto, clearly terrified of whatever training the blonde had in store for him. "I'm not trying to convince you, I'm just telling you that when Rias-chan and the others think that you're ready enough for my type of training, then prepare yourself for a world of intense hurt." Naruto went on, "But don't worry, I'll take it easy on you." Issei was not at all persuaded. "Oh, and by the way, you better get ready for tonight." "What?" Recalling a discussion he had with his boss the night before, Naruto remarked, "I have a feeling that something big is going to happen tonight." Evidently, there was a devil skulking around, consuming people. Rias probably would want that thing dead by nightfall if his prediction came true. "Big like Bucko and Akano Senpai's Oppai." "Yeah, big like Op." Naruto given Issei a head slap for mouthing words. "The hell are you making me say?" "But it's true, Rias Senpai and Akano Senpai's Oppai are huge." The shinobi with the whiskers shook his head and sighed. "You really are full on arrow mode 24/7, aren't you?" "Nothing can surpass my will." "The will to become a harem king? The will of Oppai?" Issei said with a sheepish laugh. Almost instantly, Naruto's face planted. He would undoubtedly assume that the teenager would set up Oppaikakure and be the Shodem Oppaikage if eyes were back in his world. He stood up as fast as he had fallen, asking, "Isn't it a bit tad too unhealthy that you think about nothing but perverted stuff?" The sex worker smiled. "It's who I am and I'm proud of it." Naruto burst out laughing. He said, almost menacingly, "You know, I changed my mind. I'm going to really enjoy training you." It wasn't that he detested perverts, but he might struggle to express his annoyance at Jiraiya to Issei. Images of endless agony flashed through Issei's mind as he swallowed, a tiny drop of perspiration falling from his forehead. He was able to choke out, "Huh, what do you mean?" Naruto's chorus of laughter ceased with the words, "Never mind." Okay." After that, the two strolled in silence as more pupils entered the school to join them. Naruto, who dislikes silence, chose to humor the pervert's previous remarks in order to start a conversation. "Hey, you know, since you were talking about large Oppai, that must mean you like them huge, right?" "Yes, why wouldn't I? Isn't it every man's dream to nestle their heads in between two marshmallow-like mounds of flesh?" "Yeah, but aren't small Oppai good as well?" "What do you mean?" "Well, isn't it nice to just cup them in your hand? You know, exact fit in the palm of your hand." Now that you mention it, as the two of them dug deeper and deeper into their differing likes and dislikes regarding the female anatomy, Naruto Uzumaki was pulled along at Issei's pace before he even realized it. Unbeknownst to the blonde, a few of the girls were staring at the blonde after they overheard them on their way to school. "Naruto-sama is talking to the pervert. No, he's corrupting Naruto-sama. Has Naruto-sama forsaken Kiba-sama and gone after that ruffian? Kya, a love triangle? The Bishonen Kiba-sama and the Rougish pervert Izbaka?" In order to learn more about his new perverted friend, Naruto chose to ignore it even though he heard it. Hell, they might as well get to know and get along with Aiz if they were going to be on the same team for a long time. Uzumaki-san, Issei said uneasily, feeling as though multiple stares were boring him to death. "What's the matter, Aiz?" Them. The user of the sacred gear gestured quietly at the group of girls who were chatting. With a frustrated sigh, Naruto said, "It's best you ignore them." But, as the two of them once again got into a discussion about the anatomy of women, Naruto dismissively said, "Trust me, if you ignore them and you're lucky enough they'll go away." The two carried on talking until they sensed a hint of possible murderous intent. Issei, still unaccustomed to the stimuli, tensed and began to perspire heavily as he thought back to the last time he had experienced such a strong sense of murderous intent, both of which left him in a near-death condition. However, Naruto simply chuckled as he cocked his head to his side and focused his blue eyes on the source of the chilly, heavy air. "Ohio Kaneko-chan!" he exclaimed with such joy, ignoring the icy glare from the typically stoic girl. Ohio Konik." The white-haired girl interrupted Issei before he could say anything more. "Perverts," she muttered in a chilly tone. Naruto casually scratched the back of his head and said, "Ahahaha, I'm sorry about that, it got a bit carried away." She looks mad, Naruto-san." "Mama, she's not mad, I think." "What do you mean you think? Her glare is killing me. As the Nekomata glared at the shinobi, he asked, "Huh, really? Nay, Kaneko-chan, can you stop glaring at Ero Kohai?" She puffed her cheeks and then looked away from the devil with the brown hair. She then walked past the two teenagers with a sour attitude. On the outside, she was a little upset that the two of them dared to discuss such a topic in public. However, she was primarily upset with Eyes because she believed the teenager was influencing her senpai. She was ecstatic to find out that her senpai doesn't give a damn about breast size. Even though she was secretly pumping her fist in the air, this was definitely a game changer because she no longer had to worry about the blonde being seduced by her more sexy senpai's enormous breasts. That was undoubtedly her biggest flaw. For a moment or two, she halted her movement and gazed down at her chest. "Good," she muttered with a hint of pride. "Kaneko-san. Neko-chan." The Nekomata turned and saw the pervert and her senpai running toward her. She turned away from the two and walked away quickly, a tiny smile tugging at the side of her lips in an attempt to make amends for their pervertish behavior. The two ended up pursuing her in order to allay the great lowly Nekomata's wrath. They ultimately paid for her lunch. Being Kaneko was such a pleasant day. That evening Naruto turned to face Issei, put his hands in his pockets, and bounced a little on his heels before saying, "Told you something big was happening tonight." In order to track down a stray devil, a devil who has escaped from their master's place and causes destruction for their own self-interest and power, he was standing inside an abandoned building in the outer part of town with the Occult Research Club. This time, Rias chose to teach Issei the ropes rather than sending the blonde shinobi in alone to destroy the devil, even though he could have handled this minor issue on his own. In relation to Issei, the perverted drool came from the brown-haired one as a buxom young woman with long black hair and a voluptuous figure emerged from the shadowy hallways of the deserted building. Issei whispered, blushing slightly, "Yeah, those oppai are pretty huge." Naruto merely gestured to the remainder of the devil's body and asked, "Really?" As soon as Issei saw the lower half of the stray devil's body, the blush on her face vanished. She resembled a centaur because of her enormous, beastly lower body, which included 4 legs with sharp claws on each and a snake for a tail. Issei, stunned that such a cute pair of breasts belonged to a centaur thingy, exclaimed, "Dude, half of her body is like, what the hell is she?" "I can smell something disgusting, but I can also smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it sour?" the beast replied. With a shrug, Naruto deliberately ignored the stray devil. After clearing his throat, Naruto put his hands close to his mouth and said, "Why don't we ask her?" He shouted as loudly as he could to intentionally draw the stray's attention. "Oi, what the hell are you supposed to be anyway?" Issei recoiled when the stray devil unleashed a great deal of murderous intent and hatred, but the shinobi was unconcerned because he had sensed more powerful intents before. "What a noisy prey," she said, placing her hands on her chest, and the devil cackled wildly. "I'll enjoy melting you before I eat you," she exclaimed, releasing 2 steaming squirts of what appeared to be milk after 2 magical circles materialized on top of her bare nipples. The blonde easily dodged the first shot. "Holy shit!" swore Naruto as he rolled on the ground to escape the second squirt's melting of multiple wooden floorboards. "Acidic oppai shot!" Issei cried out in terror. The transformation of his beautiful breasts into such lethal weapons was a sacrilegious act. The user of the sacred gear was able to dodge a squirt of acid that was headed straight for his face because of his training. In the end, the two ran around the visor to avoid being hit by several more squirts of acidic juices while Naruto, who was sure he could kill the creature if necessary, was laughing loudly and enjoying the entire experience. Eyes, who was unaccustomed to the whole situation of dealing with stray devils that wanted to melt his face off, was screaming like a girl. But as the two continued their lethal game of dodging the acidic milk squirt, the rest of the club was just staring at them blankly. In the first place, was it milk? As she observed the scene, Rias' eyebrow fluttered and she said, "They're getting along pretty well, aren't they?" In front of her mouth, Akeno put her hand. Foo, birds of the same feathers flock together. Kaneko tilted her head in the direction of the knight and questioned, "Why is Kiba-senpai not with them?" "Because I'm not that reckless and I'm not a pervert," Kiba said with a dry laugh. Kiba blushed and instantly froze when Akeno said, Foo, the cabinet in your room, 3rd drawer hidden inside a trick panel." He looked incredulously at the queen and asked, How could she have discovered his magazine hiding place?" The Crimson Princess of Ruin chose to intervene because she could not bear to see her knight further humiliated. "Do you have dirt on all of us, don't you, Akeno?" she inquired. "Not that anyone brought her act," Akeno said naively. Era, I wonder what you're talking about." "Akeno-senpai is scary," Kaneko muttered, turning to face the 2 research club members who were still there as he dragged Eyes away from an attack that would have likely killed the brown-haired teenager. Naruto was laughing uncontrollably. I could tell by the expressions on his face that Issei was going to pass out soon. Bucko, shouldn't we help them out? Foo, it looks like Ero Kitsune is enjoying this. Why don't we wait just a bit more? When the crimson-haired princess cleared her throat, she managed to catch the shinobi's still smiling attention. No, it's best that we finish this already. It's unwise to play with your enemy any longer than Naruto-kun has. Naruto-kun, can you bring Issei here? I need to teach him about the evil peace system while I use you and the others as an example. Naruto nodded and said, sure, give me a sec. The blonde devil swiftly grabbed Issei by the arm to avoid another squirt of the acidic essence. With a powerful snarl, he threw Issei at his king. He then changed into a log to protect himself from another acidic quirt before he reappeared next to Rias. As her acidic juices burned through the log, Visor screamed, where did this log come from? The other devils, including Visor, began to perspire when Naruto almost instinctively responded, the log is everywhere, but it only appears to those who call for and respect it. Issei, this is a good chance for you to watch us devils in battle. You already know about the war between the angels, the fallen angels, and the devil, right? Rias sighed as she turned to face the wielder of the sacred gear. Issei nodded in agreement. Then I can tell to you that because of this war a lot of pure-blood devils were killed, causing a great decline of the population of pure-blooded devils. It was during this time of great decline that one of the current great Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub, created the evil peace system to replenish our ranks. The wandering devil yelled, don't ignore me, from a distance. They disregarded her. Rias questioned, Issei, are you familiar with chess? I don't really know much about it aside that it's similar to shogi. Anticipating the answer, Rias nodded. Like shogi, chess has several pieces. King, queen, rook, bishop, knight, and pawn. Each of those pieces has their own unique traits. Ajuka-sama used this idea in his evil peace system, in which the devils reincarnated through this system is allowed to share a trait from one of the many pieces in the board games. However, along with the creation of the system came the formation of competitions where nobles who have their own peerages and has their own pieces compete in a large-scale battle for the sake of proving that their pieces are better than the rest, of that they are stronger than the other. You know the point. She stopped and took a deep breath. Do you know what those battles are called, Issei? Do I know? Naruto listened to the conversation while keeping his eyes on the stray devil, saying, try to remember you asked about it during your first day in the club. He wasn't alone, though, as Kaneko, Kiba, and Akeno were also keeping an eye out. The creature attacking them while Rias was describing evil pieces to Issei was the last thing they needed. Issei remembered the words, and his eyes grew wide. Rating games. It's called rating games, isn't it? The devil with the red hair grinned. It's good that you remembered it. So are we going to compete in one of those games as well? Issei responded. Sometime in the future. I have still not reached to proper requirements to take part in an official game. As he processed the information his king had thrown at him, Issei scratched the back of his head. Then what piece am I and what traits do I have? The Visor screamed as she attacked the group with reckless abandon, saying, that's it, I have had enough of you guys ignoring me. In spite of the approaching devil, Rias grinned rather smugly. The king turned to her shinobi and said, Issei, I think a demonstration is in order. The blonde nodded rapidly and vanished in a flash of speed, so no commands were necessary. The Visor started to say, I'm going to eat why? But Naruto interrupted her by putting a fist in her face. The shinobi then twisted his body and struck the stray devil in the chest with a roundhouse kick, causing her to skid back due to the force of the blow. The shinobi turned to face Issei and said, since we don't have a bishop here right now, I'll play as one. As he began going through hand seals, the blonde exclaimed, make sure you're listening to Rias and not just gawking at breasts. He murmured, Fuden. Fujin no Ken, wind release. Fists of the wind god. As a sudden gust of wind surrounded the shinobi's hands, enveloping his fists in a grayish wind shroud. Then, drawing his left hand back, he punched it in the direction of the Visor, creating a huge, pressurized wind gust that resembled a fist and sent the devil flying to a nearby wall, causing the wall to collapse as a fist-sized crack appeared on it. Issei's jaw dropped when he saw the inhuman feat from the side. As the Visor slowly stood up, spat out some curses at the shinobi, and then tried to bum rush the shinobi, Rias explained. Bishops are worth 3 pawns. They are known for their high magical powers and their abilities to cast strong spells. Then is Uzumaki-san a bishop? She gave a headshake. Actually he's a rook. What? Then does rooks also have special magic abilities like bishops? She gazed proudly at her shinobi and said, you can say that ability-wise Naruto-kun should be ranked as queen. The truth is that Naruto-kun is supposed to be a rook, but what does a queen do? I'll tell you Issei-kun, but no, just watch the fight. Naruto avoided the rush with ease as he continued to throw punches laced with wind blasts. The shinobi used his speed to his advantage and circled the devil, bruising his massive body. A large fist-sized crater-like crack formed in the floor as the creature attempted to defend itself by firing another volley of its acidic essence, but the expert shinobi easily dodged it by leaping up in the air and then releasing a single, powerful downward pressure of wind that slammed the creature down on the ground. The shinobi twisted his body and then flipped through the air, landing next to Kaneko as he gave the small girl a gentle tap on the shoulder. He said, "Whoop's too strong, we might need to run out of here after this battle," he said, rather cheerfully, as though he didn't handle a devil with ease. "Tag, you're it." All Kaneko could do was nod. "Hi," Issei called out. "Wa Kaneko-chan is going to get killed by that thing," as he saw the small girl rush in the direction of the devil, who was at least 3 times her size. When the visor eventually recovered, Rias turned to face Issei and attacked the feline girl. "Kaneko-chan and Naruto-kun are rooks. They're worth 5 pawns and have massive strength and increased durability. They're generally not that fast, but there are always exceptions to the rule," Naruto exclaimed. "Yeah, screw the rules, Dadbeo," with pride, pleased that he did not fit the preconceived notions of what a rook should be. Even though he was not the fastest devil in the world, he was still able to keep up with a knight like Kiba. But Kaneko-chan, Issei was unable to shake his doubts because he would find it painful to witness the adorable girl being so easily ruined by the stray. The young girl man handling the visor caused Issei's eyes to widen in surprise as Naruto pointed out, "Don't worry, just look." To illustrate, Kaneko took the devil's blow without even flinching. Then, she struck the creature in the stomach, causing it to stumble, and then she caught visor by the arm and threw the stray to the ground, causing the devil to gasp in pain as the building trembled. As she watched the small girl slowly return to the group and eventually reach them and tag out with Kiba, Rias remarked, "That is the strength of a rook. I guess it's my turn. I hope you watch closely, Issei-kun," he said in an overly sweet tone that greatly agitated Issei. "Uzumaki-san." "Yeah, what is it, Issei? Is Kiba-san you know?" "Don't ask. There are just questions in this world that is best left unanswered. I guess I could live with that. Don't worry, you'll get used to it soon." As he approached the stray devil slowly, Kiba whispered, mostly to himself, "You know I can hear you too," as his perspiration began to fall. Then, with his hands out to the side, he came to a halt a few feet from the devils. "Issei, don't blink." "Huh, what do you mean?" "Just watch closely and don't blink. Naruto-kun is right. Just watch closely and don't blink." Issei followed instructions and fixed his gaze on the attractive boy with the blonde hair. He was shocked to see that the teenager had 2 swords in each of his hands, but he was even more shocked when the blonde briefly vanished, his entire body vanishing so quickly that he could only be described as Godspeed. He moved extremely quickly, and to Aiza's eyes, the Casanova was a yellow blur that swiftly severed the visor's 2 arms. The sight of the blood gushing from the devil's severed arms made Issei very pale. The knight, worth 3 pawns they're known for. As Rias watched Issei vanish in a burst of speed that was only marginally faster than the speed Uzumaki had previously displayed, Issei completed the sentence for him, saying, "Their speed and mobility." As the ever-smiling queen walked cheerfully towards the wounded devil, Kiba appeared beside Akeno and Rias continued, "That is right, they are really fast and mobile, allowing their class to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers, but their main weakness comes from their low defense, making them more vulnerable to powerful attacks if it ever hits them." As lightning started to form around the queen, Rias began her lecture by saying, "Queen, the strongest class-bearing king, they are worth 9 pawns. They have the characteristics of all the other classes, making them as fast as a knight, as strong as a rook, and as magically capable as a bishop." With a hint of worry for the new devil, Naruto said, "Hey Issei, you might want to close your eyes for this." "Why is that?" "Because you're about to see Sato-chan's full-blown sadistic side." Akino's face took on a twisted, almost orgasmic expression as she began to send lightning bolt after bolt, stronger and stronger, towards the injured visor, who was screaming in agony. Issei couldn't help but yell, "She's scary," as the scent of charred flesh and ozone began to permeate the air. Rias sighed inwardly as her queen's true colors came out again. Of course, since Akeno. The queen licked her lips in a way that was almost erotic, and she threw a more powerful lightning bolt at the stray, probably frying its nerves without killing it. Naruto turned to face Issei and concluded for Rias, "Is the ultimate sadist, told you she was sadistic and it would be a really bad idea to train for her in hands-on combat." All Issei could do was nod. His gaze fixed on the visor's charred form. The condition of the creature made him feel bad, but he was caught off guard because he was so preoccupied with the creature that he failed to notice Bucko standing in front of the visor with her hand outstretched toward its face and a tiny crimson orb forming on her palms. He then watched as his king effortlessly extinguished the red orb and wiped the creature from the face of the earth even though it wasn't human. Issei couldn't help but feel a little guilty and afraid of how harshly the others treated the beast. He hardly heard Bucko inform him that he was a pawn and that they were departing because he was so engrossed in the waves of conflicting emotions that suddenly swept over him. In all honesty, he felt a little queasy about what he saw. Was killing someone like that really acceptable? Naruto glanced at their newest recruit and saw the shock on the brown-haired boy's face right away. He was sweating a lot, his face was a little pale, and his eyes were focused on the spot where the devil used to be before Rias killed it. The shinobi quickly deduced that Issei was probably in shock from his first kill, or at the very least, his first close encounter with death. He briefly flashed back to his younger self, who was covered in blood and trembling terribly as he witnessed multiple chunins being killed in front of him. It was undoubtedly a transformative experience. The blonde devil was limited to thinking about the thoughts of a regular person who had just been transformed into a devil. Although this was a good first step, it was still mild in comparison to the world's horrors. Rias-chan, can you guys go one ahead? I'll just have to talk with Issei here. When Rias noticed Issei and the distressed look on his face, she turned to face the blonde and nodded subtly before indicating that the other members of her peerage, excluding the two, should follow her out of the deserted building. Are you feeling okay? I don't know, I just watched someone, even if it was a devil, get killed in front of me. Eyes came out of his shock when the shinobi put his hands on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, Eyes. He smiled broadly in the hopes that the new devil would feel better. In an attempt to console the user of the sacred gear as best he could, he added, you'll get used to it. He got right to the point rather than being as nuanced as Iruka, who went into great detail about how killing was acceptable, as was the case with all shinobi and probably with devils as well. Everyone eventually grows accustomed to killing. Issei broke the silence that had existed between them for a few seconds. Do you really just get used to it? Does killing just get easy with time? Asked the man. Killing is not easy, it never is and never will be. You'll know what I mean when you experience your actual first kill. First kill? Wait, you mean someday I have to kill someone as well? As he gave the unskilled Eyes the harsh reality, Naruto grinned pitifully. We're devils. Issei, killing is part of our nature, it's something we can't avoid. Everyone in our group has at one point or another killed someone, be it human, devils, monsters, and so on. Even I've killed my fair share of people. But it feels wrong. How can Bucko kill someone so easily like that? It was like she didn't even feel anything for killing that devil. Doesn't that make us monsters? Naruto winced inwardly as he remembered having similar thoughts a long time ago. I want you to remember, Issei, we're not monsters because we kill others. What do you mean? It depends on what we're willing to kill for. Take that visor for example. She was willing to kill and eat people for power. Bucko killed that thing for the sake of not only her family but also for the sake of preventing any more victims. I, on the other hand, killed to protect my precious people. If someone were to attack everyone, no, and endanger their lives, I won't hesitate to kill them. He breathed deeply before turning to Issei. As he spoke, Naruto questioned, now Issei, what will you be willing to kill for? For a few minutes, Issei appeared to be in deep thought and was strangely silent. I don't know, but I won't kill anyone. I promise myself that. I won't kill unless it's necessary. The naive shinobi couldn't help but smile at the words of the people who wielded sacred gear. Issei was just a few paces behind him as he began to head for the exit, saying, good, don't ever forget that. Now let's go. Rias-chan and the others must be worrying about us. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. Drop the formalities. Naruto is just fine. Issei's voice became more animated as he said, then thank you, Naruto. No problem, Eyes. What are friends for? Naruto smiled.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.